Chapter 3252. The clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, the Zhang clan, and the Yuan clan, please come out. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Phantom Fox clan's estate calmly as he spoke. Celestial origin energy surged out of his voice and swept through the entire Phantom Fox clan's estate. Whether it was the Zhang clan's main estate or the Yuan clan's main estate, almost everyone in the Phantom Fox clan's main estate heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were stunned. Who was the person outside? How could he order the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan to come out? Where did this powerhouse come from? Is he looking for the clan leaders? He doesn't seem like a guest. I wonder who he is. The Phantom Fox clan's estate that was originally peaceful was in an uproar due to Duan Ling Tian's words. In the main Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan, a middle-aged man was sitting in the courtyard and enjoying a cup of tea when he heard the commotion outside. His brows furrowed slightly when he heard the commotion outside. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Han Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Han Tian was the strongest person in the Zhang clan. Although he was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, he could be considered as one of the strongest ordinary celestial emperors. At this moment, Zhang Han Tian, who was dressed in a long grayish-white robe, sat in the middle of the courtyard. With a calm expression on his face, he sent a voice transmission. Grand Elder, go out and take a look. Who dares to cause such a commotion outside our Phantom Fox clan's estate? As one of the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, a Grade 1 force in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 upper province of the Spirit overarching heaven, he was not someone who could be easily summoned out. Yes, clan leader. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan, the old man who had sent Zhang Jin-yi to the Southern Heaven Territory to investigate if Huan was 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, answered the Grand Elder and flew out of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Along the way, the Grand Elder sent out a few more messages. When he finally left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, he was followed by 4 people. Elder Hirano. As soon as Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, a voice rang in his ears. Zhang Pingyi glanced over and saw 4 people leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate at the same time as him. Elder Yuan Yu. With just a glance, Zhang Pingyi recognized the 4 people. The person leading the group was the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan. The 3 people standing behind the Grand Elder were the elders of the Yuan clan. Elder Hirano, who do you think it is? He actually dared to ask the leaders of our 2 clans to go out. That person sure is arrogant. Yuan Yu asked Zhang Pingyi. I don't know. However, since he dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Phantom Fox clan's estate, it means that he must have some backing. Zhang Pingyi said. The main clans of the Phantom Fox clan, Yuan clan, and Zhang clan were usually separated from each other. They were only one when facing the outside world. Usually, the 2 clans had a competitive relationship in many aspects. Go. Let's go and take a look. As soon as Yuan Yu finished speaking, the 4 people from the Yuan clan and the 5 people from the Zhang clan flew toward the source of the voice. Soon after, they saw the 4 people standing in the distance. 2 celestial emperors. When Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu approached the 4 people, they could basically confirm that there were 2 immortal emperors among them. As for the other 2 people, they could not see through one of them, so they were not certain if he was a celestial emperor or not. As for the other person, he gave off a strange feeling. This aura, led by Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, the 9 elders from the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan turned to look at Huan in unison when they saw Duan Ling Tian and the others. Are the 2 of you the clan leaders of the Zhang clan and Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, who were the leaders of the Phantom Fox clan. The reason why he asked this was because Zhuge Yun had just transmitted a message to him. Among the 9 people, the 2 leaders were immortal emperors. As for the rest, they were only immortal emperors. This voice, upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu regained their senses. They were certain Duan Ling Tian's voice was the same as the voice that had resounded in the Phantom Fox clan's estate earlier. It was clear the purple-clad young man was the one who had spoken. I'm Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Zhang Pingyi stared at Duan Lingtian intently as he asked indifferently, "May I know why you're looking for the clan leader of the Zhang clan?" "I'm Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan," Yuan Yu replied. "Not everyone can meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan. Even if you want to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan, you should at least report your name and see if you're qualified to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan." Upon hearing their words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. The two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan are really arrogant. Humph. At this time, Zhuge Yun snorted and took a step forward. As she took a step forward, light flashed all over her body. Then, a ray of sword light rose from the top of her head and whistled through the air. It brought with it an extremely terrifying aura of destruction as it swept forth. "Oh no!" Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically when they saw Zhuge Yun's sudden attack. As for the others, they could not react in time. Faced with the terrifying sword ray, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu felt as though they could smell the scent of death. They hurriedly circulated their celestial origin energies and activated their purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Apart from that, their offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons quickly appeared in their hands as they desperately tried to block Zhuge Yun's sword ray. The two of them joined forces. Two boundless forces converged together and clashed with Zhuge Yun's sword light. Zhang Pingye's energy was red in color. It was obvious he had fused his energy with the law of fire. As for Yuan Yu's energy, it was blue and white in color. It was clear he had fused his energy with the law of ice. Swoosh! The sword light swept out, as if it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It met Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's joint attack head-on, destroying it as easily as crushing dry weeds. Following that, the sword ray that had depleted most of its energy split into two and shot toward Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu. Bang! Bang! Two ear-piercing sounds rang in the air. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons had blocked the sword ray's attack. When the defensive celestial weapons were destroyed, the sword ray's attack dissipated as well. However, the duo was still sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Blood splattered across the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching, like red roses dotting the sky. "You have 10 breaths. If the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan don't come out, you'll die here today," Zhuge Yun said. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but it was cold. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically. Both of them were celestial emperors. However, the woman in front of them had easily destroyed their joint attack and severely injured them with just a casual sword ray. Even the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan did not possess such strength. They would have lived in vain if they still could not figure out how powerful the woman in front of them was. "My lord, I'll send a message to the clan leader right away," Yuan Yu said hastily. Yuan Yu hurriedly said, as if he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, the woman before him would directly take his life with a single strike of her sword. She did not even use a celestial weapon when she had attacked earlier. It was not difficult to imagine how he would have died if the woman had really wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, Zhang Pingyi had also sent a message to the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The atmosphere at the scene also became silent at this moment. "Huan when the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrive, you can show them your true form," Duan Lingtian said to Huan with a smile on his face. Huan true form was the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. When the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrived, he would show them her true form. He wanted to see for himself. He wanted to see if the two clan leaders would dare to do anything to her. Swoosh! Swoosh! After about 5 breaths, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Following that, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe and an old man with white eyebrows who was dressed in a green robe appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. "Zhang Han Tian from the Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord. Yuan Ming Sun from the Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord." The middle-aged man and the old man with white eyebrows bowed at Zhuge Yun as soon as they appeared. Earlier, they had learned about Zhuge Yun's terrifying strength from the Grand Elder of the Phantom Fox clan. It seemed like Zhuge Yun was as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. "Huan At this moment, Duan Lingtian called out to Huan In just a blink of an eye, a gigantic figure appeared behind Huan It was a white fox that was as tall as a mountain. It had 9 tails and a cold aura. The expressions of the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan and the 9 elders changed drastically when they saw Huan Er's true form. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? The 11 of them stared at the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette with burning jealousy in their eyes. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. Once it was born, it would become the ruler of the Phantom Fox clan in the Devata realms. This generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in the Yuan clan's enemy, the Du clan. For this reason, the Yuan clan had tried everything to destroy this generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3253. When Yuan Ming Sun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan, saw the silhouette of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox behind Huan Er, his eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, in fact, his celestial origin energy was also surging out of his body. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. In Yuan Mingxuan's life, the person he wanted to kill the most was the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. The current 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox belonged to the Du clan, and the Yuan clan had long been at odds with the Du clan. If the Du clan gained power, the Yuan clan would suffer even if they survived. He could not allow the appearance of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox to break the balance. What? You want to kill Huan Er? Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he looked at Yuan Ming Sun. Anyone who wanted to kill Huan Er was his enemy. Yuan Ming Sun, don't forget about the 2 celestial emperors. Upon sensing Yuan Mingxuan's killing intent, Zhang Han, the clan leader of the main Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan, said through voice transmission, "Do you think she would dare to use her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox form in front of us if she doesn't have any backing?" Earlier, Yuan Ming Sun had been completely captivated by Huan Er's appearance. He had even lost his rationality. Now, with Zhang Hantian's reminder, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He shuddered and completely sobered up. "Oh, you want to kill Huan Er?" Zhuge Yun took a step forward, her eyes flashing with a cold light. When she looked at Yuan Mingxuan, she gave him a lot of pressure. Based on the words of the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming Sun knew how terrifying Huan Er was. He knew he was no match for Huan Er. "May I know who you are?" Yuan Ming Sun asked in a deep voice. "I'm Zhuge Yun from the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect's Mo progeny." Zhuge Yun replied indifferently. The moment Zhuge Yun's voice fell, both Yuan Mingxuan and Zhang Hantian's expressions changed completely. Although the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect was a force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, they were still familiar with the name. The 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect used to be a Heaven-grade force. Although the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect was only a Grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, its strength was still terrifying. It was not something a Grade 1 force like the Phantom Fox clan could compare to. Rumor had it that there were a few people in the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect who were as strong as titled Celestial Emperors. If 2 of them joined forces, they could easily kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. They were not familiar with the names of the other members of the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect, but they were familiar with 2 names. Zhuge Feng of the Ganjiang bloodline. Zhuge Yun of the Mo bloodline. If they were alone, their strength would only be comparable to ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. However, if they joined forces, they could easily kill titled Celestial Emperors. You are Lady Zhuge Yun? Zhang Hantian looked at Zhuge Yun in shock. Then, his gaze landed on the cold figure behind her. This lord, could it be Lord Zhuge Feng? What do you think? Zhuge Yun asked calmly. Greetings, lords. I'm Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't know you were coming, so please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Zhang Hantian bowed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun at a 90-degree angle and respectfully bowed to them again. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. He did not know it was Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Yun. If he had known, he would have come out immediately. Humph. Just as Zhang Hantian and Yuan Ming Sun were about to bow to Zhuge Yun harumphed coldly. In the next moment, as Zhuge Yun raised her hand, a sword ray whizzed out from her hand and headed straight for Yuan Mingxuan. The sword ray was none other than the Moxie celestial sword, one of the 10 great treasured swords of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Naturally, the Moxie celestial sword was different from the Moxie celestial sword in the Yen Huang realm. It was an emperor-grade celestial sword that the founder of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had hired someone to refine. Back then, the founder of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had hired someone to refine 10 emperor-grade celestial swords. Then, he traveled all over the Devata realms in search of weapon spirits for the swords. For this reason, the 10 emperor-grade celestial swords were much more powerful than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. In fact, they were almost as powerful as divine weapons. In fact, ordinary divine weapons without weapon spirits were not as powerful as the emperor-grade celestial swords. Swoosh! The Moxie immortal sword was an immortal sword that emitted red light. Its entire body was blood red, as if there was blood flowing on it. It looked very strange. When Yuan Ming soon learned the 2 celestial emperors in front of him were Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, he had been on high alert. He was afraid his actions earlier would anger them. Now that Zhuge Yun had made a move, Yuan Ming Sun's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Lord Zhuge Yun, let's talk this out. Yuan Ming Sun did not hold back as he used all his strength to block Zhuge Yun's Moxie celestial sword. Boom! Rumble! When Zhuge Yun's Moxie celestial sword collided with Yuan Ming Sun's attack, the 2 forces collided. In an instant, a series of deafening roars resounded in the void, as if it was shaking the heavens and the earth. After Zhuge Yun's Moxie celestial sword destroyed Yuan Ming Sun's attack, it continued to advance toward Yuan Ming Sun. Yuan Ming Sun's eyes flashed as his celestial origin energy surged again. At the same time, a celestial talisman appeared in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, a wall appeared in front of Yuan Mingxuan. It was a wall that was completely formed by countless complicated talisman shadows. As soon as the wall appeared, it blocked Zhuge Yun's Moxie celestial sword. Even so, it had dimmed significantly. As expected of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade defensive celestial talisman. Zhuge Yun raised her hand, and the Moxie celestial sword returned to her hand. She looked at Yuan Ming Sun mockingly. Lord Zhuge Yun, I didn't offend you, right? Why do you want to kill me? Although Yuan Ming Sun had the defensive celestial talisman, he did not feel safe when he saw the killing intent in Zhuge Yun's eyes. After all, Zhuge Feng was by Zhuge Yun's side. If the 2 of them joined forces, it would not matter how many defensive celestial talismans he had. At most, his defensive celestial talisman could only block the attacks of ordinary titled celestial emperors. Moreover, it could only block a limited number of attacks. Since you want to kill a disciple of the Moxie progeny, how can I let you live? Zhuge Yun sneered. Yuan Ming Sun was taken aback by Zhuge Yun's words. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox whom he wanted to kill had become a disciple of the Moxie progeny in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? After all, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were so famous that their progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect were famous as well. However, there was only one person in both the Ganjiang progeny and Zhuge Yun's Moxie progeny. They were the progeny leaders. However, based on Zhuge Yun's words, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and the Moxie progeny. He knew he would not be able to kill the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox today. Even if he wanted to kill the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox progeny in the future, he would have to do it discreetly. Otherwise, if Zhuge Yun, the leader of the Moxie progeny in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, made a move, the Phantom Fox progeny, the Yuan clan would be annihilated. Perhaps, Zhuge Yun alone was not strong enough to annihilate the Yuan clan. However, if Zhuge Feng made a move as well, the Yuan clan would not be able to stop him. Based on Yuan Ming's knowledge, Zhuge Feng was Zhuge Yun's twin brother. How could Zhuge Feng just stand by and watch? Swoosh! Yuan Ming Sun's expression changed drastically when Zhuge Feng suddenly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuan Ming Sun. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Zhuge Feng raised his hand. A sword shot out of his body toward Yuan Ming Sun. Yuan Ming soon was so focused on Zhuge Yun that he did not even notice when Zhuge Feng appeared behind him. The result was obvious. With just one strike, Zhuge Feng had killed Yuan Ming soon. How fast! Duan Ling Tian saw Zhuge Feng moving so quickly that it was no different from the law of space's teleportation profundity. However, he knew it was not the teleportation profundity, but Zhuge Feng's speed from the law of wind. He's too fast. Even if I use the law of space's teleportation profundity, he'll still be able to catch up to me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Yuan Ming Sun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan in the Phantom Fox clan, was killed in just a blink of an eye. However, the Yuan clan's elders, including Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, did not even dare to breathe when they saw their clan leader being killed. Since the man and woman in front of them were capable of killing their clan leader, it was only natural that they were capable of killing them as well. Even Zhang Han Tian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect his old rival, who had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, would die in front of him. Not only did Yuan Ming Sun lose his life, but his cultivation base had also been reduced to ashes. At this moment, Zhang Han Tian could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. My lords, the Zhang clan will treat Miss Huan well in the future. We won't dare to do anything to her, Zhang Han Tian said solemnly. Zhang Han Tian expressed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun with a serious expression. He didn't want to follow in Yuan Mingxuan's footsteps. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he did not want to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Although the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had treated the Zhang clan like the Du clan, the relationship between the Zhang clan and the Du clan was not as tense as the relationship between the Yuan clan and the Du clan. If he wanted to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as well, he would have done the same when the woman revealed the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette earlier. Seniors, the Yuan clan will no longer make a move on the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3254. Yuan Ming Sun was one of the two strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan. His strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. Even so, he had still died in Zhuge Feng's hands. Although Zhuge Feng had launched a sneak attack on Yuan Ming Sun, the members of the Phantom Fox clan, including Zhang Han Tian, were well aware that Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Feng were in a disadvantageous position. If Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun joined forces, they would not be able to kill Yuan Ming Sun even if there were 10 Yuan Ming Suns. For this reason, Zhang Han Tian and the others lowered their heads, afraid that Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun would vent their anger on them. If I find out that any of you dare to harm Huan in the future, I'll annihilate any clan that dares to harm Huan. Zhuge Yun said coldly as she glared at Zhang Han Tian and the others. Don't worry, my lord. We won't dare to harm Miss Huan, or even if we have the courage to do so. Zhang Han Tian smiled bitterly. Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, chimed in. My lord, the same goes for the Yuan clan. Yuan Yu did not dare to hesitate at all. It was as though he was afraid Zhuge Yun would attack him if he hesitated. I hope you'll keep your word. Zhuge Yun looked at Zhang Han Tian and the others meaningfully before she turned around and left with Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Zhuge Feng. Zhang Han Tian and the others only regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian and the others had left. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces. Clan leader, it seems like that woman is the one I sent Zhang Jinyi to test. I heard them calling her Huan earlier. Zhang Pingyi, the grand elder of the Zhang clan, said with a bitter smile on his face. It's useless to talk about that now. I didn't expect the current generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to have a connection with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Zhang Han Tian shook his head. If he had a choice, he did not want to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Moreover, to a certain extent, that woman represented the strongest force in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, and the other elders of the Yuan clan heaved a sigh of relief. They bade farewell to Zhang Han Tian and returned to their clans. Their Yuan clan's patriarch being killed was undoubtedly a huge matter to their clan. In the following period of time, the Yuan clan was destined to not be peaceful. Patriarch. Zhang Pingyi looked at Zhang Han Tian with a gleam in his eyes. Now that the Yuan clan patriarch is dead, the Yuan clan will be in trouble. Should we take this opportunity to seize those immortal crystal veins? Even though the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan were both members of the Phantom Fox clan, there were still some conflicts between them. It was just that they did not escalate to the point where it was too serious. Of course I won't miss such a good opportunity, Zhang Hantian said with a faint smile. At the same time, his expression turned solemn as he said to Zhang Pingyi, Grand Elder, please pass down my order. In the future, no patriarch of the Zhang clan is allowed to target the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Furthermore, if you see someone from a Yuan clan trying to harm the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, you must do your best to help them. If you don't have enough strength, you must inform the clan. When Zhang Hantian finished speaking, he looked at the Yuan clan's estate meaningfully before he continued to say, I hope the Yuan clan is still interested in the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If we help the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, who knows, we might even be able to befriend the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Zhang Hantian's eyes as he spoke. It seems like I'll have to prepare a generous gift for the main Du clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven to congratulate them. Zhang Hantian muttered to himself as his eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian, although the Phantom Fox clan doesn't have a titled Celestial Emperor, it's only because there are no titled Celestial Emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan has existed for so many years. There must be some old fellows in the Spirit Overarching Heaven Zhuge Yun said to Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, unless they cross the line, it's not appropriate for us to annihilate them. Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. Did Zhuge Yun intend to annihilate the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory? The Phantom Fox clan was a Grade 1 force, after all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his cultivation base was still incomparable to Zhuge Yun's even though he had improved a lot recently. Senior, this is enough. I'm sure the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to do anything to Huan in the future. Duan Ling Tian said. Is there anywhere else you want to go now? Zhuge Yun asked Duan Ling Tian. Nope. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Let's return. Brother Ling Tian, Huan called out. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I want to look for my mother. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he turned to Zhuge Yun and said, Senior, why don't we make another trip to the Phantom Fox clan? I want to ask them if they know where Huan mother is. All right. Zhuge Yun did not have any objections. Huan was a disciple of the Mo Xie progeny, and she liked Huan very much. As for Zhuge Feng, he did not have any objections. Unless he stayed in the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect, he would leave the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect whenever Zhuge Yun went out. After all, he would not allow his twin sister to wander around alone. Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan, did not expect Duan Ling Tian and the others would return. This time, he respectfully invited Duan Ling Tian and the others into the main hall of the Zhang clan. Then, he asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully, Lords, why have you returned? Both Zhuge Yun and Zhang Hantian looked at Duan Ling Tian and turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Clan leader Zhang. Do you know Du Xian from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly as he looked at Zhang Hantian. Du Xian. Zhang Hantian's expression changed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Sir, why are you asking about Du Xian? Do you know Du Xian? Du Xian is Huan mother. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Huan Then he looked at Zhang Hantian meaningfully and said, based on clan leader Zhang's expression, it seems like you know Huan mother, Du Xian. Is she really Du Xian's daughter? Zhang Hantian looked at Huan with a complicated expression on his face. He could not help but sigh. Sin? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Huan who was standing at the side looked at Zhang Hantian and asked, You know my mother? Of course. I'm afraid no one in the Phantom Fox clan knows about your mother. Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. Speaking of which, your mother and I are friends. She's my childhood friend. Before the Du clan left the Spirit Overarching Heaven and moved to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Du clan's residence was near the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan. At that time, she was so beautiful. Zhang Hantian paused for a moment before he continued to say, She was so beautiful. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Zhang Han Tian's eyes as he spoke. Back then, Du Xian was very charming. Zhang Han Tian had pursued Du Xian before, but she had rejected him. Nevertheless, it did not affect their friendship at all. Back then, Du Xian was rejected by the Du clan and had left the Jade Emperor Heaven to seek help from Zhang Han Tian. However, he did not expect the current Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to be Du Xian's daughter. Now that I think about it, you do resemble Du Xian. However, compared to your mother, you're more beautiful. You also resemble your father a lot. Zhang Han Tian said. You know my father? Huan Er's eyes widened as she asked in shock. Your mother went to look for your father. Zhang Han Tian said with a sigh. I don't know if they're still alive. After all, they've offended a heaven-grade force. It's unlikely that the heaven-grade force will tolerate them. A heaven-grade force? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not expect Huan Er's mother would be involved with a heaven-grade force. After all, even the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect was only a heaven-grade force when it was at its peak. Clan leader Zhang, can you explain it to me? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. He did not understand Zhang Han Tian's words at all. How was Huan Er's mother related to a heaven-grade force? Moreover, Huan Er's father seemed to be involved as well. Huan Er's mother, Du Xian, was the most beautiful woman in the Phantom Fox clan. She had many suitors in the Phantom Fox clan. Even I was one of her pursuers back then. Zhang Han Tian said, however, the man who won her heart wasn't a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Instead, he was a prodigy from a heaven-grade force. Of course, that's not the main point. The most important thing is that the sect where the prodigy from a heaven-grade force is from has already arranged a marriage for him with a prodigy from another heaven-grade force. However, the prodigy from the heaven-grade force unilaterally broke the marriage contract. Not only did the prodigy from the heaven-grade force behind the prodigy from the heaven-grade force, but the prodigy from the heaven-grade force chased the prodigy out of the clan. Du Xian came to look for me because she wanted to find out more about the prodigy from the heaven-grade force. After that, she went to the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force was to look for the prodigy. Zhang Han Tian paused for a moment before he looked at Huan Er and continued to say, however, I didn't expect them to have a daughter. Moreover, it's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What a sin. Zhang Han Tian shook his head. He still remembered that not long after Du Xian left, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven had expelled Du Xian from the Du clan. This was because they were worried that the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force would implicate them if Du Xian was one of them. If the Du clan finds out that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox they've been looking for is actually Du Xian's daughter, I wonder what they'll think? Although everyone in the Phantom Fox clan knew that a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in their clan, they only knew that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was a descendant of the Du clan. Chapter 3255. Which heaven-grade force is it? Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly when he saw how pale Huan Er's face had turned when she heard Zhang Han Tian's words. Du Xian went to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Her father was handed over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhang Han Tian glanced at Huan Er when he finished speaking. The Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er remained indifferent when they heard the name of the heaven-grade force. However, Zhuge Yun's expression changed drastically. Even Zhuge Feng's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. He wanted to ask them if they had heard of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but when he saw their expressions, he realized the Heavenly Pool Palace was not as simple as it seemed. Senior Progeny Master, based on your expressions, is the Heavenly Pool Palace very powerful? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian. Zhuge Yun's expression eased slightly before she said to Duan Ling Tian with a wry smile on her face. The Heavenly Pool Palace's strength is only above average among heaven-grade forces. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace's strength lies in the strength of its titled celestial emperors. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is the grandfather of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He's one of the strongest Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. This is the most terrifying thing about the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhuge Yun said. That's right. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Zhang Han Tian nodded and said with a wry smile on his face. Most importantly, Du Xian's husband rejected the marriage with the daughter of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's said that his daughter is deeply loved by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. When Du Xian's husband broke the engagement, the Heavenly Emperor was infuriated. Although Du Xian's husband was supported by a heaven-grade force, the Heavenly Emperor still chased him out and handed him over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Clearly, Zhang Hantian knew quite a bit about Du Xian. Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? One of the top 10 on the Heavenly Monarch ranking? It had been 200 years since Duan Ling Tian came to the Devata realms, so he knew a lot about the Devata realms. One of them was the Heavenly Emperor ranking of the Heavenly Emperors of the Devata realms. Although Duan Ling Tian had never seen the list before, he knew only the Heavenly Emperors of the various Devata realms were listed on it. In any Devata realm, which Heavenly Emperor was not the most powerful existence in their respective Devata realms? And to be able to squeeze into the top 10 of a Heavenly Emperor, one could imagine how strong one needed to be. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking, it means he's one of the top 10 Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. It was not difficult for him to imagine how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was. Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian held Huan Er's hand. He could clearly sense the change in her emotions. As for Du Xian's husband, he's from the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Zhang Hantian glanced at Zhuge Yun before he continued to say, My lord, you should know that the Heavenly Sword Mountain is a force of sword celestials. Yes. Zhuge Yun nodded. Most of the Heavenly Emperors of the Solitary Destructive Heaven were sword celestials. The Heavenly Sword Mountain is one of the 2 heaven-grade forces of sword celestials in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Solitary Destructive Heaven? When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Hantian mention the Solitary Destructive Heaven, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven who had died because of him. Duan Ling Tian had never met Feng Qingyang before, but he had always treated Feng Qingyang as his master. The Sovereign Heart Sword that Duan Ling Tian had obtained when he was in the Saint Province realm was Feng Qingyang's legacy. Not long ago, he had refused to acknowledge Feng Qingyang as his master in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect because of Feng Qingyang. I hope Senior Feng Qingyang is safe in the Azura Hell. Otherwise, I'll kill Yun Qingyan and uproot the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent when he thought about Feng Qingyang. It was as though he was about to devour someone. That's all I know. Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. He looked at Huan Er and said, Girl, you shouldn't interfere in your parents' affairs for now. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. Your mother is still alive. Zhang Hantian took out a soul pearl and handed it to Huan Er. This is your mother's soul pearl. Mother. Huan Er took the soul pearl and rubbed it with her hands as tears welled up in her eyes. Girl, I advise you not to act rashly before you become a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Hantian could see Huan Er's intention of going to the boundless heaven to look for Du Xian. Thank you, clan leader Zhang. After thanking Zhang Hantian, Duan Ling Tian held Huan Er's hand and left with Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate, the atmosphere was a little tense. Brother Ling Tian, I want to go to the boundless heaven, Huan Er said to Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew Huan Er wanted to explore the boundless heaven's heavenly pool, so he did not refuse. He could understand Huan Er's feelings, so he did not refuse. No. Duan Ling Tian's words were quickly cut off by Zhuge Yun. With your current strength, you'll only be courting death if you go to the boundless heaven's heavenly pool. You can't go, Zhuge Yun said in a deep voice. Senior. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. He was about to persuade Zhuge Yun when Zhuge Yun interrupted him. I understand Huan Er's feelings, but you can't go. Let's return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect first. You and Huan Er will stay in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Zhuge Feng and I will go and gather information for you. Zhuge Yun said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. It would be best if Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were willing to help Huan enter the boundless heaven. After all, the duo could even kill a titled celestial emperor if they joined forces. It would not be difficult for them to gather information in the heavenly pool palace. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He knew Zhuge Yun could have ignored them because of this matter, but she still did. This was a great favor. Huan Zhuge Feng and I will make a trip to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven to inquire about your parents' whereabouts. If your mother isn't imprisoned by the heavenly pool palace, I'll bring her back to reunite with you. Zhuge Yun said to Huan Thank you, progenitor Zhuge Yun. Huan thanked Zhuge Yun profusely. On their way back to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Duan Ling Tian asked Zhuge Yun, Senior, do you know about the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun's expression changed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Even Zhuge Feng's expression changed slightly. Duan Ling Tian, why are you suddenly asking about the Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun asked. I have an elder who was forced to enter the Azura Hell. Duan Ling Tian said with a bitter smile on his face. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that only those who are ranked in the top 3 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking are able to come out alive from there. Moreover, that's without entering the Azura Hell. Zhuge Yun said solemnly, unless your elder has attained godhood, it's impossible for him to come out alive. However, recently, there's someone who managed to come out of the Azura Hell even though he hasn't attained godhood. Moreover, it's very likely that he has entered the Azura Hell. Zhuge Yun said as though she had just recalled something. Who is it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. If someone managed to come out of the Azura Hell alive without attaining godhood, it was likely that Feng Qingyang had come out alive as well. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Zhuge Yun replied. Ha! Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He did not expect Zhuge Yun to be talking about Feng Qingyang. Follow Weibo. Public username. Feng Qingyang, the creator of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can also check out pictures of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can also check out pictures of Huan Feng Tianwu, and the others. When I'm free, I'll update some news about important people including Feng Qingyang. Senior. Are you sure Senior Feng Qingyang came out alive? Duan Lingtian asked with a dazed expression on his face. I'm sure. Zhuge Yun nodded. A hint of respect could be seen in her eyes as she said, not only did he come out of the Azura Hell, but he even returned to the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and killed the Heavenly Emperor who replaced him. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, a relieved smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He had been worried that something would happen to Feng Qingyang because of him. Now that he knew Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura Hell alive, he sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the transporting formation and returned to the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It did not take long for them to return to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. During their journey, Duan Lingtian thought about going to the Solitary Destructive Heaven to look for Feng Qingyang. However, in the end he rejected the idea. Senior Feng Qingyang is now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I'm sure he must have left behind many legacies in various places. In this vast world, I'm only one of his many successors. Moreover, the legacies I obtained are only legacies from the mundane realms. It's nothing. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea of looking for Feng Qingyang in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Initially, he wanted to find Feng Qingyang to ask for Feng Qingyang's help in dealing with her parents. But on second thought, that was the Celestial Emperor. How could he possibly help just because he wanted him to? After Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left for the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 3256. Don't worry, Huan. Your mother will be fine. After Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left, Duan Lingtian brought Huan back to Ganjiang Peak. He comforted her as they walked up the steps leading to the entrance of Ganjiang Peak. Brother Ling Tian, do you think anything will happen to my father? In the past, Huan only knew she had a mother and did not know about her father's existence. Now that she knew about her father, it was only natural for her to think more about it. I'm sure he'll be fine, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. It's just a matter of ruining an engagement. I don't think your father will have to pay with his life, right? Perhaps, they'll just imprison your father and force him to face the wall in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Duan Ling Tian said so, he did not think so in his heart. The Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force, had the backing of the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. Otherwise, the heavenly sword mountain from the solitary destructive heaven would not have handed her father over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huan all you can do now is cultivate diligently and wait for news from the two branch masters. If your father is really imprisoned, your mother might not be able to save him. At that time, we'll have to rely on you. Naturally, Brother Ling Tian will help you as well. With Duan Ling Tian's comforting words, Huan calmed down. However, her eyes were filled with determination as she said, Brother Ling Tian, I want to become stronger. All this while, she had never been obsessed with becoming stronger. When Duan Ling Tian was weaker than her, she was still motivated to become stronger because she thought she could help Duan Ling Tian. Ever since Duan Ling Tian's strength had surpassed her, she had more or less slacked off when it came to cultivation. However, after learning about her parents' predicament, she became even more determined to cultivate. All right, Brother Ling Tian will cultivate with you. Before Zhuge Feng left, he had told Duan Ling Tian that he could use any place on Ganjiang Peak as his training ground. The entire Ganjiang Peak was empty because of Zhuge Feng's absence. Because of this, the world energy in Ganjiang Peak was much denser than the world energy in Taya Peak. In the end, Duan Ling Tian discovered a dilapidated stone platform on one side of the cliff halfway up Ganjiang Peak. Behind the stone platform was a cave. Inside the cave was a dusty abode. Clearly, it was a place where someone used to cultivate. Because this place was secluded enough, Duan Ling Tian had chosen this place to cultivate on Ganjiang Peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Standing in the cave, Duan Ling Tian casually waved his hand a few times. Suddenly, waves of wind swept out from his hand, rolling up all the dust in the cave and bringing it out of the cave. In an instant, the originally dusty cave abode became clean and tidy. Let's cultivate here, Huan After greeting Huan Duan Ling Tian sat down on the stone bed in the cave. Huan sat beside him. During cultivation, Duan Ling Tian intentionally drew out the world energy in his little world. However, he only distributed it around him and Huan Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to control this when he was cultivating. For this reason, he asked the world-cleansing divine water for help. In Duan Ling Tian's little world, the divine tree of life that had transformed into a towering tree stood in the middle. Two Ning dragons could be seen prostrating under the tree. They looked like they were sleeping, but in truth, they were cultivating. 5 rays of energy of different colors that resembled rays of sunlight could be seen swimming around the divine tree of life. These were none other than the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's little world had evolved to the 6th form. However, it was difficult for them to evolve to the 7th form with the world energy from the ruins of realms of gods that had accumulated in Duan Ling Tian's little world. If they wanted to break through again, there was only one way for them to do so, and that was to devour the other corresponding divine elements. For example, the profound divine metal could only devour profound divine metal. The other divine elements were useless to it. It was the same for the other 4 divine elements. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not have to worry about the 5 divine elements fighting among themselves. Little Tian, I've spoken to them. They're willing to acknowledge you as their master. However, they want you to promise to return their freedom after you become a god. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Actually, after you become gods, they won't be of much use to you anymore. So, I think you can agree to them. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Meanwhile, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Ling Tian successfully signed a master-servant contract with the two Ning dragons in his little world. The two Ning dragons were not the only ones who had to fulfill their promise. Even Duan Ling Tian had to fulfill his promise and return their freedom after he became a god. Roar! Roar! Although the two Ning dragons greeted Duan Ling Tian after they acknowledged him as their master, Duan Ling Tian could not understand what they were saying. However, this was not important. More importantly, even though the Ning dragon couldn't understand what he was saying, it was certain that the Ning dragon wouldn't recognize the wrong person if he asked it to attack. This was the most important thing to Duan Ling Tian. Nothing else mattered to him. After dealing with the Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian began to absorb the world energy in his little world to cultivate. A year later, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun returned. Senior, did you manage to find anything? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhuge Yun and asked without beating around the bush when he saw them again. Zhuge Yun glanced at Duan Ling Tian before she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Huan Er's father is still alive. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's eyes lit up when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. That's good news. However, there's another piece of bad news. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's expressions stiffened when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. Huan Er's mother is also imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhuge Yun said. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. This was indeed bad news for them. In other words, Huan Er's father and mother were currently imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace in the boundless heaven. Senior, do you know what happened to them? Duan Ling Tian asked Zhuge Yun. Although he did not think Huan Er's parents would be a guest in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not think the Heavenly Pool Palace would treat them kindly. I don't know. Zhuge Yun shook her head. To find out more, we even paid a visit to the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the name of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. I tried to sound him out, but he refused to talk about it. It's clear he's wary of me. Zhuge Yun said, however, based on the Grand Elder's tone, it's impossible for Huan Er's parents to be treated well in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Huan Er's expression changed drastically. A hint of worry could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. It seemed like even if Huan Er's parents were still alive, they must have been tortured. He wondered how the Heavenly Pool Palace would deal with them. Brother Ling Tian, I want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huan Er said resolutely as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Huan Er, we definitely want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, we need to think about it carefully. Even the seniors don't know anything about the Heavenly Pool Palace, let alone us. Duan Ling Tian said. Upon hearing this, Huan Er fell silent. She knew Duan Ling Tian was right. If you really want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, there's a chance. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Pool Palace will recruit new disciples. The next recruitment will be held in 12 years. Anyone below the age of 1,000 who can pass the Heavenly Pool Palace's test will be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. People with different cultivation bases and ages will face different tests. It won't be difficult for both of you to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. Huan Er's eyes lit up. Join the Heavenly Pool Palace? Huan Er's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Although he was tempted, he did not think it was a good idea to join the Heavenly Pool Palace since they had just joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's hesitation, Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian approvingly. Zhuge Yun said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, you're not joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. You're only here to investigate Huan Er's parents. You're still a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The Ganjiang progeny and Xie progeny will always welcome you back. Zhuge Yun said. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to accept Zhuge Yun's kindness. Thank you, progeny leader. Huan Er looked at Zhuge Yun solemnly and said, I'll always be a member of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Xie progeny. This will never change. Me too. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he had not been in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect for a long time, he still treated the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect as his home because of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. A home that he could return to at any time. Go on. Zhuge Yun casually tossed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Then she waved her hand and said, "On our way back, we've decided to send you to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. The things in this spatial ring will be useful to you." After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he saw more than 10 celestial talismans in it. His expression turned grave immediately. The celestial talismans given by Zhuge Yun were not ordinary celestial talismans. The Heavenly Pool Palace is located in the boundless territory in the boundless heaven. Once you arrive at the transporting formation, you can head straight to the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace covers a huge area. Once you're there, you can ask for directions to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Chapter 3257. The Boundless Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. The Boundless Territory was the largest territory in the Boundless Heaven. It was also where the powerhouses of the Boundless Heaven gathered. In the Boundless Territory, celestial emperors and celestial lords were everywhere. The Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven, was located at the east of the Boundless Territory. The Heavenly Pool Palace's strength was only above average among the heaven-grade forces in the Boundless Territory, let alone the heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace was the most powerful heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven. After all, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was the grandson of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the Heavenly Pool Palace's backer. For this reason, even if other heaven-grade forces were stronger than the Heavenly Pool Palace, as long as the Heavenly Pool Palace didn't go too far, they wouldn't do anything to the Heavenly Pool Palace out of respect for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. 12 years later, the Heavenly Pool Palace would be recruiting disciples. For this reason, a large group of people had already gathered outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. These people were all waiting for the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony that would be held 12 years later. Some of them were brought here by their elders while others came alone. There were both men and women. The only thing they had in common was that they were all younger than 1,000 years old. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace only recruited disciples younger than 1,000 years old. Regardless of their cultivation base, they were eligible to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. Naturally, the test was different for people of different ages and cultivation bases. There are still 12 years left. Duan Lingtian stood outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and looked at Huan who was standing next to him. He comforted her softly, "Huan let's find a place nearby and cultivate for 12 years before we participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test." Huan nodded slightly. However, her eyes remained fixed on the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate for a long time. The Heavenly Pool Palace's estate was hidden behind the clouds. One could only see its silhouette. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian held Huan's hand and led her away. He knew if he did not bring her away, Huan would stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace for an entire day. After all, her parents were most likely in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Duan Lingtian brought Huan to a nearby mountain range. Finally, he opened up a cave abode on the side of a cliff and began his secluded cultivation for the next 12 years. "Huan calm down. How can you cultivate in your current state?" Just as Duan Lingtian was about to start cultivating, he noticed that Huan's body was still trembling. "Brother Lingtian, I have a strong feeling my mother and father are in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I can clearly feel that my bloodline isn't calm. Even so, we still have to wait 12 years before we can enter." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as he tried to persuade Huan listen to Brother Lingtian. Calm down and focus on your cultivation. After 12 years, the more outstanding your performance in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, the higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be, and you'll be accepted as a disciple. The higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the more you'll know. Moreover, they'll be more powerful. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan's expression turned solemn. She quickly immersed herself in her cultivation. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Then, he narrowed his eyes and immersed himself in his cultivation. Since they were outside, Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water to help him set up a formation to prevent the spiritual energy in the heavenly pool palace from leaking out. This was to prevent others from discovering the secret of the little world in his body. I can imagine that if someone discovers the secret of my small world, even if they can't transfer my small world to their own body, even if they can't transfer the spiritual energy of the universe to their own small world, I will definitely die. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. My current cultivation base is still too low. If nothing goes wrong, I'll definitely be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in 12 years. Duan Ling Tian knew his current strength was largely due to the profundities of the law and the 5 divine elements. His cultivation base was only a 3-talent celestial lord. Moreover, he had broken through in God's secret treasure in the genius secret realm. 12 years passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the Devata realms. 12 years later, outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate in the boundless territory, many people had gathered. There were men, women, young people, middle-aged people, and old people. The leader of these people was a gray-clad old woman. The gray-clad old woman was skinny. She wore a gray overcoat that seemed empty. She looked as though she would fall to the ground at any moment. However, her eyes were exceptionally sharp as though they could pierce through anything. I'm Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion. The old woman stood in front of a group of people as she looked at the crowd gathered in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion? She's the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion? The Sword Trial Pavilion of the Heavenly Pool Palace is responsible for recruiting new disciples and assessing new disciples. Previously, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion was the one in charge of the assessment. Why is the Pavilion Master here this time? She's Lei Ying? The merciless Celestial Emperor? That's right. She's one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She's the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Rumor has it that the merciless Celestial Emperor is very powerful. She has killed more than 5 titled Celestial Emperors. I've also heard that the merciless Celestial Emperor is ranked in the top 5 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The gray-clad old woman, Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion, caused an uproar among the crowd. Those who were unaware of Lei Ying's identity immediately regained their senses when they heard her title. So she's the merciless Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Heavens! The merciless Celestial Emperor is known for her ruthlessness. She's going to be the one in charge of the assessment this time. She was the one who presided over the assessment 10,000 years ago. That time, the number of new disciples accepted was less than 1/5 of the usual number. Why are we so unlucky? Many people who were not confident in their strength smiled wryly when they learned that Lei Ying was the one presiding over the assessment this time. Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, the merciless Celestial Emperor? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lei Ying's introduction. 12 years ago, when he had just arrived in the boundless heaven, he had done some research on the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he knew all the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There were 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying was one of them. Her title was Merciless. It was said that she was ranked in the top 5 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. We're quite lucky. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion rarely presides over the assessment. Duan Ling Tian said to as long as we perform well, we'll be noticed by her. If she can accept you as her disciple, with her status, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find out about your parents. Although was not wearing a bamboo hat, she still wore a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, even with the veil, it only concealed a small part of her beauty. Even with the veil, she still looked beautiful and alluring. It was just that her beauty was not as exaggerated as when she was not wearing a veil. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion, said, "Next, I'll set up an age-measuring formation to cover an area of 3 miles in front of us." As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, The people who had escorted the juniors to the Heavenly Pool Palace quickly retreated from the area within 3 miles. In just a blink of an eye, only 6,000 people were left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was not that there were not many people participating in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, but the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment was very strict. Those who were not confident would not waste their time participating in the assessment. Under normal circumstances, about 600 people would be left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, since Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion, was personally presiding over the assessment, it would be considered good if 100 people were left in the assessment. Swoosh, swoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lei Ying raised her hand and tossed a formation compass out. The formation compass covered an area of 3 miles in front of the 6,000 people. However, there was no reaction when the formation enveloped them. Upon seeing this, Lei Ying withdrew the formation compass and looked at the 6,000 people in front of her. Now, you'll be divided into groups according to your age. Those who are below 100 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 100 and 200 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 300 and 400 years old, stand over there. After Lei Ying finished speaking, she divided the remaining 6,000 people into 10 groups. Each group represented a different age. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian and the others began to make their moves. For this reason, she was still with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she moved to the group where the people between 200 and 300 years old were supposed to stand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 6,000 people moved in unison. It did not take long before they were divided into 10 groups. The number of people in each group was different. The most people in each group were below 100 years old, and the least were between 900 and 1,000 years old. It seems like most people want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace when they're young. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. Chapter 3258. A person who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace before the age of 100 and was nurtured by the Heavenly Pool Palace would not be able to compare to a person who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace when he was almost 1,000 years old. To a certain extent, the latter had already lost at the starting line. Let me emphasize again. This is the place for those below the age of 100. Over there is the place for those between the age of 100 and 200. Over there. Lei Ying looked at the people who were divided into 10 groups before she said again. The test for each group is different. Therefore, you must stand in the right place. As soon as Lei Ying said this, 6 people immediately moved to the place where the people under 100 years old were standing. These 6 people. Are they trying to take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this, and he faintly realized that they were going to be in trouble. He did not think these 6 people were below the age of 100. If they were really below the age of 100, why did they only go there now? Swoosh. After a dozen breaths of time, Lei Ying took out another disc array. This disc array was clearly different from the previous disc array. The formation plate rose into the air and transformed into 10 halos in just a blink of an eye that shrouded the people in the 10 groups. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw halos appearing above the heads of more than 10 people in the group who were below the age of 100. However, the same thing did not happen to the people in the other groups. These fellows. They didn't even know the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace's test, and yet, they came here? They're digging their own graves. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said as he looked at the people with halos above their heads. His eyes were filled with pity. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lei Ying turned to look at the people with halos above their heads. The 13 of you have failed the test, Lei Ying said indifferently. Just as the 13 people were about to leave, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Lei Ying. With a wave of his hand, 13 waves of energy shot out toward the 13 people. The 13 people tried to defend themselves. However, even with their full strength, they could not withstand the middle-aged man's attack. In just a blink of an eye, they were reduced to dust by the middle-aged man's attack. Immortal Emperor. Duan Lingtian could tell that the middle-aged man had the strength of a celestial emperor. Among the 13 people, the strongest was only a 2-form celestial lord. It was impossible for them to block the attack of this celestial emperor. even if it was just a casual attack that was divided into 13 parts. As the 13 people were killed, many people were frightened. Some people who were prepared to go to the place where the group of people under 100 years old were standing were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They had almost died because of a single mistake. Go! Just as Lei Ying's voice sounded in everyone's ears, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 10 figures stepping out from behind Lei Ying. Even the middle-aged man who had attacked earlier had come out at this moment. However, unlike the other 9 people, he went to the side of the 900 to 1,000 years old people. When the group of people saw the middle-aged man approaching them and staring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, their expressions all changed. Boom! Rumble! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises, the 10 people made their moves one after another, launching attacks that enveloped the people in each group. The sky was filled with all kinds of different colored energies. Like a storm, they rained down. 7 celestial lords and 3 celestial emperors. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered 3 celestial emperors and 7 celestial lords among the 10 people who had attacked earlier. The 3 celestial emperors were responsible for the people above the age of 700. As for the 7 celestial lords, they were responsible for the people below the age of 700. Moreover, the older the celestial lord was, the stronger he was. For example, in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group, the celestial lord was only a 6-combo celestial lord. Although the 6-combo celestial lord had comprehended quite a few profundities, he was still incomparable to Huan Er, let alone Duan Lingtian. Huan Er break his attack. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan Er. A 6-combo celestial lord was not a threat to them at all. Yes, brother Lingtian, Huan Er replied. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan Er made her move. Space energy surged out of her body as she rose into the air. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as Huan Er made her move. She easily destroyed the Celestial Lord's attack. The Celestial Lord was a young man. His expression changed drastically when he saw Huan Er's attack. How could a person who was not even 300 years old break through his attack? Although he did not use his full strength, he had used at least 70 to 80% of his strength. After all, there were many people in the group. If he held back, he would not be able to pressure them. Again. The young man narrowed his eyes and exerted his full strength again. This time, he targeted Huan Er with his attack. The commotion earlier had attracted Lei Ying's attention. She looked at Huan Er with a shocked expression on her face. Boom. Under Lei Ying's gaze, Huan Er made her move again. Violent spatial energy shattered the Celestial Lord's attack like a bolt of lightning. Barf! The Celestial Lord's attack injured the Celestial Lord, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This, unlike the other groups who were busy resisting the pressure, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group looked at Huan Er in shock. The white-clad woman with a veil was so strong? Moreover, she was not even 300 years old? He was not even 300 years old, but he was already so strong. Even the peerless geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace couldn't compare to him. Good. Lei Ying was not angry when she saw the Celestial Lord's attack. Instead, she looked at Huan Er with a burning gaze. You've advanced to the next round, Lei Ying said as she looked at Huan Er. At the same time, she gestured for Huan Er to stand to the side. She no longer needed to endure the pressure. Naturally, with Huan Er's strength, she would only put more pressure on the Celestial Lord if she continued to endure the pressure. After the Celestial Lord consumed a celestial pill to heal his injuries, he looked at Huan Er warily before he shifted his gaze back to Duan Lingtian and the others. His eyes flashed coldly as his aura fluctuated. It was clear he wanted to vent his anger on the people in front of him. Swoosh! The Celestial Lord's celestial origin energy surged out of the young man's body. At the same time, he boosted his strength with the profundities of a law he had comprehended. This is bad. That fellow was defeated by the white-clad woman earlier. He's trying to take revenge on us. Why would he want to take revenge on us? We're not the ones who defeated him. Do you think he's capable of taking revenge on the white-clad woman with her strength? Naturally, he can only pick on the weak ones. Who's that woman? She's not even 300 years old, but she's stronger than that young man. Even among the prodigies in the heavenly pool palace, not many have such strength, right? The group of people around Duan Ling Tian felt the pressure from the young man's aura. All of them tried their best to resist the young man's aura. Just as the group of people gritted their teeth and resisted, Duan Ling Tian finally raised his hand and casually pressed it upward. In just an instant. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian made his move. His violent spatial energy transformed into a gray python as it shot toward the young man's oppressive force. Following Huan Er's action, it shattered the young man's oppressive force. Barf! The young man miserably spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, even Lei Ying could not help but lose her composure. She was dumbstruck. First there was a monstrous genius. Now, there was another monstrous genius? On the other hand, the people around Duan Ling Tian were dumbfounded as well. Since when were there so many monstrous geniuses? Were they really not even 300 years old? Senior, can I stand over there? Duan Ling Tian asked Lei Ying, who was still in a daze as he pointed at Huan Er. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Lei Ying nodded in a daze. It was obvious the purple-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad woman. When Lei Ying saw Duan Ling Tian walking toward Huan Er and Huan Er holding his hand, she could tell the two of them were together. Who are they? Lei Ying could not help but be wary of the appearance of two monstrous geniuses, whose innate talent was on par with most of the prodigies in the heavenly pool palace. They're so strong. Are they really not even 300 years old? Meanwhile, the heavenly pool palace's disciples who were standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian's performance. The young man was in the worst state. Although he had consumed a celestial healing pill, his recovery speed was still slower than his injuries. You can go and rest now. Lei Ying glanced at the young man and said indifferently, Yes, Lord Palace Master. After the young man left, another person took his place. The new person's expression was grave as he looked at the remaining people. He was very worried that among this group of people between 200 and 300 years old, there would be another monster like the purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman. However, he soon discovered he was worried for nothing. Who are the two of you? Lei Ying asked in a low voice as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. Senior, what do you mean by that? Since we're here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, it's only natural that we're sectless cultivators. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lei Ying in confusion as though he did not understand her words. What's your name? Lei Ying asked again. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied, Senior, is there a problem? Perhaps the Heavenly Pool Palace won't accept us? If they won't accept us, we'll have to try our luck at another heaven-grade organization. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he held Huan Er's hand and flew away. In just a blink of an eye, they had traveled a few miles. Come back. Chapter 32:59. The purple-clad young man and the white-clad young woman were not even 300 years old, but they were already strong enough to defeat a 6-combo Celestial Lord. Moreover, the 6-combo Celestial Lord they defeated was a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he was not a prodigy of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was still much stronger than an ordinary 6-combo Celestial Lord. Even then, he was still weaker than them. In the current generation of the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were less than 20 people below the age of 300 who were as strong as them. For this reason, Lei Ying suspected Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's identities. With their innate talents, they would definitely be heavily nurtured by any heaven-grade force. Senior, we chose the Heavenly Pool Palace because we know the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Otherwise, we would have gone to another heaven-grade force. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly when he heard Lei Ying's words. As long as you perform well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll introduce you to the Heavenly Emperor when he visits the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying said. Lei Ying had only suspected Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's identities out of instinct. On second thought, regardless of their identities, since they were here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, as long as they did not violate the rules, she had no reason to reject them. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er stood at the side and watched as the remaining people endured the pressure from the 10 Celestial Emperors and Celestial Lords. In the end, Some people could no longer withstand the pressure and vomited blood. And these people were all eliminated. In the end, only about 1,000 people were left. At the same time, the 10 celestial emperors who had pressured them retreated. The 1,000 of you have passed the first round of selection. Lei Ying looked at the remaining 1,000 people and said indifferently, "The second round of selection will be held here as well. Just like before, you'll be divided into 10 groups." As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the group of people between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan returned, the people in their group greeted them warmly. As long as one was not a fool, one would be able to tell that Duan Lingtian and Huan would definitely join the Heavenly Pool Palace. With their achievements at such a young age, they'll definitely be heavily nurtured by the Heavenly Pool Palace. How enviable! There's nothing to be envious about. Who asked us to be inferior to others? In any case, no matter what you think, I'm convinced. I can't help but be impressed. They're not even 300 years old, but they're already so strong. Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only a few people who are younger than 300 years old who are as strong as them. Most importantly, they're here to join the Heavenly Pool Palace's entrance examination. This means they didn't receive any cultivation resources from heaven-grade forces in the past. They should have had some fortuitous encounters. Even if they had a fortuitous encounter, their talent and comprehension must be extremely monstrous. Duan Lingtian nodded at the person who greeted him. As for Huan she did not even look at the people around her. Soon after, the second round of the assessment began. The second round of assessment was to break through the restrictions of the array. The first 500 people to break through the array would advance to the third round of assessment. Half of the people will be eliminated in the second round? Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lei Ying's explanation of the second round of the assessment. Those who were eliminated did not leave and stayed behind to watch the second round of the assessment. 500 people out of 1,000 will have to stay behind. Moreover, they'll have to participate in the third round of the assessment. Even if I stayed behind, I wouldn't be able to last until the end. The merciless Celestial Emperor really lives up to her reputation. It seems like those who pass the assessment and enter the Heavenly Pool Palace are younger than 100 years old. However, compared to the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment is more direct. The stronger one is, the earlier they'll be able to break through the second round. Soon, under Lei Ying's arrangement, 40 people walked out from behind him. They were in groups of 4 and stood around a group of examinees, surrounding them in a quadrangular formation. It was obvious the 4 people would work together to form the formation. Let's begin. Following Lei Ying's indifferent words, the 40 people split into groups of 4 and began to set up formations. Various colors and surging energies that resembled boiling water combined together in a bizarre manner, and swept towards the 1,000 people who were participating in the second round of the examination. All of you may move now. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, 998 people among the 1,000 people began to move, trying to break through the formation. However, even after a long time had passed, none of them managed to break through the formation. Duan Lingtian and Huan remained motionless. Just as Lei Ying was wondering why the duo was still standing there, she saw the duo vanishing into thin air at almost the same time. She was shocked to see Duan Lingtian and Huan vanishing into thin air. When they reappeared, they were not far away from her. The teleportation profundity? Lei Ying's eyes widened in shock. She knew what it meant. Although the 4 people who formed the formation to trap Duan Lingtian and Huan were only celestial lords, they had comprehended many profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for them to break through the formation unless they had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. In other words, one of the 2 people in front of her had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. You're violating the rules. Lei Ying glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan indifferently before she said, "You're not allowed to bring anyone out. Everyone has to rely on their own strength to break through the formation. Which one of you managed to break through the teleportation profundity? As for the other one, I'll send you back to the formation so you can retake the assessment," Lei Ying said. Although Duan Ling Tian and Huan were strong enough to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying still allowed them to join the Heavenly Pool Palace because she wanted to see their performance. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Duan Ling Tian and Huan exchanged a look before Huan teleported back to the formation. Without waiting for Lei Ying to react, Duan Ling Tian teleported out of the formation and appeared in the formation before he exited again. They've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Lei Ying was slightly taken aback. She did not expect this outcome at all. Meanwhile, the people from the Heavenly Pool Palace standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's performance. I didn't expect to meet two such talented people in this assessment. When I was less than 300 years old, I couldn't even compare to them. Me too. Duan Ling Tian and Huan were the first to pass the second round of the assessment. Although Lei Ying and the others were not surprised, they were still shocked by the way the two of them passed the second round of the assessment. After about 15 minutes, the first person finally came out of the formation. During this time, Duan Ling Tian observed the 10 formations in front of him and discovered there were differences in strength among them. Those who were younger than 100 years old had the weakest formation. The group of people between the ages of 900 and 1000 faced the strongest array formation. 5 element celestial lords, 6 combo celestial lords, and even 7-star celestial lords? When Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1000 years old, he discovered there were many powerhouses among them. The strongest powerhouse among them was a 7-star celestial lord. After Duan Ling Tian and Huan the third person to come out of the formation was a 6-combo celestial lord. The 6-combo celestial lord was a young man dressed in green. His appearance was outstanding, and his aura was extraordinary. When he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan the smile on his face froze. They're out of the formation so quickly? The green-clad young man was shocked. However, when he recalled the duo's performance in the first round of the assessment, he felt relieved. That's right. Based on their performance in the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment shouldn't be difficult for them. Their assessment isn't even 1/3 as difficult as mine. If they're facing the same assessment as mine, I doubt they'll be able to pass it. At this moment, the green-clad young man seemed to have forgotten that both Duan Ling Tian and Huan were not even 300 years old. He, on the other hand, was more than 900 years old. Not bad. Lei Ying looked at the green-clad young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Hallmaster Lei. My name is Jun Haoshuan." The green-clad young man smiled. "All right." Lei Ying nodded. Then, she shifted her gaze to the others. Another 15 minutes passed before the fourth person came out of the formation. After that, more and more people came out of the formation. After about an hour, more than 200 people had come out of the formation. An hour and a half later, the 500th person came out. At this time, the 40 people who were in charge of setting up the formation also removed it. However, those who did not make it out of the formation looked dejected. "I failed. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and I would have made it out. I was just short of a breath's time." Even though some of the people who had been eliminated were unwilling to accept the result, they had no choice but to accept the fact that they hadn't passed the exam. They weren't allowed to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace, and they didn't even have the chance to visit the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 500 people who passed the assessment will follow me into the Heavenly Pool Palace. Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Ling Tian, Huan and the other 500 people followed her into the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the other people from the Heavenly Pool Palace, they stayed outside to evacuate the people who were eliminated. After passing through the clouds, the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate finally appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The Heavenly Pool Palace's encampment was located above a vast lake that was shrouded in white mist. Numerous floating islands floated above the lake. The islands were lush with lush greenery. From afar, the floating islands set off the lake, making it look like a paradise. Chapter 3260. The third and final round of the test. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful. No pop-up window free reading. The final round of the test will be held in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the others entered one of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and arrived at a palace. At this moment, there were quite a few people standing around the palace, sizing them up with curiosity in their eyes. It was obvious these people were disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise they would not be here. The Sword Trial Pavilion. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw the word Sword Trial Pavilion, written on the plaque above the entrance of the palace. The words were neatly written as though they were printed. The Sword Trial Pavilion was spacious. Perhaps it was because the Heavenly Pool Palace's new disciple assessment was held today, but the Sword Trial Pavilion was deserted. Lord Palace Master. 10 middle-aged men and old men were waiting for Lei Ying at the entrance of the Sword Trial Pavilion. When they saw Lei Ying and the others, they quickly stepped forward to welcome them. Yes. Lei Ying nodded indifferently. Then she said to the 10 middle-aged men, "Bring them in." Although Duan Ling Tian and the others did not know why Lei Ying did not follow them, they still followed the 10 middle-aged men into the Sword Trial Pavilion. After Duan Ling Tian and the others entered the Sword Trial Pavilion, a tall young man flew over from afar and arrived next to Lei Ying in just a blink of an eye. "Lei Ying, I heard there are 2 talented disciples this time?" The young man was wearing a blue robe. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a strange temperament, giving people a comfortable feeling. "Su Lang, you're quite well informed." Lei Ying looked at the young man meaningfully. "However, the Sword Trial Pavilion wants them. Don't think too much about it." Su Lang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His title was Qing Yuan, and his strength was on par with Lei Ying. He had received news that there were 2 talented disciples among the new disciples who were not even 300 years old, but their strength was comparable to a titled celestial lord. "Lei Ying, you are too greedy." Su Lang shook his head. 2 people. No matter what, you have to give one to me. Don't forget, 1,000 years ago, I also gave one to you. Humph. Lei Ying snorted coldly. "It would have been better if you didn't mention this. Now that you mention it, I get angry. That brat you gave me only knew how to cause trouble for me. In the end, he even provoked Lord Heavenly Emperor. If I hadn't killed him ruthlessly, Lord Heavenly Emperor would have definitely vented his anger on me." 1,000 years ago, it was not Lei Ying who presided over the new disciple assessment, but one of her vice hall masters. That time, there was also a good seedling, but not as good as the 2 seedlings this time. However, since Lei Ying was not the one in charge of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were divided up by Su Lang and the others. Since Su Lang was a titled celestial emperor, he had snatched 2 talented young men from Lei Ying. When Lei Ying finally showed up, he gave one of them to Lei Ying. The person whom Su Lang had given to Lei Ying was arrogant and unruly. He had even offended the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven when he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace. At that time, Lei Ying had personally killed the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven to save herself from being implicated. "Lei Ying, that was an accident. When I gave him to you, I didn't know he would cause so much trouble," Su Lang said awkwardly. Then, he continued to say awkwardly, "Ask yourself, did I give one of my disciples to you without hesitation?" This time, Lei Ying interrupted him. Just as Su Lang was about to continue speaking, Lei Ying interrupted him. "You'll come with me to watch the assessment. As for whether they're willing to become your disciple, that's not something I can control." "Don't worry." Su Lang smiled confidently. "As long as you're willing to let him go, I have my ways." Lei Ying did not enter the Sword Trial Pavilion with Duan Ling Tian and the others because she had received Su Lang's message and was waiting for him. After agreeing to Su Lang's request, Lei Ying brought Su Lang to the Sword Trial Pavilion. As soon as they entered the Sword Trial Pavilion, they found themselves in a spacious square. At first glance, they could not see anything other than the flat ground. When they turned around, they could no longer see the entrance of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Currently, apart from Duan Ling Tian and the other 500 participants, there were also the middle-aged men and old men who had brought them into the Sword Trial Pavilion. "Is this a little world?" Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw 2 figures standing in the air. One of them was Lei Ying. The other person was a young man. Duan Ling Tian had not seen him before entering the Sword Trial Pavilion, so he did not know who he was. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know who the young man was, it was not difficult for him to guess that the young man's status in the Heavenly Pool Palace was on par with Lei Ying when he saw the young man standing next to Lei Ying. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. I think there are only 2 people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have a higher status than Lei Ying and who look like young men. Based on his appearance, he seems to be the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian had a vague impression of him. He was in the group between 900 and 1,000 years old. During the second round of the examination, this middle-aged man had come out after the third young man, Jun Haoxuan. During the second round of the examination, Jun Haoxuan's results were second only to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Su Lang? The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor? Why is he here? There must be a reason why he's here. Otherwise, why would a titled Celestial Emperor like him come here just to watch the show? He must have found out about the 2 young men. Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan in unison. Most of them thought Su Lang's appearance had something to do with Duan Ling Tian and Huan Another titled Celestial Emperor? Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. There are only 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and yet, 2 of them are here? Huan Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huan If Su Lang is here for us, let's see if Lei Ying wants to accept you as her disciple after the examination ends. If she does, you can join her. As for me, I'll choose Su Lang. Duan Ling Tian said. Brother Ling Tian, I don't want to be separated from you, Huan said through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Silly girl. Brother Ling Tian doesn't want to be separated from you. I'm only doing this so I can use the resources I have to investigate your parents' whereabouts. Duan Ling Tian said. Huan eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, she did not say anything else. The third examination. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, began to explain the rules of the third examination. In the third examination, the participants would be divided into 10 groups. Each group would only have 10 people remaining in the end. In other words, some groups that had more than 100 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. Some groups that only had 30 to 40 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. A battle royale? After a while, Duan Ling Tian and the others learned from Lei Ying that the third examination would be a battle royale. Each group would fight among themselves until only 10 people would remain in the end. The 10 groups will be divided into groups. Those who are eliminated will be resurrected and have a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The 10 groups would fight one by one. The first group to fight was the group of people who were younger than 100 years old. They were the group with the most people remaining in the end. There were about 116 people in the group. 116 people would fight to their heart's content until the remaining 10 people would join the Heavenly Pool Palace and become its disciples. The competition in this group is really intense. The rest of the people were watching from the side. Seeing that over 100 people were walking around the vast stone platform, but no one made the first move, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. 116 people. Only 10 people are left. That is to say, 106 people will be eliminated. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, more than 100 people who were younger than 100 years old made their moves in unison. A battle royale began. It was a battle royale. As soon as the battle began, some people were killed by other people. After the other people killed their opponents, they began to look for their next target. Naturally, there were also some people who knew they were no match for the other people, so they retreated. About half an hour later, there were only 32 people left who hadn't been eliminated. At this moment, the 32 people were scattered all over the place, glaring at each other. Huan who do you think will make it to the next round? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the 32 people on the stone platform. I think it's him. Huan looked at one of the 32 people. This person was the one who had the most outstanding performance so far. Although he was outstanding, he was not as outstanding as Duan Ling Tian and Huan He was only slightly stronger than the others. I don't think so. Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He had also paid attention to the person Huan mentioned. Indeed, he was the strongest among the 32 people on the stone platform. However, it was a pity he was too outstanding. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. It didn't take long for more than 20 of the 31 people to join forces against the person Huan had just mentioned, killing him in the blink of an eye. This Huan was stunned. Huan unless you're strong enough, you should learn to conceal your strength and bide your time. If you know how to conceal your strength and bide your time, you'll definitely be able to stay in the palace and go far. Duan Lingtian said patiently. After the stronger person was killed, the remaining 31 people began to fight. In just a blink of an eye, a portion of them were defeated. After a quarter of an hour, only 10 people were left standing. Take them away and complete the procedures to enter the palace. After deciding on the last 10 people, Lei Ying looked at a middle-aged man behind her and said faintly, "Yes, Lord Temple Master." Chapter 3261. The 10 people in the group below the age of 100 were brought out of the sword trial pavilion to complete the procedures to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. At the same time, the people in the group between the age of 100 and 200 entered the arena one after another. The number of people in this group was not as many as the previous group. However, there were still nearly 100 people in this group. Let's begin. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion, gave the order. Naturally, during this process, they were only allowed to use celestial weapons and not celestial talismans. Those who used celestial talismans would be killed immediately. One by one, people fell to the ground and left the arena to admit defeat. About half an hour later, there were only 20 or so people left. And these 20 or so people also began to engage in the fiercest competition. Perhaps it was because of the example of the strongest person in the first group, but the remaining 20 or so people began to display strength that was on par with each other. However, in the end, the strength of the 20-plus people all increased by a level. Some of them even displayed cultivations capable of suppressing the entire crowd. In the end, they reached a consensus and joined forces to eliminate more than 10 people before they successfully advanced to the next round. Now, those who have been eliminated in the group below the age of 100 can challenge any one of the remaining 10 people in this group. If you succeed, you won't have to accept any other challenge and will be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying's voice rang in the air again. The people who had been eliminated earlier were eager to challenge Lei Ying again. Soon after, 2 people entered the arena and challenged 2 people. However, both of them failed and one of them was killed. Among the group of people between 100 and 200 years old, any one of the 10 people who remained until the end was undoubtedly very powerful. It was difficult for those who were eliminated in the group below the age of 100 to be resurrected. In the end, a few people challenged the remaining 10 people, but they all failed. None of the people below the age of 100 were resurrected. All of you wait at the side. Someone will send all of you out of the arena after the 3rd round is over. Lei Ying glanced at the people in the group below the age of 100 who were eliminated indifferently. At this moment, these people no longer had the chance to challenge the remaining 10 people. Bring the 10 of them down to complete the procedures to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying looked at one of the 9 elders of the sword trial hall and said to him. The elder immediately led the 10 people who had advanced and left. Then, it was time for people between 200 and 300 years old to take the stage. Duan Lingtian and Huan stepped into the arena together. When the 2 of them stood in the arena, everyone's eyes fell on them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even more people had helpless looks in their eyes. Duan Lingtian and Huan had already displayed their strength in the first round of the examination. This made them realize that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat either of them. Moreover, the 2 of them were together, so they would definitely take care of each other. The others probably don't have the courage to make a move against the 2 of them. There's no meaning in letting them participate in the 3rd round of the test. Su Lang transmitted his voice to Lei Ying. As it turned out, Su Lang was right. As soon as Lei Ying announced the start of the 2nd round, the people in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group began to make their moves. However, none of them dared to make a move against the 2 of them. While the battle was intense, the place where Duan Lingtian and Huan were standing was completely calm. Boom! Rumble. A series of explosions rang in the air as the people in the second round made their moves. However, they intentionally avoided Duan Lingtian and Huan At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan who had yet to make a move, became the focus of everyone's attention. Nobody dares to make a move against the two of them. I heard that the two of them managed to defeat the 6-combo Celestial Lord and injure him during the first round of the examination. With such strength, even if the others join forces, they won't be a match for the two of them. Who are the two of them? How can sectless cultivators possess such strength? They're not even 300 years old, but they possess such strength. Even in the heaven-grade forces in the boundless heaven, there aren't many people with such strength. I'm sure the two of them will become prodigious disciples as soon as they join the heavenly pool palace. It's not surprising. At this moment, many people in the other groups who did not pay attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan finally learned about the two Duan Lingtian and Huan terrifying strength. In the end, almost an hour had passed. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Huan who had been standing for an hour, the remaining 8 participants had been decided. They tacitly gave 2 spots to Duan Lingtian and Huan Those who were eliminated from the previous group can challenge any of the 10 people in this group. If they win, they'll be given a chance to join the heavenly pool palace again. Lei Ying looked at the people between the ages of 100 and 200 who had been eliminated and said in a clear voice. Upon seeing this, the people in this group were eager to make a move. Although they knew the people between the ages of 200 and 300 were very strong, they still wanted to try their best to see if they would be given a chance to join the heavenly pool palace again. However, no one challenged Duan Lingtian and Huan On the other hand, the other 8 people were challenged. The challengers were not stupid. They knew how strong Duan Lingtian and Huan were. Therefore they avoided challenging them. Duan Lingtian, I challenged you, and you deliberately lost to me. After this, I'll give you an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. With your innate talent, comprehension ability, and strength, even if you lose, the heavenly pool palace will still make an exception and recruit you. A young man dressed in embroidered robes sent a message to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at the young man indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, the young man turned to look at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission. However, Huan was even more stubborn than Duan Lingtian. She did not even look at the young man. In the end, no one succeeded in challenging the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian and Huan stay here. As for the other 8 people, follow Elder Qian to complete the formalities. After Lei Ying finished speaking, she looked at an old man among the 8 remaining elders from the Sword Trial Pavilion and said, Elder Qian, please follow me. Follow me. The old man called Elder Qian led the 8 people in Duan Lingtian and Huan group away. Meanwhile, Lei Ying forcefully stopped the 3rd round of the selection. Duan Lingtian, Huan are you willing to join me and Su Lang? If you join us, you don't have to address us as masters. You can just address us as teachers. Lei Ying said kindly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan with a forced smile on her face. Based on her words, it was clear she did not force Duan Lingtian and Huan to address her and Su Lang as masters since they already had masters. Lei Ying did not deliberately lower her voice so everyone present on the square heard her words. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan enviously. Naturally, there were also some people who looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan with envy. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian and Huan to receive invitations from 2 titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace before they even left the Sword Trial Pavilion. After all, there are only a few titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. With their innate talent, it's not surprising that they're chosen by 2 titled celestial emperors. They've just joined the heavenly pool palace, but they're already capable of becoming prodigious disciples. I'm sure any titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace would want to recruit them, right? Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian, Lei Ying, and Su Lang as they waited for Duan Lingtian's reply. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan were communicating through voice transmission. Huan you should join Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, while I'll join Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. This way, We'll be able to search for your parents from both sides. Moreover, if we join a titled Celestial Emperor, we'll have 2 backers in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian had thought far ahead. Huan naturally, would listen to Duan Lingtian's words unconditionally. Duan Lingtian. Su Lang and Lei Ying could tell Duan Lingtian and Huan were hesitant when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan remain silent. Therefore, they hurriedly sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian. Based on their conversation, they made a lot of promises in hopes that Duan Lingtian would join them. Clearly, they were more eager to have Duan Lingtian join them than Huan. Moreover, they could tell that Huan and Huan were very clingy. Huan was very clingy to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Huan would insist on following Duan Lingtian even if he joined them. Senior Su Lang. I'll join you, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Lang. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and Lei Ying's expression stiffened slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, Pavilion Master Lei Ying, Huan will join you. Initially, Lei Ying thought Huan would follow Duan Lingtian wherever he went when she saw the 2 of them sticking together like glue. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, her expression softened. All right. Su Lang, you've taken advantage of me, Lei Ying said through gritted teeth. Then she looked at Huan and said with a gentle expression, Huan you and Duan Lingtian will follow Su Lang to complete the procedures. I'll look for you after the test is over. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Lang and said, Su Lang, I'm sure you have no objections to bringing Huan along to complete the procedures, right? It's nothing. Naturally, I have no objections. Su Lang laughed. Then, he beckoned to Duan Lingtian and Huan before he led them away. After Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan left, the 3rd test continued. Senior Su Lang, the place we were in earlier was not a formation but a little world, right? Duan Lingtian asked Su Lang after they left the sword trial pavilion. Chapter 3262. The procedures to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace were simple. With Su Lang, a titled Celestial Emperor, leading the way, everything went smoothly. This is the place where the disciples of my sect cultivate, said Qin Wentian. Under Su Lang's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at a floating island that was surrounded by lofty mountains. The lofty mountains and lofty forests covered a vast area. One could vaguely see caves everywhere. Many people could be seen shuttling back and forth. I have a total of 6 prodigious disciples under me. As for the people you see now, they are basically their family members or friends. Su Lang said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the lofty mountains and lofty mountains. Here, there are a total of 10 dangerous peaks. The peak in the middle is where I cultivate. As for the other 9 peaks, 6 of them are occupied by the prodigious disciples of my sect. You can choose one of the other 3 as your cultivation ground in the future. Su Lang paused for a moment before he continued to say, You should rest for a few days before you apply for the prodigious disciple assessment at the Sword Trial Pavilion. There are many benefits to becoming a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Becoming a prodigious disciple? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Previously, when he was participating in the Heavenly Pool Palace's new disciple assessment, he had heard many people talking about the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Did they have to pass the assessment to become a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace? How do I pass the assessment? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You can challenge other prodigious disciples of the same age group. It's similar to the new disciple selection where all of you were in groups of 200 to 300 years old. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are 10 spots for prodigious disciples in this age group. If you want to pass the assessment, you'll have to challenge the last prodigious disciple in the Sword Trial Pavilion. In the Sword Trial Pavilion, there are rankings of prodigious disciples of various ages. When you return and apply to participate in the prodigious disciple assessment, you'll be able to see the rankings in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Su Lang explained. Now, follow me to my cultivation place. I'll summon a few of my prodigious disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace to meet you, Duan Lingtian said. Unlike some titled celestial emperors, the prodigious disciples of my sect are ranked based on age instead of strength. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, he brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to his cultivation place. At the peak of the mountain in the middle of the forest, there was a vast platform. Behind the platform, there was a palace. This was also the place where Su Lang usually cultivated. Su Lang led Duan Lingtian and Huan into the palace. At the same time, Su Lang sent a few messages to his subordinates before leading them to the main hall of the palace. A moment later, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the main hall. "Teacher, where did you kidnap our 7th junior brother from?" A series of laughter rang in the air before a plump man appeared. The plump man was dressed in a red robe. Due to his weight, his facial features were scrunched up as he looked around the main hall. Finally, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. "Your 7th junior brother is a new disciple who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace today." As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in the hall. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a blue robe. She had an elegant bearing. Her gaze was gentle when she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Hello, 7th junior brother. I'm your 4th senior sister." The other person was a young man dressed in a black robe. He carried a sheathed sword on his back. His expression was cold, but his gaze softened slightly when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Hello, 7th junior brother." The black-clad young man nodded at Duan Lingtian. "7th junior brother. This is 2nd senior brother. 2nd senior brother is the strongest among us. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a powerful celestial emperor." At this moment, the plump man dressed in a red robe introduced the black-clad young man to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to introduce himself. "As for me, I'm your 6th senior brother. If you can defeat me, you can call me by my name," the plump man said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh. A few moments later, 2 figures appeared in the hall. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a red robe, and the other was a young man dressed like a scholar. "Your 7th junior brother?" The beautiful woman dressed in a red robe walked up to Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, she lifted Duan Lingtian's chin and said, "Not bad, you're quite handsome. 7th junior brother, are you interested in having a romantic relationship with 3rd senior sister?" Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was infuriated by the woman's actions. She scoffed and slapped the woman's hand away. "You're my sister-in-law? I'm sorry. I didn't notice you earlier. However, sister-in-law, why are you wearing a veil?" The woman in red was the first to withdraw her hand. When Huan hand missed, she lifted her hand and removed the veil from Huan face. Huan peerless beauty was revealed to everyone. At this moment, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the woman in red was stunned for a long time before she said with a sigh, "I didn't expect there to be a woman who's comparable to 1st senior sister in this world. No, I should say there's a woman who's even more beautiful than 1st senior sister." As soon as the woman in red finished speaking, the black-clad young man scoffed. The woman in red smiled awkwardly and said, "2nd senior brother, I was just joking. 7th junior brother, sister-in-law, 3rd senior sister has no ill intentions. I'm your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Fei." The young man who was dressed like a scholar nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before he introduced himself. "Duan Lingtian, this is your 2nd senior brother, Lu Ji." At this moment, Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, introduced his 5 prodigious disciples to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji nodded at Duan Lingtian with a faint smile on his stiff and cold face. "This is your 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei." Then, Su Lang turned to the woman in red and introduced her to Duan Lingtian. The woman in red winked at Duan Lingtian as though she was trying to seduce him. She only withdrew her gaze when she saw Huan glaring at her. "This is your 4th senior sister, Wan. Then, Su Lang turned to the blue-clad woman and introduced her to Duan Lingtian. The blue-clad woman nodded and smiled warmly at Duan Lingtian. "This is your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Fei. He introduced himself earlier." Then, Su Lang looked at the scholarly young man and said, "He's the only one among your senior brothers who's normal." Upon hearing Su Lang's words, the fat man looked at Su Lang with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "Teacher, although you're a teacher, You can't slander me like this, right? Why don't you tell me how I, Hong Fei, am abnormal? If you don't explain yourself today, I'll hug your leg and not let go. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, he rolled towards Su Lang like a ball. In the end, he really hugged Su Lang's thigh, looking like he would not let go even if he was beaten to death. Scram. Alas, Su Lang was a titled celestial emperor. Naturally, he would not allow the fat man to do as he pleased. Following Su Lang's shout, a tyrannical force swept out from Su Lang's leg and sent the fatty flying. He crashed heavily into a pillar in the palace. Boom! Rumble! Following a series of earth-shaking noises, the entire palace shook a few times. However, the fatty who had crashed into the pillar seemed to be completely fine. His entire body was covered in an earthen yellow light as he continued to look at Su Lang with resentment in his eyes. Teacher, how can you treat me like this? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Although the 5 people in front of him were Su Lang's prodigious disciples, they did not seem like proper disciples at all. They seemed more like a group of scoundrels. Little junior brother, do you think our teacher doesn't act like a teacher at all? The red-clad woman who was Duan Lingtian's current 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, smiled and said, actually, all of us respect teacher a lot. However, teacher is more amiable and is willing to be friends with us. We can't deprive him of this little bit of power. If we treat him like an elder, he'll be unhappy. Therefore, just treat him as a friend from now on. Hu Mei said with a smile. Hu Mei, you've led this fat man astray, and now you're leading Duan Lingtian astray as well? Su Lang glared at Hu Mei angrily. Although he looked angry, Duan Lingtian could feel that Su Lang was just putting on an act. He was not really angry. Little junior brother, you'll get used to it after staying with us for a while. Although our teacher is a titled celestial emperor, he doesn't care about trifles in front of his own people. Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled gently. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. For some reason, a warm feeling rose in his heart. For a moment, he even felt like he was at home. Perhaps, this was the carefree life of a family. Previously, when Su Lang led the way, Duan Lingtian had thought he was Su Lang's true self. Perhaps, Su Lang's true self was Duan Lingtian's true self. Now that I have old 7, I am no longer the little junior brother. Fatty really lacks love now, and no one loves him. Hong Fei, the 6th senior brother, sighed and shrugged. Fatty, you make it sound like you didn't lack love when you were little junior brother. Hu Mei, the 3rd senior sister, rolled her eyes at Hong Fei. Then, she looked at Hong Fei's fat body and said, if you're as handsome as little junior brother, I'll definitely love and dote on you. However, with your current appearance, I really can't bring myself to love and dote on you. Chapter 2. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3263. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had only joined Su Lang because he wanted to help him find out more about her parents. However, now that he was interacting with Su Lang and the other prodigious disciples, he felt a sense of enjoyment. Little junior brother, tell 3rd senior sister. How did you manage to win over such a beautiful little sister? After Hu Mei's 3rd senior sister scoffed at her 6th senior brother, she moved closer to Duan Lingtian with a smile on her face. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. 3rd senior sister, are you usually so direct? Although Duan Lingtian could tell Hu Mei was a straightforward person based on her behavior earlier, he felt slightly embarrassed when Hu Mei shifted her attention to him and Huan Er. Little junior brother, 3rd senior sister has always been like this. She doesn't have any ill intentions. You'll get used to it, Ouyang Chi Fei said with a smile. His gentle and refined manner made him look like a young teacher in the academy. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could tell Hu Mei did not have any ill intentions. Little junior brother, I'm going back to cultivate. I'll take my leave first. 2nd senior brother Lu Ji glanced at Duan Lingtian as a rare smile appeared on his face. The moment his words left his mouth, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and left. When Lu Ji moved to leave, His figure was indeed surrounded by bolts of purple lightning, emitting bursts of violent aura. It was clear Lu Ji had comprehended the law of thunder. Little junior brother. Second senior brother means if anyone bullies you in the future, you can ask him for help. Second senior brother is one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. People call him the Thunderclap Sword Celestial. Sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, narrowed his eyes as he smiled at Duan Ling Tian. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, Su Lang left the main hall and went to the backyard to cultivate. After Su Lang left, Duan Ling Tian continued to chat with his 2 senior brothers and senior sisters who were still in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Gradually, he gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only the most outstanding disciples under the age of 1,000 would be able to obtain the title of a prodigious disciple. After 1,000 years of age, the identity of a heaven's chosen disciple would automatically be revoked. For this reason, his second senior brother, Lu Ji, was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples under the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Little junior brother, you've just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. I don't think you've obtained the identity of a genius disciple yet, right? Fourth senior sister Wan asked with a smile. Not yet. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I plan to visit the sword trial hall tomorrow. Earlier, I heard teacher say that he wanted to take this close female friend of yours as a disciple as well. However, you allowed her to become a disciple of Hall Master Lei Ying? Ouyang Qifei asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little junior brother, after chatting for so long, I still don't know the name of your lover? Hu Mei, his third senior sister, asked with a smile. Third senior sister. Her name is Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian replied. Huan Er? Hu Mei looked at Huan Er from head to toe before she said. Indeed, she's as beautiful as a dream. If it weren't for her, I would have thought eldest senior sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. Eldest senior sister? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Isn't eldest senior sister in the Heavenly Pool Palace? Yes. Hu Mei nodded. If eldest senior sister is in the Heavenly Pool Palace, she'll definitely come over when she learns that you've joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. She has something to attend to. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Hong Fei chimed in. He chuckled and said, Little junior brother, although eldest senior sister isn't a prodigious disciple, that's only because she's over 1,000 years old. She's very strong. Before she's 1,000 years old, she's widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The #1 prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace? Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Naturally, he knew what Hong Fei's words meant. Hong Fei was the strongest person under the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Eldest senior sister is so powerful? For a moment, Duan Ling Tian was curious about Hong Fei's eldest senior sister whom he had never met before. Little junior brother, when eldest senior sister returns, don't look at her lecherously. Otherwise, second senior brother will beat you up. Hong Fei continued to chuckle as he said, Let me tell you a secret. Second senior brother likes eldest senior sister, but eldest senior sister doesn't pay much attention to him. It's a one-sided love. What kind of secret is that? Hu Mei said snappily. This isn't a secret in the Heavenly Pool Palace, all right? You're just trying to be mysterious. However, little junior brother, when eldest senior sister returns, you must listen to her. It's fine if you don't listen to the teachers, but you must listen to eldest senior sister. Hu Mei said with a smile. This is because even the teachers have to listen to eldest senior sister. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Duan Ling Tian was confused. His teacher, Su Lang, had to listen to eldest senior sister? Little junior brother. Eldest senior sister is teacher's daughter. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's confusion, Ouyang Qifei explained however, there's a story between teacher and eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister doesn't like to talk to teacher, but teacher only wants to make it up to eldest senior sister. That's why he listens to her every word. As for the exact reason, we're not too sure. The only thing we know is that the reason why their relationship became like that is related to mistress, who passed away. Ouyang Qifei said. After learning about the sex affairs, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, "Senior sisters, senior brothers, how many profundities have the strongest prodigies comprehended to the mastery stage in the Heavenly Pool Palace?" He was very curious about this. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, prodigies were disciples under the age of 1,000. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, the most outstanding disciples under the age of 1,000 had comprehended several profundities of laws to the greater mastery stage. He was very curious about this. "Little junior brother, apart from the thunder elemental profundity, which is the most basic profundity of the law of thunder, I've already comprehended the other 8 profundities to the mastery stage. What do you think?" Fatty Hong Fei said with a smile. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. At the same time, he realized how terrifying a prodigy from a heaven-grade force was. Hong Fei was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a celestial emperor who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. 6 Senior brother. You said second senior brother's strength is ranked in the top 5 among the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Don't tell me the other 4 have also comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Hong Fei nodded. It's not just the 5 of them. There are a few other prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage as well. Little junior brother, why are you asking this? Don't tell me you've comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage as well? When Hong Fei reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but widen his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, I heard from our teacher that little junior brother managed to defeat the 6 combo Celestial Lord's disciple in the first round. Ouyang Chi Fei looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, "Moreover, little junior brother's cultivation base is only a 4 phenomenon Celestial Lord. However, the 6 combo Celestial Lord has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Little junior brother's strength is truly extraordinary." Ouyang Chi Fei said. 5th senior brother. Did you secretly ask teacher about this through voice transmission? Hong Fei looked at Ouyang Chi Fei in surprise. Ouyang Chi Fei smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just curious about little junior brother. I think you're just curious about how our teacher took a liking to little junior brother and took the initiative to recruit him, right?" Hu Mei glared at Ouyang Chi Fei. Ouyang Chi Fei felt even more embarrassed now that his thoughts were exposed. Not only little junior brother, but Huan Er's strength is also enough to defeat that person. Ouyang Chi Fei changed the topic when he mentioned Huan Er. Huan Er? Hong Fei, Hu Mei, and Wan Er looked at Huan Er in shock when they heard Ouyang Chi Fei's words. They did not expect Huan Er to possess such strength as well. Don't underestimate Huan Er. Although she's not even 300 years old like little junior brother, her cultivation base is higher than little junior brother's. She's already a 6 combo Celestial Lord. Ouyang Chi Fei said. No wonder our teacher wants to recruit Huan Er. As it turns out, Huan Er's innate talent is not inferior to little junior brother's. Hu Mei exclaimed. Wait a minute. At this moment, Hong Fei's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Little junior brother. You and Miss Huan Er are not even 300 years old? Not even 300 years old. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Hu Mei and Wan Er were reminded of the key points Ouyang Chi Fei had mentioned earlier. Their little junior brother and Huan Er were not even 300 years old? How could they be 4 phenomenon Celestial Lords and 6 combo Celestial Lords when they were not even 300 years old? Moreover, they were even stronger than a 6 combo Celestial Lord who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage? It seems like our teacher has picked up a treasure this time. Hu Mei's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Then she asked, Huan Er, do you mind if your brother Lingtian has another woman? Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Huan Er looked at Hu Mei with a hostile expression on her face. Hu Mei could not help but laugh when she saw Huan Er's expression. It's just a joke. Look at you. Hu Mei shook her head as she laughed. She was certain Huan Er would attack him if Hu Mei continued to make a fuss. Senior sisters. Senior brothers. We'll return to our cultivation now. Duan Lingtian did not know what to do with Hu Mei. He was worried that Hu Mei would provoke Huan Er again, so he quickly left with Huan Er. Naturally, he was still in shock when he left. He thought to himself, I thought it was rare for me to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. I didn't expect there are more than 10 profundities under the age of 1000 in the heavenly pool palace, who have comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Chapter 3264. After leaving Su Lang's cultivation place, Duan Ling Tian brought Huan to one of the cultivation places on the peak of one of the 3 perilous peaks that had been vacated. The layout of this place was similar to Su Lang's cultivation place, except it was covered with a thick layer of dust. However, the dust was nothing to Duan Ling Tian. With just a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept out. In just a blink of an eye, the cultivation place became spotless again. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't expect the prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to have such terrifying innate talent and comprehension ability. There are even celestial emperors who are younger than 1000 years old. Moreover, there are almost 10 of them who have comprehended profundities to the mastery stage. Although Huan did not join in the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and his seniors, she had clearly heard their conversation. Huan think about it this way. The Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force. There are only a handful of heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before he said, although Heavenly Emperor's forces are superior to heaven-grade forces, that's only because of the existence of Heavenly Emperors. The prodigious disciples of heaven-grade forces aren't necessarily inferior to the prodigious disciples of Heavenly Emperor's forces. In other words, the prodigious disciples of heaven-grade forces are considered the most outstanding in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian said, think about it. There are only 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are only 10 prodigious disciples in every 100 years old and 100 prodigious disciples under 1000 years old. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, therefore, it's not surprising that there are a few celestial emperors who have comprehended all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage before the age of 1000. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Huan fell silent for a moment before she agreed with Duan Ling Tian's words. Huan although you've become Lei Ying's disciple, it's still better for you to cultivate at my place. I'm sure the merciless celestial emperor won't say anything about it. Duan Ling Tian said. He knew that the reason Lei Ying was willing to accept Huan as a disciple was because of her talent and comprehension ability. She was destined to become a prodigious disciple. There wasn't much of a difference between her and Su Lang. As for the possibility of Huan betraying him, that didn't exist at all. After all, Huan could have chosen not to become her disciple. She was already giving her a lot of face by doing so. Furthermore, at Lei Ying's level of cultivation, she no longer cared about controlling her disciples. Instead, she cared about her reputation. No matter where she cultivated, the more outstanding she was, the more respect she would gain for her. After all, why would a titled celestial emperor care about Huan help? The next morning, Duan Ling Tian brought Huan to the sword trial hall. Yesterday, Su Lang had brought them to the Heavenly Pool Palace to complete the procedures to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. For this reason, both of them were considered disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. With the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple token hanging on their waists, they were allowed to go anywhere in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Let's challenge the prodigious disciples. When Duan Ling Tian and Huan arrived at the Sword Trial Pavilion, they immediately looked for one of the Sword Trial Pavilion's elders. Coincidentally, this Sword Trial Pavilion's elder was one of the 10 elders they had met yesterday. Miss Huan The elder ignored Duan Ling Tian and greeted Huan with a smile on his face. Then he said, there are 10 prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300. Since you're not prodigious disciples yet, you can only challenge the last prodigious disciple. If the prodigious disciple doesn't accept the challenge within 3 months, the challenger can replace the prodigious disciple and become the last prodigious disciple on the ranking list. After becoming a prodigious disciple, you can challenge the other 9 prodigious disciples who are ranked at the top. The elder of the Sword Trial Palace explained patiently. He did not dare to slight Huan, since she was a new disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, Lei Ying was the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Hall, his superior. If the prodigious disciple doesn't accept the challenge because he's away, will he be replaced by a challenger? Duan Ling Tian asked.
Yes. The elder nodded.
If you're away for too long, you'll be replaced by a challenger. If you want to become a prodigious disciple again, you'll have to challenge the prodigious disciple again. After listening to the elder's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the rules of the prodigious disciples. I'll challenge the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush as he looked at the sword trial hall elder. Give me your identity token and leave behind a soul pearl. I'll contact the prodigious disciple you're challenging. If he accepts the challenge, I'll inform you of the time and location. The elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, the challenger won't be allowed to enter closed-door cultivation or leave the Heavenly Pool Palace for 3 months. Are you sure? I'm sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's wait for the news. Then he looked at Huan who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, Miss Huan are you going to challenge the prodigious disciples?
Yes.
Huan nodded. If 2 prodigious disciples in the same age group challenge the prodigious disciples at the same time, the 2 prodigious disciples at the bottom will accept the challenge. The sword trial pavilion elder took out her identity token and handed over a soul jewel to Huan Miss Huan I'll make the necessary arrangements. After the sword trial pavilion elder finished registering Huan and Duan Ling Tian's identity tokens, he returned them to them before he left to carry out his task. Huan you're much more respected than I am in the sword trial hall. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. It seems like it was the right decision to let you become the pavilion master's disciple. At the very least, things will be much more convenient in the sword trial hall. After the elder left, Duan Ling Tian and Huan were about to leave. However, Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial hall, appeared again. Senior. Duan Ling Tian greeted Lei Ying. Huan nodded at her as well. Lei Ying could tell Huan was a reserved person during the assessment yesterday. Therefore, she did not mind Huan behavior. Huan I'll bring you to the place where my disciples cultivate, Lei Ying said to Huan Then, she brought Huan and Duan Ling Tian to the place where her disciples cultivated. It was a vast valley filled with buildings. Many people could be seen flying up and down. Most of the people here are friends and family of the prodigies under my wing. Including you, there are a total of 5 prodigies under my wing. Lei Ying said to Huan Soon after, under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Huan arrived at a vast stone platform on the side of a mountain. A majestic palace could be seen on the platform. The prodigious disciples are ranked according to their strength. Huan you're ranked 5th since you've just joined the sect. You'll have to address the 4 people in front of you as senior brothers and sisters. However, if you're stronger than them one day, no one will dare to object even if you want to be the eldest senior sister. Lei Ying added. Soon after, Lei Ying sent a message to Duan Ling Tian and Huan 4 figures arrived at the palace where Lei Ying had brought Duan Ling Tian and Huan to. 3 of them were men and 1 was a woman. Teacher. The 4 of them bowed respectfully at Lei Ying. The atmosphere in the palace was solemn. It was a stark contrast to the atmosphere in Su Lang's palace. Huan this is your eldest senior brother, Shiman Lin Jia. Lei Ying looked at the tall and sturdy young man in crimson robes and introduced him to Huan The young man from the Shiman Lin clan had a determined expression on his face. When Lei Ying introduced him to Huan a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. Although Huan was wearing a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. This is your second senior brother, Lei Jun. Lei Ying looked at the other young man who resembled Lei Ying. He was dressed in gray robes and had a simple and honest appearance. He's also my only son. Hello. Little junior sister. Lei Jun grinned at Huan His sincere smile was filled with warmth. This is your 3rd senior sister, Linghu Yuan. Lei Ying turned to look at the only woman among the 4. The woman was dressed in green, and she had an ordinary appearance. However, when she looked at Huan a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, but she hid it well. Even so, Duan Ling Tian still noticed it. A woman's jealousy is truly terrifying. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This is your 4th senior brother, he went. Finally, Lei Ying looked at a middle-aged man who was dressed in short robes and said to Huan He-Wen nodded at Huan before he turned to look at Ling Hu Yuan with a hint of infatuation in his eyes. However, when Ling Hu Yuan noticed his gaze, a hint of disdain could be seen on her face. This is your 5th junior sister, Huan. Don't underestimate her. She's not even 300 years old, but she can easily defeat a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Moreover, she's also a 6-combo celestial lord. In terms of strength, she might not be weaker than Old Third and Old Fourth. Lei Ying paused for a moment before she looked at Ling Hu Yuan and He-Wan. A 6-combo celestial lord who's not even 300 years old? Lei Ying's words, naturally, shocked the 4 of them. A few moments later, Ling Hu Yuan stepped forward and said with a grin on her face, "Little junior sister, I heard from teacher that you're quite strong. Do you want to spar with your 3rd senior sister? If you win, you'll be Master's new 3rd senior sister." Chapter 3265. Junior Sister Ling Hu, you're an 8-trigram celestial lord, and you're more than 700 years old. Don't you think it's unfair for you to challenge little junior sister? Lei Jun frowned slightly when he heard Ling Hu Yuan's challenge. 2nd senior brother, didn't you hear Master say little junior sister's strength is on par with He-Wan and me? I'm afraid you're worrying too much. Ling Hu Yuan smiled. Lei Ying did not react like Lei Jun. She looked at Huan and said with a faint smile, "Huan, your 3rd senior sister wants to challenge you to a duel. What do you think?" Lei Ying did not know much about Huan-Er's strength. She had only said those words earlier because she knew Ling Hu Yuan would challenge Huan-Er. Now that Ling Hu Yuan was going according to her plan, she was, naturally, happy to see it happen. "All right." Huan-Er nodded. "In that case, both of you can go out and have a duel." Lei Ying's eyes lit up when she heard Huan-Er's agreement. Then, she walked out of the palace and hovered in the air above the valley. Duan Ling Tian and the others followed after her. An 8-trigram celestial lord? Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Hu Yuan indifferently. Lei Jun had said Ling Hu Yuan was an 8-trigram celestial lord who was more than 700 years old. It was impossible for her to comprehend all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage. It was possible for her to comprehend 7 profundities from a law to the mastery stage, but it was unlikely for her to do so due to her age. At most, she would only be able to comprehend 6 profundities from a law to the mastery stage. Huan, since she's the one who provoked us, there's no need for you to hold back. You can attack her as long as you don't kill her. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huan. He knew Huan-Er's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Huan-Er's strongest ability was not her cultivation base or the profundities from the law of space, but her abilities as a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If Huan did not use her abilities as a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she would not be a match for him. However, if she were to use the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's technique, even he would not dare to say that he would be able to defeat her. In fact, he would most likely lose. Duan Ling Tian would have to rely on the 5 divine elements to see through Huan-Er's illusions.
Yes.
Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huan-Er replied, "Brother Ling Tian, I won't hold back because I don't like her." Upon hearing this, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He knew that someone was going to be in trouble. Huan-Er rarely got angry, but when she did, her anger was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He was deeply aware of this point. 2nd senior brother, have you taken a fancy to this junior sister? Ling Hu Yuan looked at Lei Jun and asked with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Jun frowned. If you don't like her, why are you speaking up for her? However, 2nd senior brother, if you really like her, I advise you to give up. Look at her. Her entire heart is with the man beside her. Ling Hu Yuan chuckled. A few moments later, everyone arrived at the location where Lei Ying had arrived. Huan and Ling Hu Yuan stood facing each other as they stared at each other. Little junior sister, let me, your 3rd senior sister, witness your strength. Ling Hu Yuan looked at Huan with a fake smile on her face. As soon as Ling Hu Yuan finished speaking, Huan teleported and appeared behind Ling Hu Yuan.
Bas, 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 bas.
The sound of saber humming rang in the air as 9 spatial tears appeared. Then, a gray saber flew out from each spatial tear, aiming for Linghu Yuan. When Linghu Yuan saw this, she instinctively tried to dodge. At this moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out from Huan Er's body and spread out to interfere with Linghu Yuan's movements. "No!" Linghu Yuan shrieked. Then, she turned into a gust of wind and flew away. Even so, a few streaks of blood could be seen on the spot where she had been standing. It was obvious she was injured by the dimensional/profundity. Was that a soul attack? Everything happened so fast that even Lei Ying could not react in time. After all, she was not skilled in soul attacks. Nevertheless, she could still sense the fluctuation of Huan Er's soul with her divine consciousness. Earlier, when Linghu Yuan was hit by the dimensional/profundity, she had mobilized all her celestial origin energy to save Linghu Yuan. It was not that she was trying to help Linghu Yuan. Even if Huan Er was in danger, she would still step in. She only had a few prodigious disciples under her wing. Naturally, she did not want anything to happen to them. Linghu Yuan won't dare to underestimate Huan Er anymore. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Yuan calmly. It was not difficult for him to see that Linghu Yuan had been injured because she had underestimated Huan Er. Junior sister is so strong? Lei Jun was shocked. That soul attack is a little strange. Shiman Linjie slightly narrowed his eyes, and his face became somewhat dignified. Junior sister. At this moment, Linghu Yuan, who had fled far away, no longer had the look of contempt on her face. She looked at Huan Er solemnly as she said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. I won't hold back anymore." When Linghu Yuan reached the end of her sentence, her tone became colder. "No one asked you to hold back." However, in the face of Linghu Yuan's provocation, Huan Er only replied indifferently. Although his words were flat, when they fell into Linghu Yuan's ears, it was tantamount to slapping her face. Linghu Yuan had always been arrogant. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Linghu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she disappeared into thin air. The gust of wind was headed for Huan Er. Swoosh. Huan Er teleported and disappeared from where she was, causing Linghu Yuan to miss her. However, as soon as she appeared in another place, Linghu Yuan, who had transformed into a gust of wind, chased after her. They went back and forth a few times, one chasing and the other dodging. Junior sister, is dodging the only thing you can do? Linghu Yuan's impatient voice rang in the air. It was clear she was infuriated by Huan Er's teleportation. For those who comprehended the law of wind, those who comprehended the law of space were the bane of her existence. Naturally, even if Huan Er could teleport, Linghu Yuan was confident she could catch up to her. However, it would take a lot of time. She did not want to waste that much time. "I'm afraid you won't be able to last long if I don't teleport," Huan Er said indifferently. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had a strange expression on their faces when they heard Huan Er's indifferent voice. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. His lips twitched involuntarily when he heard Huan Er's words. When did Huan Er learn to speak like that? He felt a sense of déjà vu when he heard Huan Er's words. It seemed like he had said something similar to her in the past. "I'd like to see it for myself." Linghu Yuan exploded when she heard Huan Er's words. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. Swoosh. When Huan Er reappeared, she did not teleport again. However, a faint white light shone in her eyes. Following that, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind her. It was as huge as a mountain, and it emitted a chilling aura. Swoosh. Without any warning, a white light shone in the eyes of the white fox behind Huan Er as well. In the next moment, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw Linghu Yuan coming to a halt when she was close to Huan Er. Then, he actually attacked the void. His tyrannical power missed again and again. An illusion? At this moment, any ordinary person would be able to tell that Huan Er had used some sort of illusory technique on Linghu Yuan, and she was unable to extricate herself from it. Is that 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? While Lei Jun and the others were still in shock, Lei Ying's gaze shifted to the white fox silhouette behind Huan, that was gradually fading away. As a titled celestial emperor, Lei Ying was, naturally, astute. Although the Phantom Fox clan's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox only existed in legends, she was still familiar with its characteristics. I knew she wasn't human. I didn't expect her to be a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. I've found a treasure. I've found a treasure. Lei Ying's eyes were brimming with excitement. At this moment, even if Su Lang offered her Duan Ling Tian in exchange for Huan she would not agree to it. Huan might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian in a head-on battle, but if she used her Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, she might not be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, Huan was much more flexible. As a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, her potential to become a 10-direction celestial emperor was high. Given enough time, she would definitely become a 10-direction celestial emperor. In fact, in the history of the Devata realms, there were several Thousand Phantoms Ice Foxes who managed to achieve godhood. More than 90% of heavenly emperors aren't able to achieve godhood. If Huan can achieve godhood, won't I, Lei Ying, and the merciless celestial emperor, be fated with a god? When Lei Ying thought of this, she found Huan pleasing to the eye. When the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette disappeared, Linghu Yuan was finally freed from the illusory technique. When she saw Huan standing in front of her in her snow-white robes, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Why are you unharmed? One must know that earlier, she had clearly seen her junior sister being forced back by her attacks in a very sorry state. However, in just a blink of an eye, Huan seemed fine. Linghu Yuan took a deep breath before she prepared to continue attacking. Enough. At this moment Lei Ying said, "Third brother, you've lost. If Huan wanted to kill you, you would have died a long time ago." End of chapter. Chapter 3266. Impossible. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Linghu Yuan's first reaction was to look at Lei Ying in disbelief. She even thought Lei Ying was siding with Huan junior sister Linghu. Lei Jun sighed. Earlier, you were caught in little junior sister's illusory technique. She could have easily killed you for 3 breaths of time. If it was a battle of life and death, you would have died by now. Lei Jun said. Linghu Yuan was skeptical of Lei Ying's words, but she was still skeptical of Lei Jun's words. However, when her gaze landed on Shimin Linjie and He Wen, and both of them nodded at her, she knew that her teacher Lei Ying was telling the truth. What kind of technique was that? Linghu Yuan looked at Huan with a grim expression on her face. She had seen illusory techniques before, but she did not see any traces of illusory techniques at all. In fact, the mirror image in the illusory technique seemed to be one with the scene in front of her. Lei Ying and the others who were watching from the side did not change at all. The only thing that changed was the white-clad woman who was supposed to be in a sorry state. Instead, she stood at the side and looked at Linghu Yuan as though she was watching a show. It's normal that you can't see through Huan illusory technique. Lei Ying glanced at Linghu Yuan indifferently and said, Huan is a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the Devata realms, Thousand Phantoms Ice Foxes are divine beasts. Divine beasts. Linghu Yuan was shocked when she heard Lei Ying's words. Lei Jun and the others were stunned as well. They had heard of the Phantom Fox clan before. They knew it was a powerful clan, but it was only a grade 1 force. However, even if it was only a grade 1 force, they did not doubt that a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox clan would be extremely talented. However, what truly shocked them was the 2 words divine beast that Lei Ying had mentioned. Divine beasts were superior to celestial beasts. If there were no mishaps, divine beasts would become gods that were stronger than 10-direction celestial emperors when they reached adulthood. They would stand at the peak of the Devata realms. And now, their teacher was telling them that their little junior sister was a divine beast? Lei Ying's disciples were shocked, but Duan Ling Tian and Huan did not show any signs of shock. After all, they already knew this would happen. Especially Duan Ling Tian. A long time ago, Duan Ling Tian had asked Huan about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's grade. However, Huan had told him that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was not a celestial beast but a divine beast. When he obtained the world-cleansing divine water, It could tell that Huan was a divine beast. Because of this, he was not surprised. Huan has defeated Old Third. From now on, she's my third disciple. At the same time, Lei Ying looked to Ling Hu Yuan and announced, "As for you, Old Third, from today on, you'll be Old Fourth." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at He Wen. "He Wen, you're the fifth. Third junior sister. Third junior sister." Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Shimin Lin Jie and Lei Jun changed the way they addressed Huan. As for Ling Hu Yuan, she reluctantly addressed Huan as her third senior sister. When she looked at Huan, the jealousy and hatred in her eyes grew even stronger. This Ling Hu Yuan, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw Ling Hu Yuan's jealousy toward Huan. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could only hope that Ling Hu Yuan would not stir up trouble. If she had any ill intentions toward Huan, he would not let her off. "Huan, you can stay here and cultivate from now on." Lei Ying smiled at Huan. Lei Ying's words immediately caused the jealousy and hatred in Ling Hu Yuan's eyes to grow even more intense. One must know that before today, only her eldest senior brother and second senior brother could come to her master's place to cultivate as they pleased. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy at her teacher's place was much denser than anywhere else in the valley. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Huan shook her head and said, "I'll just cultivate with Brother Ling Tian." She did not want to leave Duan Ling Tian's side. Moreover, she would be able to cultivate faster if she stayed by Duan Ling Tian's side. Although Lei Ying's cultivation place was good, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Ling Tian's little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Ling Tian's little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. The realms of gods were places where gods cultivated. Naturally, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not be compared to the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. "All right, it's up to you." If Lei Ying did not know that Huan was a thousand phantoms ice fox, she might have been displeased by Huan words. However, now that she knew Huan was a thousand phantoms ice fox, she decided to let Huan do whatever she wanted as long as Huan acknowledged her as her disciple. Moreover, as long as she took care of Huan as her teacher, it would not be difficult for her to become closer to Huan. After all, it would be beneficial for her to become friends with a divine beast who had taken human form. In fact, if Huan became a god one day, she might even be able to give her some pointers. Perhaps, Huan would be able to comprehend the path to godhood. Becoming a god was the dream of every celestial emperor in the Devata realms. However, in the Devata realms, it was rare for celestial emperors to achieve godhood. Even among titled celestial emperors, there might not even be 1 in 1,000 who could achieve godhood. In any case, Huan remember that you're my disciple. You can look for me if you need anything in the future. Lei Ying raised her hand and handed her soul pearl to Huan. "Huan let's exchange soul pearls." After the exchange of soul pearls, Lei Ying raised her hand and a fruit that shone with purple lightning appeared in her hand. It emitted a refreshing fragrance. "Huan this is a gift from me," Lei Ying said as she handed the fruit over to Huan Lei Ying said as she handed the celestial fruit to her. "This is a violet thunder celestial fruit. I obtained it by accident 1,000 years ago." The violet thunder celestial fruit. When Lei Ying took out the celestial fruit and handed it to Huan the jealousy in Ling Hu Yuan's eyes intensified. Even the other 3 disciples, including Lei Jun, stared at the fruit in Lei Ying's hand. The Thunderbolt Immortal Fruit was one of the immortal fruits that immortal emperors could use to increase their cultivation base. It was one of the top immortal fruits that could greatly increase the cultivation base of immortal emperors. After a while, Lei Jun and Shimin Lin Jie withdrew their gazes. After all, the Violet Thunder Celestial Fruit was of no use to them. After all, both Lei Jun and the Shimin Lin clan were celestial emperors now. "Thank you, teacher." Huan eyes lit up as she took the Violet Thunder Celestial Fruit from Lei Ying. "Huan remember that you're my disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. No matter what happens, you'll always have my support," Lei Ying said solemnly. Lei Ying said with a solemn expression. "Okay." Huan nodded. "Junior sister Huan If any prodigious disciple dares to provoke you, please let me know. Eldest senior brother is about to pass 1,000 years old and leave the ranks of prodigious disciples. However, I, Lei Jun, am only slightly over 800 years old. Lei Jun smiled at Huan Er. Thank you, second senior brother. Huan Er nodded again. After a while, the group of people left. Before they left, apart from Linghu Yuan and He Wan, Lei Jun, and Shiman Lin Jia also exchanged soul pearls with Huan Er. Naturally, they were the ones who took the initiative to do so. Duan Ling Tian discovered Lei Jun, Lei Ying's son, had been ignoring him from the beginning until now. However, when he left with Huan Er, he could see the jealousy in Lei Jun's eyes. Huan Er's charm is really great. As a man, Duan Ling Tian could easily guess Lei Jun's thoughts when he recalled how Lei Jun had defended Huan Er in front of Linghu Yuan. Naturally, he had also noticed the coldness in Linghu Yuan's eyes when he left with Huan Er. It's fine if Linghu Yuan behaves herself. If she doesn't, I don't mind finding an opportunity to send her on her way. Even if they were in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er could easily kill a celestial lord like Linghu Yuan if they wanted to. Huan Er was 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Her illusory techniques were unparalleled in the world. Coupled with his concealment techniques, he was confident he could kill an ordinary celestial emperor. After returning to Su Lang's residence, Huan Er took out the purple thunder celestial fruit and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, this purple thunder celestial fruit is for you. Huan Er, I know you mean well. However, this purple thunder celestial fruit is a gift from your master, Lei Ting. You should take it, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Brother Ling Tian, my cultivation speed is much faster than yours. Moreover, the purple thunder celestial fruit is not as beneficial to me as it is to you. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it, she said stubbornly. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless when he saw the determination in her eyes. Since when did she learn to use this tactic? In the past, he had often done this when they were distributing celestial fruits. However, it seemed like Huan Er had learned his technique. Huan Er, Brother Ling Tian, I'll tell you this first. Don't do this again. Next time, the purple thunder celestial fruit will belong to you regardless of whether it's mine or yours. Duan Ling Tian took the purple thunder celestial fruit and said solemnly, both of us will take turns to consume one purple thunder celestial fruit. Do you understand? All right, Brother Ling Tian. Hurry up and consume the purple thunder celestial fruit. With the purple thunder celestial fruit and the heaven and earth spirit energy in your little world, you'll soon become a 5-element celestial lord. Huan Er smiled. It's not that easy. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Before joining the Heavenly Pool Palace, he had just become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord. He still had a long way to go before he could break through. Even if he consumed the purple thunder celestial fruit, it would still take him some time to become a 5-element celestial lord. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, Brother Ling Tian, I've received a message from the Elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Chapter 3267. I received it as well. As soon as Huan Er finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder had informed him that the prodigy ranked last in the 200 to 300 years old age group was currently in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, he had accepted the challenge and would be fighting Duan Ling Tian in the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigy arena in 3 days. As the challenger, Duan Ling Tian did not have the right to choose the time. If he did not show up in 3 days, he would be deemed to have admitted defeat. The prodigy I challenged will be fighting in 3 days. Huan Er, what about yours? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Huan Er. Mine is in 10 days, Huan Er replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye for Duan Ling Tian. 3 days later, Duan Ling Tian left Su Lang's cultivation place with Huan Er in tow. However, as soon as he left, a voice rang from behind him. Hey, little junior brother. Wait for me. HM? Duan Ling Tian stopped moving and turned around to take a look. With just a glance, he saw a fatty in a loose green robe flashing over. Although the plump man's body was huge and heavy, His speed was not slow at all. 6 Senior brother, what's the matter? The plump man was none other than Su Lang's 6th disciple, Hong Fei. Hee. Junior brother, today is the day you challenge the prodigy disciples. As your senior brother, how can I be absent? I'm not like those fellows who call me little junior brother all the time, but I can't see you when the time comes. Hong Fei chuckled before he said with a righteous expression on his face. Senior brother Hong Fei, how did you know I'm challenging the prodigy disciples today? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Even he had only received the message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder 3 days ago. Little junior brother, anyone who challenges a prodigy disciple, whether it's to become a prodigy disciple or to rank among the prodigy disciples in their age group, as long as the Sword Trial Pavilion successfully challenges the prodigy disciples, the battle information will be publicly displayed in the Sword Trial Pavilion, Hong Fei said. Hong Fei said, as for me, I just happened to go to the Sword Trial Hall the day before yesterday and happened to see your message. Coincidence. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Hong Fei with a strange look, before a grin appeared on his face. It seems like it's only a coincidence that senior brother Hong Fei knew about my challenge to Dave. It was a slip of the tongue. At this time, Hong Fei naturally knew that he had spilled the beans. He quickly said righteously, little junior brother, I was just testing your reaction speed. That's why I said that. Actually, ever since you entered the sect, I've been going to the Sword Trial Hall every few days to look at the battle information of the prodigy disciples. That's why I know that you're going to battle the last ranked prodigy disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei spoke with a serious expression, as if he was telling the truth. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Naturally, he did not believe what Hong Fei had said. However, he had learned more about Hong Fei's shamelessness. Little junior brother, you've just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. I don't think you know where the prodigy arena is, right? Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was not interested in answering his question, Hong Fei changed the topic and asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I was just about to ask someone after I leave. There's no need for that. I'll take you there. Hong Fei smiled. On the way to the prodigy arena, Hong Fei continued to explain. The prodigy arena isn't located on any of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It's located 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. There are 3 prodigy arenas in total, and each of them is used by the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigy disciples. However, you're the only one who's going to challenge Huang Lunan in the prodigy arena today. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't lack spectators. Even if you're not famous, and Huang Lunan is only at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old group of prodigious disciples, there will still be many spectators watching the battle. Of course, most of the spectating disciples are ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are only a few prodigious disciples. By the time Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and Huan had already arrived 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Along the way, they saw many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples heading in the direction of the prodigy arena. I, Hong Fei, am considered a big shot in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect these Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to be so unobservant. Hong Fei narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he saw none of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples had come forward to greet him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan finally came to a halt. They had arrived at the prodigy arena. The Heaven's proud son of Heaven's arena consisted of 3 vast arenas suspended in the void. They were distributed at different levels. A small floating island could be seen at the center of the prodigy arena. Apart from a huge stone tablet, there was nothing else on the island. The words Prodigy Arena were engraved on the stone tablet. At this moment, more than 100 people had gathered around the Prodigy Arena, and the number was still increasing. Senior Hong Fei. While Duan Ling Tian was looking at the Prodigy Arena, a Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple stepped forward and greeted Hong Fei enthusiastically. Yes. Seeing someone come over to greet him, the dissatisfaction that had just appeared on Hong Fei's face immediately disappeared. He nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, Hong Fei was no longer as shameless as before in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huan. When the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple came forward to greet Hong Fei, The other Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples turned to look at Hong Fei.
He's Hong Fei.
He's the weakest prodigy under the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang. Hong Fei seems to be the weakest prodigy between 600 and 700 years old. He's often kicked out of the ranks of the prodigy disciples. It'll take him a while to climb back up. However, the fact that he managed to climb back up the ranks means he's quite strong. He's barely comparable to a prodigy. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples did not speak loudly, with Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's hearing, they clearly heard what they were saying. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Hong Fei's fat face darkened when he heard the disciples' words. He said angrily, "You bunch of gossips. If you have the guts, come up the prodigy arena and fight me. I'll fight all of you alone. If all of you can last 3 rounds, it'll be my loss." Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples realized Hong Fei had heard them. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing if they should leave or stay. "Hong Fei, you've really regressed. Aren't you ashamed to bicker with an ordinary disciple?" At this moment, a burst of sharp laughter rang from afar, helping the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to resolve the awkwardness. In just a blink of an eye, a thin young man appeared before everyone's eyes. He was the polar opposite of Hong Fei's fat body. "Lu Jian, what are you doing here?" Hong Fei frowned slightly when he saw the thin young man. He did not expect Lu Jian to be here as well. At the same time, Hong Fei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Little junior brother. This fellow's name is Lu Jian. He's about the same age as me. However, I'm ranked 10th while he's ranked 9th. Humph. If it weren't for my bad luck, I would have defeated him and pushed him down from the 9th place." Hong Fei snorted when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, Duan Ling Tian did not take Hong Fei's words seriously at all. This was because he knew his senior brother Lu's mouth was not very reliable. Nevertheless, he did not expose Hong Fei's lies. "Naturally, I came here with my junior brother. Today is the day my junior brother, Huang Lu Nan, will fight your little junior brother." Lu Jian paused for a moment before he continued to say, "I just found out that Duan Ling Tian, the new disciple who challenged my junior brother, has joined your teacher, Lord Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. If I'm not mistaken, it should be him, right?" As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a disdainful smile on his face. "What? Are you looking down on my little junior brother?" Hong Fei asked in a deep voice with a frown on his face when he saw the disdainful smile on Lu Jian's face. "It's not that I'm looking down on him, but it's better for a new disciple to consolidate his strength before challenging a prodigious disciple. It won't be easy for him to defeat a prodigious disciple without consolidation," Lu Jian said indifferently. "I'm afraid he'll be traumatized if he loses and won't dare to challenge a prodigious disciple again. Lord Su Lang has a total of 7 disciples. 5 of them are outstanding talents. Initially, you were the only one holding him back. However, it seems like there's another one holding him back now." When Lu Jian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze swept past Hong Fei and Duan Ling Tian. The disdain on the corner of his mouth grew thicker. "Bullshit!" Hong Fei exclaimed. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly before he regained his composure. He smiled faintly as he said, "Wait until your junior brother, Huang Lu Nan, defeats me before you say that. Otherwise, you'll end up slapping yourself in the face when the result is out." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Lu Jian intently. "That's right," Hong Fei chimed in immediately. "I'll end up slapping myself in the face?" Lu Jian was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. "Brat, it seems like you're quite confident in yourself. However, many of the new disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace are also very confident in themselves. Alas, in the end, they'll always be beaten black and blue." A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Jian's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 3268. "Oh, is that so?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Lu Jian's words. "Senior brother." At this moment, A tall and sturdy young man dressed in blue with a determined expression on his face flew toward Lu Jian. "Are you looking for me? Junior brother, this is your opponent today. He's Lord Su Lang's youngest disciple, Duan Ling Tian." Lu Jian looked at Duan Ling Tian and said to the newcomer. Based on Lu Jian's words, it was obvious the newcomer was Duan Ling Tian's opponent today, Huang Lunan. Huang Lunan was ranked last among the 10 prodigious disciples in the 200 to 300 years old age group. If Duan Ling Tian defeated him today, he would become a prodigious disciple. At that time, Huang Lunan would be pulled down from the ranks of the prodigious disciples. Prodigious disciples had their own identity tokens. With that identity token, they could enter many places in the heavenly pool palace that ordinary disciples could not enter. Moreover, prodigious disciples were treated in a way that ordinary disciples were jealous of. There were only 100 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. Since the heavenly pool palace was a heaven-grade force, it was difficult to become a prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Huang Lunan shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and asked indifferently, "I heard you defeated a senior brother who's a 6-combo celestial emperor and has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage during the entrance exam?" Huang Lunan asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. "You seem to know a lot about me." Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "I hope you're as strong as you claim. Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed today." Huang Lunan shook his head and smiled. It was as though he did not feel pressured even if he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong. "It seems like you're very confident in your strength," Duan Ling Tian said. "Not bad. I think I'm slightly stronger than you." Huang Lunan smiled. "Oh, is that so?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and revealed a non-committal expression on his face. "The elder of the Sword Trial Palace is here." While Huang Lunan and Lu Jianli were facing off against Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Hong Fei, the voices of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples rang in the distance. "It's still him." Duan Ling Tian raised his head slightly. With just a glance, he recognized the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who had helped him and Huan register their names. "Huang Lunan, Duan Ling Tian. Have you arrived?" As soon as the Sword Trial Pavilion elder appeared above the stone tablet with the words Prodigy Arena written on it, he asked calmly with his hands behind his back. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of special magic that clearly entered the ears of everyone present. "Junior brother, go on. I'd like to see why Lord Su Lang would take a liking to this brat," Lu Jian said to Huang Lunan. Although Lu Jian and Huang Lunan were both disciples of a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, their titled Celestial Emperor was slightly weaker than Su Lang. In the past, Lu Jian had wanted to become Su Lang's disciple, but Su Lang had rejected him. It was also because of this that he was very hostile towards Su Lang's disciples who were not as strong as him. Why did Su Lang accept people weaker than him, but not him? "Senior brother, just you wait. Today, I'll show him what it means to be a prodigious disciple." Huang Lunan sneered. As soon as Huang Lunan finished speaking, he transformed into a ball of flames and flew up one of the prodigy arenas. "Elder." As soon as Huang Lunan entered the prodigy arena, he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and threw an identity token to him. The identity token was the identity token of a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The identity token of a prodigious disciple was not engraved with a name, but it could be used to establish ownership through a drop of blood. After Huang Lunan removed the blood binding on the identity token, he threw it to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Although the identity token was not engraved with a name, there were some words engraved on it. For example, the words 200 to 300 years old and 10 were carved on it. This identity token belonged to the 10th ranked prodigious disciple among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples. The prodigious disciples in each group would be given a different identity token. If the prodigious disciple defeated the prodigious disciple in the same group, the prodigious disciple's identity token would be swapped. Swoosh! When Huang Lunan handed the identity token to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the prodigy arena where Huang Lunan was standing. Upon seeing this, Huan teleported to the prodigy arena as well. She looked at Duan Ling Tian who was facing off against Huang Lunan. "Sister-in-law, Huang Lunan is quite strong. What do you think is little junior brother's chance of winning? Hong Fei asked with a smile on his face. It's impossible for brother Ling Tian to lose. Hong Fei was taken aback when he heard Huan Er's simple and direct reply. Her reply was simple and straightforward. Although Huan Er had faith in Duan Ling Tian, Hong Fei thought she was blindly trusting Duan Ling Tian. Although teacher said little junior brother has no problem becoming a prodigious disciple, his opponent is Lu Jian's junior brother, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei could choose not to believe Huan Er's words, but he had no choice but to believe Su Lang's words. However, he was still puzzled. Huang Lunan is capable of doing what little junior brother did in the first round of selection as well. Let's wait and see. As long as little junior brother defeats Huang Lunan, he'll become a prodigious disciple. At that time, I'd like to see Lu Jian's expression turn ugly. As Hong Fei thought to himself, he turned to look at Lu Jian who had followed him to the prodigy arena. What? Hong Fei, you can't possibly think that this junior brother of yours is a match for my junior brother, right? Lu Jian asked mockingly when he saw the sneer on Hong Fei's face. Lu Jian, I hope you'll still be able to smile when the time comes. Now, Hong Fei had no other choice but to believe in Duan Ling Tian. Not to mention anything else. Just the imposing manner before the Lu clan would absolutely not lose. Meanwhile, more and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace gathered around the arena. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder who presided over the prodigy arena suddenly looked into the distance. His gaze attracted everyone's attention, causing them to look over as well. It's Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun is ranked in the top 3 among the 10 prodigies between the ages of 800 to 900. Not only is he a one basic celestial emperor, but he has also comprehended 7 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Most importantly, senior brother Lei Jun is the only son of Lord Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Jun was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Not only was his strength outstanding, but his family background was also far beyond others' reach. However, many people were puzzled. Why was Lei Jun here? Normally, Lei Jun would not be attracted by Duan Lingtian's challenge to Huang Lunan. Young master. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion greeted Lei Jun respectfully. Lei Jun's mother was the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Naturally, the elder did not dare to slight Lei Jun. Elder Qin, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he appeared next to Huan Er and greeted her with a smile. 3rd junior sister. 2nd senior brother. Since Lei Jun had helped her many times in front of Ling Hu Yuan, Huan Er had a good impression of him. Therefore, she nodded in response to Lei Jun's greeting. 3rd junior sister. I heard you issued a challenge to a prodigious disciple as well? When will your battle be? Lei Jun asked with a bright smile on his face. 7 days later. Huan Er replied. However, this time, she did not look at Lei Jun. Her eyes were fixed on the purple-clad young man on the prodigy arena. It was as though the purple-clad young man was the only person in her eyes at this moment. Lei Jun's expression darkened when he saw this. When he looked at the purple-clad young man on the prodigy arena, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had fallen in love with his 3rd junior sister as soon as he laid eyes on her. Although she was wearing a veil on her face, it still made his heart beat faster. However, what made him jealous was that this 3rd junior sister already had a man by her side. Of course, even if he knew that his 3rd junior sister had a special liking for this man, he didn't really care. This was because he could see that his 3rd junior sister was still a virgin and had not had that kind of relationship with the man by her side. For this reason, he felt he still had time. Naturally, the prerequisite was for his 3rd junior sister to shift her attention away from the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, to him. Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between us. However, if you want to blame someone, blame it on me for liking you. Killing intent surged in Lei Jun's heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, senior brother Lei Jun isn't here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan. He's here for this woman. This is the first time I've seen senior brother Lei Jun treat a woman like this. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could see Lei Jun's feelings for Huan Er. Let's begin. When the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder's voice rang in the air, everyone's attention shifted from Lei Jun to Duanling Tian and Huang Lunan. Duanling Tian, right? I will let you know that you are overestimating yourself by challenging me. Huang Lunan sneered as he stared at Duanling Tian. Make your move. Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of Huang Lunan's confidence. He said indifferently, if you don't make your move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to make your move. Chapter 3269. How arrogant! Huang Lunan was completely enraged by Duanling Tian's words. Flames rose from his body as though he had transformed into a flaming man. Huang Lunan had comprehended the law of fire. Moreover, his cultivation base had already broken through to the level of a 6-combo celestial lord, and he had also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. For this reason, he was confident he could do what Duanling Tian had done in the first round of the new disciples' assessment. Duanling Tian, today, I'll let you know that a prodigious disciple's dignity is not to be trifled with. Huang Lunan said coldly as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot out, leaving behind a scorching aura in the air. Even the disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace who were standing far away could feel the heat from Huang Lunan's energy. Although Huang Lunan is ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300, his strength is not far from the top few prodigious disciples. That's right. Huang Lunan has not always been ranked 10th. In the past, he was ranked 6th at most. Huang Lunan is still very strong. It's going to be difficult for Duanling Tian to become a prodigious disciple. Many disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered among themselves as Huang Lunan made his move. However, in the next moment, the expressions on their faces completely froze. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, when Huang Lunan approached Duanling Tian, it was as though he had bumped into something in the air. His entire body came to a halt as he tried to move forward with all his might. However, he was completely helpless. Then he tried to move in another direction, but it was to no avail. Humph! Do you think you can restrain me with your spatial shackles? Huang Lunan sneered as he looked at Duanling Tian from afar. It was obvious he could tell Duanling Tian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity to imprison him in a void, preventing him from leaving. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud booms, violent flames swept out from Huang Lunan's body, constantly attacking the spatial prison that imprisoned him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Lunan's entire body was engulfed in flames. The flames took the shape of a cube, and its surface was constantly trembling, as if it could erupt at any moment. Duanling Tian's spatial shackles can actually withstand Huang Lunan's attacks for so long? No wonder this Duanling Tian dares to challenge a genius disciple. It seems like he does have some skills. However, judging from the current situation, it won't be difficult for Huang Lunan to break free from his shackles. It's only a matter of time. Just as everyone was whispering, Huang Lunan finally broke free from Duanling Tian's spatial shackles, and a smug smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. The moment he discovered that Duanling Tian had disappeared from where he stood, his expression changed drastically. Then, the flames on his body burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to burn everything. There was nothing more intense than a raging inferno. Specks of flames rose into the air and transformed into roaring fire dragons. These fire dragons were mainly aimed at the people behind him. Is that all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian teleported behind Huang Lunan. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying spatial energy wreaked havoc. It shrouded the roaring fire dragons and turned them into ashes. Bang! After the fire dragons were annihilated, a loud noise reverberated in the air. Huang Lunan was sent flying by Duanling Tian's palm. He looked slightly wretched. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, Duanling Tian teleported again and appeared next to him. Bang! Duanling Tian sent Huang Lunan flying again with a kick. Whoosh! With another teleportation, Duanling Tian appeared above Huang Lunan who was sent flying. He raised his hand and struck again, dispersing the celestial origin energy that Huang Lunan did not have time to gather. Bang! 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 Although Huang Lunan tried to resist, every time he tried to gather the celestial origin energy in his body, Duan Lingtian would appear next to him and attack him. Duan Lingtian's speed of gathering celestial origin energy was much faster than Huang Lunan's. This made Huang Lunan feel helpless.
How can this be?
Huang Lunan was filled with resentment. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have 99 heavenly veins. In terms of gathering celestial origin energy, only someone with 99 heavenly veins could compare to Duan Lingtian.
What's going on?
Huang Lunan is being completely dominated by Duan Lingtian?
That's impossible.
How can he not be able to fight back at all? Is he giving in to Duan Lingtian? Is this an inside job? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not understand Huang Lunan's predicament. In their opinion, Huang Lunan was deliberately giving in to Duan Lingtian.
No.
If he wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, why can't he just pretend that he's defeated?
I think so as well.
If he really wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, there's no need for him to keep pretending, right? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples shuddered when they saw Huang Lunan's predicament. If they were in Huang Lunan's shoes, they would have admitted defeat a long time ago.
Ha ha ha.
Hong Fei laughed mockingly. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Jian, who was standing nearby, and said with a smile, "Lu Jian, it seems like your junior brother isn't good enough. He doesn't even recognize my little junior brother.
He's really tenacious.
In my opinion, we should just change his name to Huang Xiaochang. What do you think?" At this moment, Hong Fei had a smug expression on his face. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Lu Jian's expression darkened when he saw Huang Lunan being tortured by Duan Lingtian.
Then he shouted, "Enough!"
However, no one paid any attention to him. Since Huang Lunan did not admit defeat, Duan Lingtian continued to torture Huang Lunan. In fact, it was not that Duan Lingtian wanted to torture Huang Lunan. It was just that after a few rounds, he discovered he was able to cast the profundities from the law of space more smoothly. It was as though he was a baby who had just learned how to speak.
This feels good.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely carefree. For this reason, he was not in a hurry to severely injure Huang Lunan. Instead, he only inflicted some minor injuries on Huang Lunan. Ever since he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he had never been able to attack as freely as he did today. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's comfort, Huang Lunan felt as though he was in an abyss of suffering. If he had been severely injured, he would have admitted defeat long ago. It was precisely because he discovered every time Duan Lingtian attacked him, he only felt intense pain and did not suffer any substantial injuries that he did not admit defeat. Presently, Duan Lingtian had completely occupied the initiative and was suppressing him. He really wanted to turn the situation around. Even if it was only for a moment, he would still be willing to throw in a punch at Duan Lingtian and admit defeat. However, as time passed, Huang Lunan finally lost all hope. Moreover, Lu Jian kept urging him to admit defeat through voice transmission. He had no choice but to admit defeat.
I admit defeat.
You're admitting defeat just like that? When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Lunan admitting defeat, he frowned as though he wanted to continue. Duan Lingtian, from today onward, you're ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder raised his hand and handed Huang Lunan's identity token to Duan Lingtian before he announced in a clear voice. Then, he reminded Duan Lingtian to drip his blood on the token to claim ownership of the token.
All right.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian performed the blood ownership claim on the identity token in his hand. The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were not surprised by this outcome. After all, they had expected this outcome when they saw Duan Lingtian beating up Huang Lunan earlier. Meanwhile, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was preparing to leave. After all, both of them were disciples of Lei Ying, the Sword Trial Pavilion's pavilion master. Moreover, Lei Jun was the only son of the pavilion master in their time.
Elder.
Duan Lingtian called out to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder just as he was about to leave.
HM?
Since the Sword Trial Pavilion elder knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were close, he was polite to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, is there anything else? Elder, Now that I've obtained this identity token, I've replaced Huang Lunan as a prodigious disciple. I'm currently ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. If I want to be ranked higher, can I challenge someone who's ranked higher? Duan Lingtian asked without beating around the bush. If you challenge someone who's ranked higher than you can only challenge someone who's not ranked in the top 3. Even if you're ranked 5th, you can't challenge someone who's ranked 3rd, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Currently, you can only challenge someone who's ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. You'll only be qualified to challenge someone who's ranked 3rd if you defeat the person who's ranked 4th. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder replied. Is there no other way? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not want to go through so much trouble. After all, he only managed to rank 1st among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old after fighting so many prodigious disciples. Once he reached the top, his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace would be greatly elevated. At that time, it would be much easier for him to find Huan Er's parents. What? Duan Lingtian, are you trying to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3? Naturally, it's not impossible for you to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3. Lu Jian, who was about to leave with Huang Lunan, sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. You can challenge me if you want. As long as you can defeat me, you can even challenge someone who's ranked 1st among the prodigious disciples, let alone the top 3. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Jian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 3270. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lu Jian's words. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he said, Indeed, it's as he said. If a prodigious disciple under the age of 900 wants to challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in their age group, they only have to fulfill one condition. That is, they have to challenge a prodigious disciple of a higher age group. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion said, as long as they defeat the prodigious disciple, they'll have the opportunity to challenge any prodigious disciple in their age group. They can even challenge the top prodigious disciple. Moreover, they can't refuse the challenge. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion glanced at Lu Jian and said, as for the prodigious disciple who's defeated by a prodigious disciple of a lower age group, not only will he have to hand over his prodigious disciple token, but he'll also lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. This is because he can't issue an invitation to the Sword Trial Pavilion to challenge any prodigious disciple. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion finished speaking. What do you think? Duan Lingtian, do you want to fight me? Lu Jian grinned from ear to ear. Little junior brother. Ignore him. At this moment, Hong Fei's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Lu Jian. He hastily stopped Duan Lingtian as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would really challenge Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian will lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. For this reason, it doesn't matter if the prodigious disciple loses the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple. Unless one of the prodigious disciples surrenders, the other party can't make a move. If the prodigious disciple fails to surrender before he dies, the prodigious disciple won't be held responsible even if he dies. This is also a rule in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion explained patiently. Regardless of life or death. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, then looked at Lu Jian and asked meaningfully why? You Lu Jian. Want to kill me? Lu Jian chuckled. What? Do you dare to challenge me? As his voice faded, the corners of Lu Jian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Little junior brother, since we have obtained the identity of a genius disciple, we can go back now. Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian. He was very worried that his junior brother would challenge Lu Jian in a fit of anger. Judging from the current situation, his junior brother was definitely a person with a temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tortured Huang Lunan to such an extent just now. This Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't help but wish that Duan Lingtian would challenge Lu Jian to a duel. However, he also knew that this was not very realistic. It was basically impossible for Duan Ling Tian to challenge Lu Jian because that would be akin to seeking death. Lu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8 trigram celestial lord, and he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. His strength was not something his junior brother, Huang Lunan, could compare to. Third junior sister, I don't think your brother Ling Tian dares to challenge Lu Jian. Lei Jun looked at Huan and said with a smile, although Lu Jian's strength is not bad, he's ranked at the bottom of the group of prodigies in his age group. First, Lei Jun said Duan Ling Tian did not dare to challenge Lu Jian. Then, he began to belittle Lu Jian. Naturally, Lei Jun did not want to belittle Duan Ling Tian directly. Instead, he wanted to use Lu Jian to belittle Duan Ling Tian. This was because he knew very well that if he directly belittled Duan Ling Tian, it would only make his little junior sister feel disgusted, and she would gradually drift away from him. However, she did not pay any attention to him. She was no longer the same person she used to be. After experiencing the ways of the world, she had learned many things. For example, how could she not understand Lei Jun's intention to use the Lu clan to belittle Duan Ling Tian? It was precisely because Lei Jun had belittled Duan Ling Tian that she no longer wanted to talk to him even though he was the only son of her teacher, Lei Ying. Elder, if I challenge Lu Jian, does that mean I don't have to go through the registration process? Duan Ling Tian asked the elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was the elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion stunned, but even the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were stunned. Duan Ling Tian really wanted to challenge Lu Jian? Was he trying to court death? Can't Duan Ling Tian see that Lu Jian is trying to provoke him? He's really going to challenge Lu Jian? Is he out of his mind? Lu Jian is a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. Moreover, he's an 8 trigram celestial lord who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. How can Duan Ling Tian defeat him? In my opinion, he must have fallen for Lu Jian's provocation. In the heat of the moment, he decided to challenge Lu Jian. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a fool. Lu Jian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would fall for his provocation. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian couldn't see through his direct provocation? Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would fall for his provocation. He quickly sent a voice transmission to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. 6 senior brother. Don't worry. Upon hearing Hong Fei's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian merely sent a voice transmission to reassure Hong Fei. He had no intention of changing his mind. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder glanced at Lu Jian and said, if you agree, you don't have to go through the registration process. Elder Qin. I agree. Lu Jian was afraid Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. He was the first to speak when the Sword Trial Pavilion elder turned to look at him. Duan Ling Tian, let's see if you dare to challenge me or not. After Lu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a disdainful grin on his face. He was clearly provoking Duan Ling Tian. Elder, I'll challenge him. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly as he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Duan Ling Tian, you better think this through. Now that you've said this, you won't be able to escape if he removes the identity token and hands it over to me. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly reminded him. If it was an ordinary person, he would not have tried to persuade him. However, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person. He was Lei Ying's disciple, the Sword Trial Pavilion master's disciple. I've thought it through. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lu Jian took out his identity token and handed it over to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder after removing the identity token. Elder Qin, since he's so confident, you should just let him be. If you insist on persuading him, he might be displeased. Lu Jian removed the identity token from his identity token and handed it over to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. As long as he defeated Duan Ling Tian, he would be able to retrieve his identity token. However, if he lost, he would be stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple. Moreover, He would not be able to become a prodigious disciple for 100 years even if he was strong enough. This was to prevent people from deliberately going easy on him. After the sword trial pavilion elder took Lu Jian's identity token, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, your battle with the Lu clan is a battle of life and death. Naturally, you can choose to admit defeat. At that time, Lu Jian won't be able to continue attacking you.
Whoosh.
After the sword trial pavilion elder took Lu Jian's identity token, he flew toward one of the prodigy arenas in a streak of golden light and waited for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Jian was no longer in a hurry. Since he had handed over his identity token, it was too late for Duan Lingtian to go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could also admit defeat now. Although many people understood Duan Lingtian's reason for admitting defeat, his reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace would be tarnished. Many people would not allow such a thing to happen to his reputation. There was a big difference between admitting defeat without a fight and admitting defeat at the last moment. Elder, does this mean he won't be punished if he kills me before I admit defeat? Even if I kill him before he admits defeat, he won't be punished, right? Duan Lingtian asked the sword trial pavilion elder through voice transmission. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the sword trial pavilion elder was taken aback. After a while, he replied through voice transmission, that's right. After replying to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, the sword trial pavilion elder's heart skipped a beat. Why is Duan Lingtian asking me this? Could it be that he intends to kill Lu Jian? While the sword trial pavilion elder was still puzzled, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing opposite Lu Jian in the prodigy arena. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He had been trying to persuade Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, but Duan Lingtian had ignored him. Apart from replying to him in the beginning, Duan Lingtian had completely ignored him. Duan Lingtian. He actually agreed to it? Lei Jun's eyes widened slightly. However, his eyes shone brightly when he saw this. This was what he had been waiting for the most. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die if he fought Lu Jian. It seems like I don't even have to make a move myself. Lu Jian will be able to kill him for me. Lei Jun thought to himself. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. He looked at Huan and shook his head as he said, Huan your brother Lingtian is too impulsive. Didn't you try to persuade him? Lu Jian is very strong. He might not be able to defeat Lu Jian. However, Huan did not respond to Lei Jun's words. It was as though she had completely ignored him. She continued to look at the purple figure on the prodigy arena as though he was the only person left in her world. Chapter 3271. As expected of a disciple whom Lord Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, took the initiative to accept. You're courageous and courageous, Lu Jian said with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Jian. His expression was indifferent as though he did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. Let's begin. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the sword trial pavilion elder spoke. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you're no match for him, admit defeat in time. Thank you for your reminder, elder. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, grateful for the elder's reminder even though he knew it was only for Huan sake. As for his sixth senior brother Hong Fei's reminder, he was naturally grateful. However, he knew that in front of Hong Fei, unless he really used his strength to prove himself, Hong Fei would not think that he, who was not even 300 years old, could be Lu Jian's opponent. After all, Lu Jian's strength was on par with Hong Fei. In fact, Lu Jian was even stronger than Hong Fei to a certain extent. Otherwise, Lu Jian would not be ranked higher than Hong Fei among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 600 to 700 years old. It was precisely because he knew that Hong Fei wouldn't believe him that he only responded to Hong Fei at the beginning, and turned a deaf ear to Hong Fei's voice transmission later on. In fact, he even intentionally blocked Hong Fei's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, I won't bully you. You can make the first move. Although Lu Jian did not think Duanling Tian was a match for him, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he was shrouded in a layer of golden light. It was as though he had transformed into a golden man. From afar, it was as though he was a Buddha. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes before a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed like Lu Jian really did not think highly of him. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, Duanling Tian did not say anything. He teleported and vanished from his spot. Whoosh! When he reappeared, Duanling Tian was already near Lu Jian. With a thought, he used the space law's confinement profundity to confine the space around Lu Jian. Duanling Tian's spatial imprisonment this time was different from the one he used against Huang Lunan. To deal with Huang Lu Nan, he would imprison him alone. In order to deal with Lu Jian, he had trapped both himself and Lu Jian in the same place, and they were less than 10 meters away from each other. Furthermore, Duanling Tian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He stood within the confined space, facing off against Lu Jian with a distance of 10 meters between them. At this moment, the golden light emitted from Lu Jian's body, which had been fused with a basic element of the law of metal, had even spread to a spot not far from Duanling Tian's body. This Duanling Tian, what is he doing? Is he provoking senior brother Lu Jian? Why is he standing so close to senior brother Lu Jian? There's an obvious spatial energy fluctuation in the space they're in. Moreover, the spatial energy fluctuation must be from Duanling Tian's restraining profundity. Did he imprison Duanling Tian and Lu Jian together? Is he crazy? Isn't he seeking death by standing so close to Lu Jian? Lu Jian is an 8-trigram celestial lord who has comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, he's skilled in offense. Duanling Tian's greatest advantage is his teleportation profundity. Isn't he wasting his advantage by standing so close to Lu Jian? What's he trying to do? The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were dumbfounded when they saw this. In fact, they were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who presided over the battle between the prodigies was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on in Duanling Tian's mind. Not only did Duanling Tian not utilize his advantage, but he even exposed his weakness to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is digging his own grave. Does he think senior brother Lu's strength is on par with mine? Earlier, Huang Lu Nan had been defeated by Duanling Tian. It was easy to imagine how much resentment Duanling Tian had for him. Now that he saw how arrogant Duanling Tian was, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Third junior sister, this brother Ling Tian of yours is really irrational. Lei Jun looked at Huan with a smile on his face. Although Huan ignored Lei Jun, he still took the initiative to talk to her. Even if Huan did not speak, he could still entertain himself by chatting with her. Naturally, although Lei Jun said that Duanling Tian was not rational, he was laughing in his heart. After all, he could not wait for Duanling Tian to lose his mind. If Duanling Tian lost his mind, it would be more likely that Duanling Tian would be killed. Lu Jian, however, he did not vent his anger on Huan. Instead, he directed his anger at Duanling Tian. For this reason, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Lu Jian who was standing opposite Duanling Tian. Lu Jian's expression changed slightly when he heard Duanling Tian's words. I'm Lei Jun. Before Lu Jian could reply, Lei Jun continued to say, don't miss this opportunity to kill Duanling Tian. Once you're done, I'll give you a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was considered a rare treasure even in heaven-grade forces. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only those who had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm would be given a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, they would have to rely on themselves to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. They would either have to make a certain contribution to the Heavenly Pool Palace or perform exceptionally well in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment. Naturally, there was another way to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon without relying on oneself or breaking through to become a celestial emperor. For example, the children of titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace like Lei Jun. Although purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons were precious to the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they still had a few of them. Naturally, They would not be stingy with their children. For example, Lei Jun had been given a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon by his mother, Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. She was also the merciless celestial emperor. After he became a celestial emperor, the Heavenly Pool Palace gave him another purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had also obtained a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon after passing a test in the Heavenly Pool Palace 100 years ago. In Lei Jun's opinion, giving away a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon was not a big deal at all. It was just one less item in his spatial ring. However, for a prodigious disciple like Lu Jian who did not have a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon was a life-saving treasure. For this reason, Lu Jian's eyes lit up when he heard Lei Jun's words. After all, he had no intention of letting Duan Ling Tian live. As long as he had the chance, he would kill Duan Ling Tian. When he heard Lei Jun's voice transmission, although he did not know how Duan Ling Tian had offended Lei Jun's promise was enough to drive him crazy. After all, a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon was something he had always dreamed of obtaining. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. You actually dared to give up your advantage of teleporting and enter the shackles of space to fight me. Lu Jian looked at Duan Ling Tian as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the shackles of space were cast by Duan Ling Tian, to a certain extent, Lu Jian could ignore the shackles of space. Even so, the shackles' profundity from the law of space still affected the space around them. Moreover, in a space affected by the law of space, the teleportation profundity would be greatly affected. For example, it would take Duan Ling Tian 1 to 2 breaths to cast the teleportation profundity to leave the shackles of space. These 2 breaths were more than enough time for Lu Jian to do many things. As expected of my junior and senior brother. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lu Jian indifferently. Before you, your junior brother, Huang Lu Nan, also thought he would win when we fought. What happened to him in the end? What? Do you think I'll follow in my junior brother's footsteps? Lu Jian sneered. If my junior brother hadn't been careless and allowed you to gain the upper hand, it wouldn't have been easy for you to defeat my junior brother. Although Duan Ling Tian and Huang Lu Nan had fought earlier to hone the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, in Lu Jian's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's failure to defeat Huang Lu Nan was more likely because Duan Ling Tian was not much stronger than Huang Lu Nan. You're all talk and no action. Make your move. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. As you wish. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Jian transformed into a ray of golden light that flashed before everyone's eyes as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh. When the golden light neared Duan Ling Tian, it transformed into a golden sword ray that seemed indestructible and menacing. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. With a sway of his body, a furious space energy swept out. At the same time, 9 space tiers appeared around him. The space territory shook as it enveloped the golden sword ray. Within the space territory, the vibrating space energy was like small snakes that charged toward the golden sword ray as though they were not afraid of death. As for the golden sword radiance, it was like a merciless harvest, constantly harvesting the lives of these small snakes. Magnetic storm profundity. With just a thought from Duan Ling Tian, the space energy in the space territory that looked like small snakes suddenly swelled and turned into large pythons. Just a few pythons were enough to dim the golden sword ray. It should be noted that the golden sword ray was indestructible. The small snakes were not enough to kill it at all. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to have comprehended so many profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. However, let's stop here. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes as he stood in the middle of the golden sword ray. Until now, he had only used a small portion of his strength. The reason he had held back so much was because he wanted to use his full strength to kill Duan Ling Tian in one fell swoop. Chapter 3272. In Lu Jian's opinion, if he had unleashed his full strength from the beginning, Duan Ling Tian would have admitted defeat before he could even kill Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian admitted defeat, he would not be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. After all, if he killed Duan Ling Tian, he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Based on his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he would be sentenced to death. Although he was a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace, his innate talent and comprehension ability were the lowest among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In order to uphold the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was impossible for them to spare his life. For this reason, Lu Jian did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Duan Lingtian. He had concealed most of his strength so he could kill Duan Lingtian with one strike when he was close to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seems to be quite strong. Why do I feel like senior brother Lu Jian didn't unleash his full strength? Is this all he's got? Based on the strength he displayed so far, at most, it's comparable to Huang Lu Nan. He must have concealed his strength. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples who were spectators could see Lu Jian had intentionally concealed his strength when he fought Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Lu wants to kill Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing Lu Jian's reaction, Huang Lu Nan, naturally, could guess Lu Jian's intention. A hint of bloodlust could be seen in his eyes. Previously, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in public. If news of this spread, he would definitely be humiliated. Everyone who saw him or Duan Lingtian would be reminded of today's incident. However, if Duan Lingtian died, he would not have to worry about this at all. Junior brother Lingtian, Lu Jian has concealed most of his strength. He wants to kill you. Hurry up and admit defeat. If others could see this, how could Hong Fei, who had been Lu Jian's old rival for many years, not see this? Because of this, his small eyes narrowed as he anxiously transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden sword light that was being continuously depleted by Duan Lingtian's space energy suddenly surged without any warning. Whoosh! Crash! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the golden sword ray exploded and transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword rays in just a blink of an eye. They filled Duan Lingtian's confinement space. Not only that, but there were even golden light spots that appeared around the confinement space before they exploded. It was the explosive power of the golden sword light that had directly penetrated Duan Lingtian's space law imprisonment profundity. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, Duan Lingtian was engulfed by the golden sword light that filled the sky. It was as if he had been completely submerged by a golden flood, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, sending chills down the spines of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples' spines. After all, there was another person at the center of the storm. This is Lu Jian's strength? I knew Lu Jian had been concealing his strength earlier. Look, this is his true strength. How terrifying. It's too terrifying. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's senior brother, would be severely injured by this attack if he's caught off guard. Lu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. A hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples as they looked at the sea of golden sword lights in the distance. Naturally, the pity in their eyes was directed at Duan Lingtian. If I'm in his shoes, I'll definitely die under such an attack. Huang Lu Nan's eyes lit up. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die under his senior brother's attack. Lu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was presiding over the battle frowned slightly. He could tell Lu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed his full strength. It was clear Lu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, there was nothing he could do. This was a battle of life and death. This was a battle of life and death. Even if he did not want Duan Lingtian to die for Huan Er's sake, he could not interfere. The only way he could save Duan Lingtian was if Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. However, based on the current situation, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, he would not be able to do so. This was because with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would not be able to hold on for long even if he resisted with all his might. If he admitted defeat, he would be killed the moment he opened his mouth and was distracted. Die! Lei Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. However, when he looked at Huan Er who was standing nearby, he discovered her expression was as calm as ever. It was as though she was not worried about Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Jian. What's going on? Lei Jun was puzzled. A ridiculous thought even appeared in his mind. Don't tell me she thinks Duan Ling Tian will be able to survive Lu Jian's attack? Lei Ju knew that even if it was him, he would not be able to survive Lu Jian's attack before he was 500 years old. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's pupils constricted as he watched the sea of golden sword rays shrink. His chubby face started to tremble violently from anxiety. At the same time, in the storm of golden sword qi, Duan Lingtian's spatial energy was being suppressed by Lu Jian's energy. In the end, Lu Jian's sword qi was on the verge of completely destroying Duan Lingtian's spatial energy before it engulfed Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to hold on for so long under my attack. However, he'll die in 2 breaths at most. In one of the golden sword rays, Lu Jian was staring coldly at Duan Lingtian. In Lu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only able to hold on for so long because of his qi. If Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, Lu Jian would be able to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian surrendered. That was what Lu Jian had been dreaming of. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be holding back. He had not unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Was he not trying to numb Lu Jian's senses by doing this? Based on Lu Jian's estimation, if he unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space, he might be able to kill Lu Jian, but it would take some effort. Under such circumstances, Lu Jian would have a chance to surrender and beg for mercy. Duan Lingtian did not intend to spare the life of a person who intended to kill him. Profound divine metal. Lend me a hand. Duan Lingtian communicated with the 6th form profound divine metal in his little world and asked for help. Although the profound divine metal was in its 6th form, it did not put on airs in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the profound divine metal released a vast energy from the law of metal from Duan Lingtian's little world and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Many thanks. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude to the profound divine metal, he looked at the tens of thousands of sword rays that were closing in on him. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes when he saw one of the sword rays. And that sword gleam Lu Jian was inside. Did he discover me? It was not difficult for Lu Jian to tell Duan Lingtian had discovered him when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he did not mind. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had discovered him, there was nothing he could do to him. Lu Jian's strength had completely suppressed Duan Lingtian's. When the tens of thousands of sword rays were closing in on Duan Lingtian, a sneer appeared on the corner of Lu Jian's lips. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die in the span of a breath. However, in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze. This was because he discovered Duan Lingtian's spatial energy had suddenly increased and pushed his attack away. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian has concealed his strength. At this moment, Lu Jian was certain Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength even better than him. Duan Lingtian's true strength was higher than his. Duan Lingtian, you've concealed your strength well. Lu Jian was not in a hurry to admit defeat even though he knew Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian today, and he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it would not be by much. As long as he wanted to admit defeat, he could do so at any time. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth slightly, and a golden sword ray instantly flew out of it. It carried an indomitable aura as it charged toward Lu Jian. Lu Jian could not be more familiar with the power of the law of metal contained within the golden sword light. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. How can Duan Lingtian use the law of metal at the same time as the law of space? Furthermore, the power of the metal laws is so strong. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No. At this moment, Lu Jian wanted to admit defeat. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he discovered the golden sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's mouth had already reached the space between his eyebrows. You've lived a good life to be able to die under my flying sword. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Jian indifferently. As soon as he sent a voice transmission to Lu Jian, the golden sword ray pierced through Lu Jian's forehead, killing him instantly. At the moment of Lu Jian's death, all of Lu Jian's attacks also disappeared. Before Lu Jian's attack completely disappeared, The golden sword ray that Duan Lingtian spat out had already disappeared into the distance under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The crowd did not think that the sword ray that was filled with the law of metal came from Duan Lingtian. They only thought that it was Lu Jian's doing. Chapter 3273. When the golden sword chi finally dissipated, the disciples from the heavenly pool palace shook their heads. They thought Duan Lingtian had died in Lu Jian's hands. Even Lei Jun and the elder from the sword trial pavilion shared the same thought.
Little junior brother.
Hong Fei's expression changed drastically.
Huan was the only one who remained unfazed. Her expression was as calm as ever, and she did not seem flustered at all.
After all, no one knew Duan Lingtian better than Huan. In Huan's opinion, based on Lu Jian's strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for her brother, Lingtian.
Therefore, from the beginning to the end, she was not the slightest bit worried.
For this reason, Huan was not surprised when the golden sword chi finally dissipated and revealed a purple figure. However, just because Huan was not surprised, it did not mean the others were not surprised as well.
Duan Lingtian?
How's this possible? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared unscathed. At the same time, Lu Jian's corpse fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the prodigy arena, turning into a pile of minced meat. Lu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8-trigram celestial lord who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage.
Even so, he was killed by a prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300.
Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun's eyes widened.
A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes.
He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to survive Lu Jian's attack. However, not only did Duan Lingtian survive Lu Jian's attack, but he even managed to kill Lu Jian. He found it hard to believe. What's going on? How did senior brother Lu Jian die? Did Duan Lingtian use a celestial talisman to kill senior brother Lu Jian? The prodigy arena doesn't exist? The prodigy arena isn't just a decoration. It's impossible to use a celestial talisman there. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. No one would have thought that Lu Jian would die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. This prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300 had just become a prodigious disciple today. However, as soon as he became a genius disciple, he killed Lu Jian. It was not hard to imagine how this matter would shake the entire heavenly pool palace. After all, in the history of the heavenly pool palace, similar incidents had happened before, but they were rare. The sword trial hall elder was stunned. He thought that Duan Lingtian had died at Lu Jian's hands, but he didn't expect that not only did Duan Lingtian survive, he even killed Lu Jian. How did he do it? At this moment, even the elders of the sword trial pavilion could not help but feel puzzled. They could not understand how Duan Lingtian could kill Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian was more than 300 years younger than Lu Jian. However, even though they were both prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian still managed to kill Lu Jian despite the age gap between them. Lu Jian did not even have the chance to admit defeat. This was enough to show that Duan Lingtian was not as simple as it seemed. This is impossible. How's this possible? Huang Lunan, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian and kicked out of the ranks of the prodigious disciples by Duan Lingtian, thought his senior brother Lu Jian would be able to avenge him by killing Duan Lingtian. However, not only did his senior brother fail to avenge him, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Lunan found it hard to believe. He even thought he was dreaming. However, everything around him seemed to be telling him that he was not dreaming. Little junior brother, isn't this a little too much? Hong Fei, who thought Duan Lingtian had been killed by Lu Jian, was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian was not killed by Lu Jian. Instead, Lu Jian managed to kill Lu Jian. Haha, little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems like I've underestimated you. Huan teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and gently held Duan Lingtian's arm. At the same time, Hong Fei flew toward Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. Lu Jian had been his nemesis for many years.
Neither of them could do anything to the other. Naturally, Hong Fei was happy to see Lu Jian killed by his little junior brother. After all, he hated Lu Jian from the bottom of his heart. Humph! Lei Jun's eyes turned cold when he saw Huan walking over to Duan Lingtian's side and holding his hand as though they were lovers. With a cold snort, he left. After Lei Jun left, Huang Lunan left as well since he felt he would only embarrass himself if he continued to stay. However, before he left, he sent a message to Huang Lunan and Lu Jian's teacher about Lu Jian's death. Huang Lunan and Lu Jian's teacher was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace called Long Wu. His name was Gu Changjiang. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Lu Jian's strength is extraordinary, but you still managed to kill him. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, I was lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lucky. Naturally, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and the other Heavenly Pool Palace disciples did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Elder, can I challenge the top prodigious disciple in my age group now? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Of course. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded. When I return, inform me through his soul pearl that you want to challenge him. I'll inform you once he's decided on a time. He won't be able to refuse the challenge. If he doesn't accept the challenge within 3 months, you'll be able to climb to the top of your age group. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Thank you, elder. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded at Huan with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Who killed my disciple? His voice was loud and clear like thunder, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn slightly solemn. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was familiar with the person's name. Gu Changjiang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His title was Martial Dragon, and people called him the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Gu Changjiang came here personally? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Gu Changjiang would come here personally for Lu Jian's death. Gu Changjiang. Upon hearing the voice, Hong Fei immediately sent a message to Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, without any hesitation. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, titled celestial emperors were high and mighty. If Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, had killed Hong Fei's junior brother in a fit of rage, the Heavenly Pool Palace would not kill him. At most they would punish him. For this reason, Hong Fei did not hesitate to inform Su Lang, Duan Lingtian's teacher. Swoosh! Gu Changjiang was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in a loose green robe. His face was as fair as jade. When his gaze fell on the corpse on the prodigy's arena, his face suddenly darkened. Lu Jian was not the most outstanding disciple under his tutelage. However, Lu Jian was good with words. Therefore, Gu Changjiang was very satisfied with his disciple. He was furious when he learned that Lu Jian had been killed. Who's Duan Lingtian? Gu Changjiang hovered in the air as he swept his gaze across the crowd before his eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. Not only was his appearance outstanding, but even Huan, who was holding his hand and wearing a veil, was also eye-catching. You killed my disciple? Gu Changjiang asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A powerful aura surged out of Gu Changjiang's body and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. If you're talking about Lu Jian, I had a life-or-death battle with him. Even if he's dead, it can only be attributed to his lack of skill. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Gu Changjiang's overbearing aura. It was as though he was not afraid at all. In fact, he was not afraid of Gu Changjiang's aura at all. After all, his body had been tempered by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. How could a mere titled celestial emperor's aura affect him? Lord Gu Changjiang. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder stepped forward and said to Gu Changjiang, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian was a life-or-death battle that I presided over. Did I say anything to you? Gu Changjiang glanced at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder indifferently before he raised his hand. A powerful energy surged out of his hand and slammed into the sword trial pavilion elder, sending him flying. Blarg! As he was sent flying, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. Without any hesitation, the sword trial pavilion elder tore a communication celestial talisman to notify Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was being unreasonable. He could only wait for the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion, who was also a titled celestial emperor like Gu Chongjiang, to arrive. Is Lord Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, trying to avenge his disciple? I don't think so. Even if it's not difficult for him to kill Duanling Tian, I don't think he dares to do so, right? I agree. If he does that, his reputation will be tarnished. At that time, everyone will know he's not a good person. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths when they saw Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, charging toward them. Chapter 3274. There were a total of 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Every titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace was a powerhouse in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Duanling Tian was Su Lang's disciple, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, he was still new to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, Su Lang might not be afraid of killing Duanling Tian to avenge his disciple. You're just too weak. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gu Chongjiang stared coldly at Duanling Tian. His voice was extremely cold. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you're just a new disciple of Su Lang. Even if I kill you, Su Lang won't hold it against me. I'll give you 2 options. The first option is to be killed by me. The second option is to leave Su Lang's faction and join my faction. If you join my faction and replace Lu Jian, not only will I not make things difficult for you, but I'll even provide you with better cultivation resources than the ones I gave Lu Jian. Although Su Chongjiang's voice was filled with killing intent, it was clear that he was trying to persuade Duanling Tian to leave Su Lang's faction and join his faction. Upon hearing Gu Chongjiang's words, Duanling Tian chuckled. What are you laughing at? Gu Chongjiang's expression darkened. If I leave teacher Su Lang's tutelage and join your tutelage, who would know if you would take advantage of the fact that I haven't joined your tutelage to kill me? Duanling Tian said indifferently, at that time, even Su Lang won't protect me anymore. It doesn't matter if I choose to be killed by you or join your faction, I'll still die. You're really good at scheming. Duanling Tian said. Humph. Gu Chongjiang, said that I won't kill you if you join my faction. I won't. Brat. You tricked me. Gu Chongjiang scoffed. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed drastically. He realized Duanling Tian was not speaking to him through voice transmission. And he was also led by Duanling Tian to speak. At the same time, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at Gu Chongjiang in a different light. Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, actually threatened Duanling Tian with his life after his disciple was killed? Brat, you're courting death. Gu Chongjiang knew that he would be humiliated in front of the Heavenly Pool Palace if news of this spread. Therefore, he decided to attack Duanling Tian. Sensing Gu Chongjiang's killing intent, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. Su Lang Laosher should be arriving soon, right? Just now, when Gu Chongyang was in the hospital, he sent a message to his current teacher, Su Lang. Su Lang also replied to him immediately, saying that he would come over immediately. Whoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian finished thinking about this, and Gu Chongjiang was about to make his move, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, a green sword ray tore through the sky and landed near Duanling Tian before a figure appeared. It was none other than Duanling Tian's teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Gu Chongjiang, do you still intend to disrespect me and attack my disciple? After Su Lang appeared, he glanced coldly at Gu Chongjiang and asked coldly. From Su Lang's cold tone, it wasn't hard to detect Su Lang's current rage. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of Su Lang's body. It was as though he was ready to attack at any moment. The two titled celestial emperors were at loggerheads with each other. The eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples lit up when they saw this. Soon after, more and more people began to gather in the Prodigy Arena. Xueqi, your disciple didn't even greet me. He's very rude. I only wanted to teach him a lesson so he'll learn to respect his elders. Upon seeing Xueqi's appearance, Gu Changjiang knew he could no longer attack Duan Lingtian. In fact, if he attacked Duan Lingtian now, Xueqi would most likely attack him before he could even touch Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Xueqi was much stronger than him. Swoosh! Soon after, another figure appeared. It was Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Gu Changjiang, how dare you touch the people of my sword trial palace? Lei Ying said in a deep voice as she glared at Gu Changjiang coldly. Pavilion master Lei Ying. It's a misunderstanding. Seeing Lei Ying standing next to Xueqi and glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, Gu Changjiang's expression changed immediately. Then he forced a smile. He was puzzled. Why were the two of them together? If it was just one of them, he would not be afraid even if they were stronger than him. However, when the two of them were together, he could not help but feel afraid. A misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that an elder from the sword trial pavilion was injured? Lei Ying's gaze turned even colder. When Gu Changjiang sensed Lei Ying's anger, Xueqi sent a voice transmission to Lei Ying. Lei Ying, let's join forces and show Gu Changjiang what he's made of. All right. Lei Ying agreed without hesitation. Soon after, the two of them made their moves at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, toward Gu Changjiang. This is, Lord Lei Ying and Lord Xueqi are going to attack Lord Gu Changjiang? Heavens! 3 titled celestial emperors are going to fight? Upon seeing Xueqi and Lei Ying charging toward Gu Changjiang at the same time, their celestial origin energies surged as they merged with their basic laws of profundity. It was not difficult for the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to figure out that Xueqi and Lei Ying were going to attack Gu Changjiang. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. 2 of them were going to attack another person. Moreover, both of them were stronger than the other person. There was no doubt that they would win if they joined forces. What's going on? Aren't they the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor? That's the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were stunned when they saw the 2 titled celestial emperors attacking Gu Changjiang. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. It's obvious these 2 titled celestial emperors are going to attack Gu Changjiang. I wonder how many moves Gu Changjiang will be able to withstand? One of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace chuckled as he spoke to the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace lit up. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian and the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder did not expect Xueqi and Lei Ying to attack Gu Changjiang. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder, in particular, looked at Lei Ying with a hint of respect in his eyes. Xueqi, Lei Ying, what are you trying to do? Seeing that Xueqi and Lei Ying were actually joining hands, Gu Changjiang was so frightened that his expression changed. However, the current him was forced into a corner. Even if he did not want to fight the 2 of them, he had no choice but to defend himself. Boom! On Lei Ying's body, waves of rolling energy gushed out like a vast flood. They were like dragons and snakes, majestic and awe-inspiring. Purple lightning bolts could be seen swirling around Lei Ying's energy. At the same time, earth-shattering thunderclaps rang in the air. It was clear Lei Ying had comprehended the law of thunder. The law of thunder. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Lei Ying's attack. It was not difficult for him to notice that Lei Ying had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. What surprised him the most was that although Lei Ying's attack seemed simple and crude, there was a profound mystery to it. The profundities from the law of thunder seemed to be connected in a mysterious way. Under such circumstances, the effect is not as simple as 1 + 1. Duan Lingtian discovered this when he saw Lei Ying's attack. Indeed, a titled celestial emperor's attack was extraordinary. Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
Unlike Lei Ying's simple and crude attack, Su Lang's attack was surrounded by sword rays. He pointed his finger at his opponents, causing the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to shudder involuntarily. Su Lang had comprehended the law of ice. As soon as he attacked, the sword rays froze everything in its path. Su Lang, Lei Ying, don't go too far. Gu Changjiang's expression was unsightly when he saw two titled celestial emperors attacking him. He hastily defended himself with all his might. Go too far? Su Lang sneered. A moment later, Su Lang's attack, which was emitting an icy cold aura, was completely frozen when it came into contact with Gu Changjiang's attack. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changjiang's attack was shattered, and Su Lang's icy cold sword light became much dimmer. With just one exchange, Su Lang's strength had completely overwhelmed Gu Changjiang's strength. However, Su Lang's attack was only the first wave of their attack, an appetizer. While Su Lang did not continue to attack, Lei Ying's attack came. The power of thunder and lightning surged towards Gu Changjiang like a flood bursting through a dam. In just a blink of an eye, the surroundings were filled with purple lightning. Lei Ying's attack was like the wrath of the thunder god. Upon seeing this, Gu Changjiang's expression changed drastically. A bright light shone from his body as he quickly circulated his energy to form a powerful barrier around him. At the same time, the silhouette of armor shrouded Gu Changjiang. At this moment, Gu Changjiang was like a tortoise that had retracted its head, leaving only its shell to fend off the attack. Boom! Rumble! Lei Ying's attack landed on Gu Changjiang's defense, causing ripples in the air. After consuming about 50% of her energy, Gu Changjiang's defense finally broke. Bang! The remaining energy landed on Gu Changjiang's body, sending him flying in a wretched manner. When Gu Changjiang finally regained his footing, his body was already riddled with wounds. Although he was not severely injured, he was still severely injured. Bang! Bang! Chapter 3275. Gu Changjiang's attack was easily countered by Su Lang. Following that, Lei Ying's attack broke through Gu Changjiang's defense and injured him. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace finally regained their senses, they saw Gu Changjiang's battered figure with blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. He's injured. He was defeated in just one exchange. Lord Su Lang and Lord Lei Yin are really strong. It's normal. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is weaker than the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor. He wouldn't be a match for either one of them, let alone both of them working together. They must have shown mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor if they worked together. Of course they had to show mercy. After all, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is a titled Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's only right for them to stop fighting. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed. Many of them began to talk about Duan Ling Tian. Stop fighting? Earlier, Duan Ling Tian didn't stop and killed Lu Jian. That's why the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor was so angry? You're new here, right? How do you know? If you hadn't just arrived and watched the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lu Jian, you wouldn't think so. After all, Lu Jian was the one who tried to kill Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian killed him. If you were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes and someone tried to kill you, would you not kill him? Lu Jian only has himself to blame for his death. Perhaps, he didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be able to kill him. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were looking at Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, differently. As it turned out, Gu Changjiang's disciple was the one who tried to kill Duan Ling Tian first. That was how Duan Ling Tian killed him. Gu Changjiang's disciple, Lu Jian, had brought this upon himself. On the other hand, Gu Changjiang had come to stand up for Lu Jian. I didn't expect there to be such a person among the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. How shameless! Didn't you see the Verdant Prairie Immortal Emperor and the Merciless Immortal Emperor joining forces? If it weren't for his shamelessness, would the two of them have joined forces? Shameful! It was too embarrassing. If news of this spreads, the entire Heavenly Pool Palace will be humiliated.
Of course. At that time, the people from the other heaven-grade forces will say that the titled Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace is a person who doesn't know right from wrong. Although the whispers of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were not loud, with Gu Changjiang's hearing, how could he not hear them? All of a sudden, Gu Changjiang's face darkened. It was extremely ugly. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Su Lang, Lei Ying, Gu Changjiang, will remember what happened today. After taking a deep look at Su Lang and Lei Ying, Gu Changjiang left after saying those words. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. Naturally, he did not vanish into thin air. He was simply too fast for the others to catch sight of him. Upon seeing this, Su Lang and Lei Ying did not chase after Gu Changjiang. After all, they had taught Gu Changjiang a lesson. They did not intend to kill him. After all, Gu Changjiang was a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was one of the pillars of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The incident at the Heavenly Pool platform spread like wildfire. After this incident, many people realized that Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, cared a lot about his new disciple and even attacked him out of anger. As for Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, some people said she only attacked Lu Jian for the sake of her sword trial pavilion elder, while others said she only attacked Lu Jian for the sake of her new disciple. Although her new disciple was not targeted by Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying was close to Su Lang's new disciple. After the incident at the Heavenly Pool platform, both Duan Lingtian and Huan became famous. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Although he was not even 300 years old, he had defeated a genius disciple between 600 and 700 years old. Although he was at the bottom of the list, it was enough to shock many people. After all, there was a 300-year age gap between them. Little junior brother, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, Hong Fei said. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jian a month ago, Hong Fei had been visiting Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not cultivating when Hong Fei visited Duan Lingtian. This was because Hong Fei had sent a message to Duan Lingtian before he visited Duan Lingtian. During this month, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate since he did not forget the reason he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace with Huan He wanted to look for Huan parents. However, he did not find anything in the past month. Your reputation is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, but your strength is much weaker. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, among the many disciples under his teacher, Su Lang, his first senior sister and second senior brother were the strongest. As for the others, even the strongest third senior sister, Hu Mei, with the power of the 5 divine elements, he was confident that he could defeat her. You pervert. You actually want to compare yourself with eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Comparisons are odious. Why don't you think about how old you are? Hong Fei said as he shook his head. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet. What's wrong? Hong Fei asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly rising to his feet. Based on his little junior brother's reaction, it was obvious something had happened. I just received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion. The person who's ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old sent me a letter. He wants me to fight in the prodigious arena in the afternoon. Duan Lingtian replied. In the afternoon? Upon hearing this, Hong Fei looked at the sky. It's almost noon. It seems like we'll be able to make our way there soon. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, I'll let Huan know. 6th senior brother, you can go back first. If you're interested in watching me fight that person in the afternoon, you can go to the prodigious arena. All right. After Hong Fei left, he did not forget to inform Duan Lingtian about the person he was going to challenge. That Fan Qi is the 5 elements divine emperor. He has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, he's not human. It's said that he's an incarnation of a celestial tree. This was Hong Fei's message. As he spoke, he roughly introduced the information of Duan Lingtian's opponent in the afternoon. Not human? Upon hearing Hong Fei's message,
Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. However, he was only slightly taken aback. Compared to the fact that Fan Qi was not human, he was more interested in the fact that Fan Qi had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. This was not something an ordinary 200-year-old person could achieve. Huan Er. For the past month, Huan Er had not cultivated. She had been sleeping all the time. She had been relying on the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space. However, she had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. In this regard, she was slightly inferior to Duan Ling Tian. As for Duan Ling Tian, he had long comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Although he could still use the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space, his progress was extremely slow. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, the only thing that mattered was the application of the profundities. Take celestial emperors for example. More than half of them had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. If their cultivation bases were the same, the victor would usually be decided by the use of profundities from the law of space. For example, when Lei Ying and Su Lang fought a month ago, Duan Ling Tian could sense their amazing use of profundities from the law of space. Their use of profundities allowed them to combine their profundities and profundities to unleash a power that surpassed 1 + 1 = 2. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian went to wake Huan Er up. Outside the sword trial hall, many people saw the announcement that had just been made. Duan Ling Tian would be challenging Fan Qi in the Prodigy Arena in the afternoon. Currently, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who Duan Ling Tian was. The only ones who did not know were those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. As for Fan Qi, apart from those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 300 years, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who he was. Fan Qi was the strongest prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace who was between 200 and 300 years old. He had even defeated a prodigious disciple who was between 700 and 800 years old. Naturally, the latter was only the weakest prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace. This was obvious when news of Duan Ling Tian killing Lu Jian spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace were familiar with him. Duan Ling Tian killed a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena, who was between 600 and 700 years old a month ago. Based on this, we can see how strong he is. If his opponent was someone else in the Prodigy Arena, I'd have confidence in him. However, his opponent this time is Fan Qi, a prodigy like him. 30 years ago, Fan Qi defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. Although his opponent was the weakest prodigious disciple, it doesn't affect his strength. It's hard to say who's stronger between the two of them. I think Duan Ling Tian is stronger. Back then, Fan Qi only defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. However, Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Jian. Killing and defeating are two completely different things. Not necessarily. Who knows if Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Jian because Lu Jian cared about him. Moreover, Fan Qi was able to defeat a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old 20 years ago. I'm sure he's even stronger now. As the news spread among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples in the Sword Trial Hall, news of Duan Ling Tian challenging Fan Qi also spread like wildfire. As the news spread, a large group of people had already gathered at the Prodigy's arena. It was not even noon yet. Chapter 3276. Fan Qi was a 5-element celestial lord just like Huang Lu Nan whom Duan Ling Tian had challenged. However, in terms of strength, Huang Lunan was far from being a match for Fan Qi. Even if Huang Lunan had the courage to challenge Fan Qi, he did not have the courage to do so. Duan Ling Tian challenged Fan Qi? Fan Qi is much stronger than Senior Lu Jian. Moreover, he's the strongest prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group. Who knows? He might have some other trump cards up his sleeve. Duan Ling Tian might not be a match for Fan Qi. Whether it was because he wanted to see Duan Ling Tian lose to Fan Qi or because he wanted to see Fan Qi's trump cards, Huang Lunan left his cultivation place and went to the prodigy arena. Fortunately, my teacher didn't vent his anger on me when he returned a month ago. Huang Lunan could not help but shudder when he thought about how his teacher had returned a month ago. At that time, he was already prepared to be punished. While Huang Lunan was making his way to the prodigy arena, many people were making their way to the prodigy arena as well. Many of them were prodigious disciples. A month ago, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan was not enough to attract the attention of the prodigious disciples. After all, Huang Lunan was ranked at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old age group. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not even a prodigious disciple at that time. Even when Huan Er challenged the second-last prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, it did not attract much attention. However, when Huan Er defeated the second prodigious disciple in a single move, many people were shocked. From then on, not only did the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace learn that the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, but they also learned that the merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, had recruited a new disciple, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er seemed to be a perfect couple. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, many titled celestial emperors, including the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had recruited prodigious disciples. For example, Su Lang, the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, had 7 prodigious disciples under him. The merciless immortal Emperor, Lei Ying, also had 5 disciples under her. The martial dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Chongjiang, originally had 6 prodigious disciples under him. However, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian, and the other one was stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple by Duan Lingtian. As a result, Gu Chongjiang was left with 4 prodigious disciples. 5th junior brother is really useless. He was actually killed by a brat who is not even 300 years old. Any one of the 4 prodigious disciples under Gu Chongjiang was stronger than Lu Jian. In fact, 2 of them were even younger than Lu Jian. One was over 500 years old, while the other was over 600 years old. Now the one who spoke was a genius disciple under Gu Chongjiang, who was in the same age group as Lu Jian. He was dozens of years younger than Lu Jian. However, his strength was ranked 3rd among Gu Chongjiang's 6 disciples. Even Lu Jian had to respectfully address him as 3rd senior brother. Lu Jian's 3rd senior brother had the appearance of a thin young man. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and his appearance was ordinary. However, his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He was none other than Gu Chongjiang's 3rd disciple, Yu Yu. Yu Yu was ranked 3rd among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 600 and 700 years old. His strength was not something Lu Jian, who was ranked last among the prodigious disciples in the same age group, could compare to. 3rd senior brother. 5th junior brother must have been careless. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he's no match for Duan Lingtian, the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor's disciple, he wouldn't have been killed. At this moment, apart from Huang Lunan, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Chongjiang, 2 other disciples were accompanying him to the prodigy arena. They were none other than Yu Yu and Yuan Gang, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor's 4th disciple. Yuan Gang, who was over 500 years old, was ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 500 and 600 years old. Although he was younger than Lu Jian, he was much stronger than Lu Jian. The disciples under Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, were also ranked according to their strength. It was similar to the disciples under Lei Ying Celestial Emperor. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, only the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang's disciples were ranked according to the order of their disciples' strength. Under such circumstances, very few people knew who was stronger and who was weaker among Su Lang's disciples. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er left their cultivation area and made their way to the prodigy arena, they saw Hong Fei, their 6th senior brother, waiting for them. Hong Fei was not alone. There were 2 other people standing next to Hong Fei. They were 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and 4th senior sister, Wan Er. 3rd senior sister. 4th senior sister. Duan Lingtian greeted the 2 women before he finally looked at Hong Fei and called out, 6th senior brother. Little junior brother. You're being unfair. Why did you call me last? Hong Fei shouted.
Are you looking down on me, your sixth senior brother? Fatty, you're ranked last among the three of us. Who else should I call you last? Why don't you spar with me and your fourth senior sister? If you can defeat either of us, I'll call you senior brother. Hu Mei was as straightforward as ever. As soon as she spoke, Hong Fei immediately lost his temper. Initially, after Duan Ling Tian joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, he thought there was finally someone who was weaker than him. However, after Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Jian a month ago, he realized that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Even his little junior brother was stronger than him. Currently, he was still the weakest disciple under the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. If it were not for the fact that Su Lang's disciples were not ranked according to their strength, he would have been Su Lang's little junior brother. Sixth junior brother, you have to work harder. Now that your little junior brother is stronger than you, if you don't work hard, you'll be kicked out of the prodigious disciples soon. Wan said with a faint smile. Fourth senior sister. You're bullying me with third senior sister? Hong Fei said with a bitter expression on his face. Sister Huan congratulations on joining the ranks of the prodigious disciples. Wan smiled at Huan. For a time, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel respect for his second senior brother whom he had only met once. Fourth senior sister tried to persuade second senior brother several times, but he wouldn't listen and continued to beat Han Yunjin up. Second senior brother said he's the boss since eldest senior sister is here. It's his duty to stand up for his junior brothers and sisters. In the end, fourth senior sister threatened to kill herself before second senior brother finally gave up. Hong Fei's voice transmission stopped at this point. What? Hu Mei, do you want to spar with me? Han Yunjin looked at Hu Mei and sneered. Do you think you're a match for me? If you really want to spar with me, I don't mind. However, I'm worried you'll be beaten up by second senior brother again. If you hurt me, my second senior brother would have a good reason to hurt you. As long as he doesn't kill you or cripple you, even the Heavenly Pool Palace won't have a reason to punish him. Hu Mei said with a bright smile. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, if a titled Celestial Emperor's disciple was injured in a duel, the other disciples of that titled Celestial Emperor would have a reason to avenge him. Back then, Su Lang's fourth disciple, Wan had only been hurt by Han Yunjin. If Su Lang's second disciple, Lu Ji, had attacked Han Yunjin, it would not be considered a violation of the Heavenly Pool Palace's rules. Do you think I'm afraid of Lu Ji? Han Yunjin's expression changed when he heard Hu Mei's words. He stared at Hu Mei coldly. If you're not afraid, you can attack me. Hu Mei's smile widened. Humph. Han Yunjin scoffed as though he did not hear Hu Mei's words. He said indifferently, I'm here for my fifth junior brother. I'm not interested in bullying a weakling like you. I think you're just afraid. Hu Mei sneered. Who's Duan Ling Tian? You're really bold to challenge my fourth junior brother. Han Yunjin looked at the group of people in front of him before his eyes finally landed on Duan Ling Tian. You're Duan Ling Tian? Fan Qi is your fourth junior brother. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and looked at Han Yunjin coldly. Then he said with a grin, Tell him to be careful. I don't hold back when I make a move. Duan Ling Tian's tone turned colder as he spoke. Although he hadn't spent much time with Su Lang's other senior martial brothers and sisters, the atmosphere among them made him feel like he was at home. How could he show mercy to those who had bullied his family? When did Fan Qi become your fourth junior brother? Hu Mei frowned. Clearly, she had just learned that Fan Qi had become Han Yunjin's fifth junior brother and the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's disciple. It's only natural that you don't know about what happened 2 months ago. Han Yunjin smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sneer, Brat, the prodigious disciples can choose between a battle to the death or a battle to the death. My fourth junior brother is going to challenge you to a battle to the death. You won't be afraid to accept the challenge, right? A battle to the death? Duan Ling Tian smiled. I'm afraid he won't have the guts to accept the challenge. If he does, I, Duan Ling Tian, will accept the challenge. Good, very good. Han Yunjin's smile widened. I hope you don't die in his hands. Otherwise, the beauty by your side will have to be replaced by another man. A hint of greed could be seen in Han Yunjin's eyes as he looked at Huan.
Although Huan was wearing a veil, her peerless beauty was not something the veil could hide. Killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people present and he did not care about the big picture, he would have already used all his means to kill Han Yunjin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, even if he did not kill Han Yunjin now, Han Yunjin was already a dead man in his eyes. Chapter 3277. Junior Sister Wan Er. Just as Hu Mei was mocking Hong Fei, a magnetic voice resonated from afar. After a few moments, a young man in blue robes stepped into the air and arrived at Duan Ling Tian and the others. Another young man stood behind the blue-clad young man. The blue-clad young man was handsome and had a haughty expression on his face. It was as though he was looking down on everyone. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought his 4th senior sister Wan was familiar with the other party. However, when the other party took the initiative to greet her, he noticed his 4th senior sister Wan merely nodded her head at the other party. Wan senior brother Qin is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? When the young man behind the blue-clothed young man saw that when Wan was ignoring the blue-clothed young man, he couldn't help but frown and speak in a deep voice. Before Wan could reply, Hu Mei sneered at the young man standing behind the blue-clad young man. Since when did the 2nd disciple of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor become someone's lackey? You're a disgrace to us prodigious disciples. The sneer on Hu Mei's face deepened as she spoke. Hu Mei, you're seeking death. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, the young man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. What? Xueqi, do you still want to make a move on me? Hu Mei sneered. Then I want to see if you, Xueqi, have made any progress recently. If I'm not mistaken, you lost the last time you challenged me, right? How dare a loser like you act so arrogantly in front of me? Hu Mei's sneer turned into a sneer when she finished speaking. The young man's expression darkened further. Hu Mei, that's enough. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man spoke. His tone carried an unquestionable tone, and it carried a slight trace of threat. Han Yunjin, if I were you, I'd be too ashamed to appear in front of Wan. Although the blue-clad young man did not look like someone to be trifled with, Hu Mei did not hold back and retorted. Little junior brother. While Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze, his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei's voice transmission resonated in his ears. The one at the back is Xueqi, the 2nd disciple of the Misty Wave Immortal Emperor. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was on par with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Xueqi is the same as 3rd senior sister. Both of them are prodigious disciples between 800 and 900 years old. 3rd senior sister is ranked 2nd in this age group. And this Xueqi is ranked 3rd. Hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised. 3rd senior sister Hu Mei was ranked 2nd among the 10 heavens chosen disciples in the 800 to 900 years old age range? At this moment, he couldn't help but take another look at Hu Mei. He didn't expect that this seemingly carefree and energetic 3rd senior sister was actually such a powerful genius disciple. This Xueqi challenged 3rd senior sister several times. Without exception, he was defeated by 3rd senior sister every time. At this point, Hong Fei paused for a moment before continuing, that's right. As for the blue-clad young man in front of Xueqi, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as 2nd senior brother. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at Han Yunjin in surprise. He did not expect Han Yunjin to be a prodigious disciple on par with his 2nd senior brother. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only outstanding disciples below the age of 1,000 were considered prodigious disciples. The top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace represented the 5 strongest people below the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name is Han Yunjin. He's the 1st disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is slightly stronger than our teacher, Hong Fei said through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian nodded when he heard Hong Fei's words. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace.
He had heard a lot about this in the past. 6th senior brother. Why do I feel like 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister dislike Han Yunjin? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission. Although he was an outsider, he could feel who Mei and Wan Er's disgust toward Han Yunjin. It's not just 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister. Even 5th senior brother, 2nd senior brother, and I dislike him. You don't dislike him because you don't know about the things he's done to you. Hong Fei's tone was slightly louder when he said this. Han Yunjin is a bastard. Although it seemed like he was devoted to 4th senior sister, he was actually flirting with other female disciples behind her back. Moreover, he would often spend the night at the female disciples' cultivation places. Fortunately, 2nd senior brother discovered this before he married 4th senior sister. Otherwise, 4th senior sister's heart would have been deceived when she married him. However, even if she didn't give her body to Han Yunjin, her heart was still deceived by him. You don't know this, but it took 4th senior sister 100 years to get over that relationship. 4th senior sister only liked one man in her life, and yet, she was deceived by him. You can imagine how she felt. Naturally, 4th senior sister no longer has feelings for him. She only hates him. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Han Yunjin. His 4th senior sister, Wan Er, was as gentle as jade. He had a good impression of her the first time they met. How could Han Yunjin hurt such a gentle and graceful woman? It was no wonder Su Lang's disciples did not like him. It would be strange if they liked him. 2nd senior brother once challenged Han Yunjin to a fight because of 4th senior sister. However, Han Yunjin did not accept the challenge since he knew he was no match for 2nd senior brother. However, even so, 2nd senior brother still went to find him and forced him to take action, seriously injuring him several times. Naturally, each time, 2nd senior brother was punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hong Fei's words. Although Hong Fei's words were simple, he could sense the anger in Hong Fei's heart. However, Duan Ling Tian could sense the 2nd senior brother's anger. Moreover, even though he knew he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace, he still stood up for his 4th senior sister. From this, one could see how protective his 2nd senior brother was. Chapter 3278. After all, she had long become Duan Lingtian's exclusive property. When Han Yunjin's words reached Duan Lingtian's ears, he was thoroughly enraged. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Han Yunjin to death. I'm afraid your 4th junior brother will die in my hands. Duan Lingtian sneered. Is that so? Han Yunjin's smile did not change. It seems like killing Lu Jian has boosted your confidence. However, my 4th junior brother's strength is not something Lu Jian can compare to. If he dares to challenge me to a life-or-death battle, he'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. Elder Qin. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a loud voice resounded in the surroundings of the Prodigy Arena. At the same time, a thin figure appeared on the Prodigy Arena and looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder who was in charge of today's battle. Today, I, Fan Qi, accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a life-or-death battle. No one is allowed to admit defeat. It's a battle to the death. A thin and ordinary-looking young man with a cold aura stood on the Prodigy Arena as he spoke to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Based on his words, it was obvious he was Duan Lingtian's opponent. He was the strongest among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples. Fan Qi. He's Fan Qi. He's going to challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? There are 2 types of life and death battles. One is the type where one can admit defeat, and the other is the type where one can't admit defeat and one must fight to the death to determine the victor. What enmity does this Fan Qi have with Duan Lingtian to the point that he actually wants to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian? Fan Qi's words shocked the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Many of them thought Fan Qi had a deep grudge against Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? In the Heavenly Pool Palace, people like Duan Lingtian did not have the right to challenge others to a life-or-death battle. They only had the right to refuse. As for Fan Qi, the
the person who was being challenged, he could request for a battle.
For example, a battle to the death, or a battle to the death. Even a battle to the death could be initiated.
If Duan Ling Tian did not have the courage to accept the challenge, he could choose to admit defeat. However, if Duan Ling Tian agreed to the life-or-death battle, no one would be able to help Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian's death battle with Fan. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's death battle shocked many people. Duan Ling Tian, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder, Duan Duel, Fan, Duan Ling Tian. Even the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder was shocked by Fan Qi's words. He instinctively asked for confirmation. Duan Ling Tian had to be careful. If he made a mistake, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame.
Yes,
Fan Qi replied.
Then, he continued to say in a clear voice, "Now, all of you can bear witness to this."
An uproar broke out among the crowd when they heard Fan Qi's words. Earlier, Fan Qi's words could be said to be a casual remark from him. However, now that the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder had questioned Fan Qi about this matter, it was clear that Fan Qi had agreed to it. Duan Lingtian, I hope you're not only good at talking. Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before he left with Xueqi. Before he left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with contempt, disdain, and mockery. It was as though he was trying to provoke Duan Ling Tian. How could Duan Ling Tian not see through Han Yunjin's intentions? However, so what? Could it be that he, Duan Ling Tian, was afraid of Fan Qi? Little junior brother, don't agree to it. Sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly and said in a deep voice. He knew Han Yunjin was one of the 5 great prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since he was so confident in Fan Qi, it meant he was confident Fan Qi would win. Little junior brother, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Fourth senior sister, Wan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on her face. She was the one who understood Han Yunjin the best among everyone present. After all, she had given her heart to Han Yunjin back then. Even her body was only 1 step away. For this reason, he knew Han Yunjin was a meticulous person who would not do anything he was not confident in. Little junior brother, where there's life, there's hope. Even Hu Mei, Duan Ling Tian's 3rd senior sister, who was as angry as a tigress earlier, had a solemn expression on her face when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although she did not like Han Yunjin, she knew Han Yunjin was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, Fan Qi had challenged Duan Ling Tian to a battle to the death. It was obvious Fan Qi intended to kill Duan Ling Tian openly. Ever since the incident with her 4th junior sister, the disciples of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had become enemies. As for the reason Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill their little junior brother, it was obvious he did not want to see another outstanding prodigious disciple in their faction. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current talent, he would not be inferior to their 2nd senior brother in the future. In fact, he might even surpass their faction in the great world. After all, Han Yunjin could not allow Duan Ling Tian to grow and become a threat to him in the future. Duan Ling Tian, what do you think? At the same time, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Naturally, you can choose to refuse. However, if you refuse, it'll be equivalent to admitting defeat. If you agree, you'll have to fight Fan Qi to the death to end the battle. After the elder finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, since Fan Qi dares to challenge you to a battle to the death, it means he's confident in winning. I'm sure he has a trump card up his sleeves. I advise you to refuse. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion advised. Thank you, elder. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder as he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the death arena where Fan Qi had died. Duan Ling Tian and Fan Qi stood facing each other. Although Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the elder from the beginning until the end, his actions were a response to the elder's words. He, Duan Ling Tian, had accepted the challenge. I thought you're too afraid to accept the challenge. Fan Qi had a thin figure and a cold expression on his face. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had teleported in front of him, a rare smile appeared on his face. I'm not Han Yunjin. Why would I not accept the challenge? Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had heard from Hong Fei that his second senior brother, Lu Ji, had challenged Han Yunjin to a battle to the death. Moreover, they had challenged each other several times. However, each time, Han Yunjin had rejected the challenge. However, I didn't expect there would be someone like you who would dare to challenge me to a battle to the death. I thought all of you were a bunch of cowards like your eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin. Duan Lingtian's smile widened when he reached the end of his sentence. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face. This brat has a death wish. Han Yunjin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had a cruel smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian entering the prodigy arena. When he sensed the mocking gazes on him, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Qi. Fourth junior brother, kill him as fast as you can. I don't want to see him alive for even a second longer. Han Yunjin's voice was filled with killing intent. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. He's definitely going to die. Fan Qi replied confidently through voice transmission. It was as though he could already see himself winning. Duan Ling Tian stared indifferently at Fan Qi with a carefree and fearless expression. Even if Fan Qi was the manifestation of the celestial tree and possessed extraordinary innate talent and comprehension ability, so what? After all, Duan Ling Tian was not even 300 years old yet. If he was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, how was he supposed to continue living in the future? How was he supposed to break into the divine offering land and rescue his wife, Li Fei, and his family and friends? Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you 10 breaths to make your final arrangements. After 10 breaths, I'll make my move. Fan Qi said indifferently, if I make my move, I'll take your life within 20 breaths. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples when they saw Duan Ling Tian entering the prodigy arena. Duan Ling Tian accepted the challenge? It seems like he's very confident in himself. Confident? So what? Is Fan Qi not confident in himself as well? If Fan Qi isn't confident, why would he challenge Duan Ling Tian? A battle to the death between two prodigious disciples. It's been a long time since something like this has happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, right? In the past, Lu Ji, the second disciple of the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, challenged Han Yunjin, the first disciple of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, to a battle to the death. However, Han Yunjin rejected the challenge. While the onlookers were in an uproar, Su Lang's 3 disciples could only smile wryly on their faces. Why didn't little junior brother listen to us? Hong Fei asked angrily. At this moment, Wan instinctively glanced at Huan Huan expression was calm. It was as though she did not care about Duan Lingtian's challenge at all. Sister Huan aren't you worried? Wan asked curiously. At this moment, Hu Mei looked at Huan with a strange expression on her face. After all, her junior brother's confidant should be worried when she saw her junior brother in a life-or-death situation. However, Huan did not seem worried at all. Why should I be worried? Wan Hu Mei, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded by Huan response. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3279. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Under the gazes of everyone present, Fan Qi's figure flashed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that vanished into the sky. He moved with the wind as he flashed towards Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Most of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not even catch Fan Qi's movements since his speed was too fast. However, at this moment, many people with higher cultivation bases discovered something. Fan Qi has broken through and become a 6-combo Celestial Lord? A 6-combo Celestial Lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wind to the Mastery stage. Is Fan Qi really less than 300 years old? His innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even if plants take human form, it's rare for them to have such strength, right? More and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Fan Chi with a pitiful expression on their faces when they discovered his cultivation base. Based on Fan Chi's current strength, he could easily defeat Lu Jian, who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian a month ago. It was highly likely that Lu Jian had been careless when Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Jian. With Fan Chi's current strength, even if Lu Jian was careless, Fan Chi would still be able to kill Lu Jian before Lu Jian admitted defeat. Now that Fan Chi's cultivation base had reached the level of a 6-combo Celestial Lord, his strength had increased by a level as well.
Fan Chi has broken through?
Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Fan Chi, who was ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old, had become a 6-combo Celestial Lord instead of a 5-element Celestial Lord. Whether it was Hu Mei or Wan Er's expression, both of them became solemn at this moment. Their hearts were also suspended in their throats. Wan Er, on the other hand, remained calm and composed.
Duan Ling Tian? You'll die today.
Han Yunjin sneered. At the same time, Huang Lu Nan, the disciple of the martial dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Chongjiang, and Lei Jun, the disciple of the merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, were also sneering. They wished for nothing more than for Fan Chi to kill Duan Ling Tian immediately.
That's all you got?
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. At the same time, as Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold, waves of rolling spatial power raged on his body. For the first time, Duan Ling Tian displayed all 7 of his space law profundities at the major completion stage, except for the instant movement profundity.
Wang, 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 Wang.
The 9-dimensional decapitators shot out of the spatial rifts like ghosts. Combined with the various profound truths of the law of space at major completion, they swept across the area.
Imprisonment.
The entire space around Fan Chi had been sealed by Duan Ling Tian.
Humph.
Fan Chi snorted coldly. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity surged out of his body.
Wang, 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 Wang.
The wind was as sharp as a blade as it tore through the void, trying to cut through Duan Ling Tian's space shackles. However, before the wind could even get close to the space shackles, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the other profundities from the law of space and blocked Fan Chi's attack. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage easily overpowered Fan Chi's attack.
Boom, 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 boom.
The waves of raging and sharp wind were quickly crushed by the waves of restless spatial energy, suppressing it in all directions. The 9-dimensional decapitators seemed to be invincible. No matter how strong Fan Chi's attack was, it could easily destroy it. How powerful! Duan Ling Tian has completely suppressed Fan Chi.
Am I seeing things?
Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Ling Tian's other profundities from the law of space have all been comprehended to the mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space isn't inferior to Fan Chi's comprehension of the law of wind. Moreover, the profundities that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended to the mastery stage are all offensive profundities. On the other hand, Fan Chi has yet to comprehend an offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. It's useless even if Fan Chi has comprehended that profundity. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. The teleportation profundity doesn't have much of an effect on offensive profundity. It's easy for Duan Ling Tian to suppress Fan Chi.
That's right.
The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws that's famous for being difficult to comprehend. Duan Ling Tian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Who knows, he might have comprehended it to the mastery stage as well. The strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected Duan Ling Tian to possess such strength. It seems like Lu Jian's death a month ago wasn't a fluke. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, if Lu Jian hadn't been prepared and admitted defeat in time, it would have been difficult for him to escape alive. The power of the law of space is too domineering. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian has comprehended all the offensive profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage.
His strength has already completely crushed Fan Qi. Looks like Fan Qi is going to fail miserably at an easy task today. That's not necessarily the case. Fan Qi hasn't used his celestial tree's true form yet. Beings like him usually have other trump cards up their sleeves. Otherwise, why would he recklessly engage in a deathmatch with Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian's strength is shocking, I'm sure Fan Qi has long been prepared for this. While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples discussed among themselves, Hu Mei, Wan and Hong Fei were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Little junior brother is so strong? No wonder Lu Jian died in his hands. Hong Fei and the other two were shocked. However, although Duan Lingtian was crushing Fan Qi with all his might, they still could not relax. After all, Fan Qi was not human. He was a celestial tree in human form. Therefore, they were certain Duan Lingtian's true form had other powerful techniques. What a surprise! Han Yunjin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If this Duan Lingtian grows stronger, he'll become another Lu Ji. We can't let him grow stronger. Although he's strong now, it won't be difficult for fourth junior brother to kill him if he reverts to his true form. Han Yunjin was very confident in Fan Qi. At the same time, Huang Lunan and Lei Jun's expressions were unsightly. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. However, despite Duan Lingtian's strength, they still placed their hopes on Fan Qi. They were confident Fan Qi would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if he relied on his true form. I didn't expect this. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was in charge of presiding over the deathmatch could not help but sigh. He was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. At the same time, he realized Lu Jian's death a month ago was not an accident. Duan Lingtian! Fan Qi cried out in a deep voice. Faced with Duan Lingtian's endless attacks, he had been suppressed by Duan Lingtian all this while. Your strength is truly shocking. However, it's time for all of this to end. As soon as Fan Qi finished speaking, the eyes of the spectators, from the prodigious disciples and the Sword Trial Pavilion's elders to the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, lit up immediately. They knew Fan Qi was going to use his true strength. In the past, we only knew Fan Qi was a transformed celestial tree. However, we don't know what kind of celestial tree he is. If it's an ordinary celestial tree, I'm afraid Fan Qi won't be a match for Duan Lingtian. Based on Fan Qi's confidence, do you think his true form is an ordinary celestial tree? While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were still speculating, Fan Qi, who was at the center of Duan Lingtian's attacks, began to emit green energy from his body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fan Qi disappeared and was replaced by a constantly growing tree. In the beginning, the tree was only as tall as Fan Qi. However, in just a blink of an eye, it grew taller and taller until it reached the heavens. Not only that, but it had also shackled Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles as it transformed into a towering tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At first glance, this tree looked like a thick and solid pine tree. However, its branches and leaves were exactly the same as those of a willow tree. Is this the pine willow divine tree? Heavens! The pine willow divine tree is comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although it's not comparable to a divine beast, it's not far from it. It's said that each branch of the pine willow divine tree contains immense strength. When multiple branches are thrown out at the same time, their strength will resonate. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. It's obvious that Fan Qi managed to break Duan Lingtian's space shackles as soon as he transformed into his true form. This is something he hasn't done before. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be a top-tier celestial tree like the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian is in danger. With this true form, Fan Qi's strength is not inferior to his two primary offensive profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Even if Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space, he won't be able to withstand such strength. Duan Lingtian is only a human. How can he fight the pine willow divine tree? When Fan Qi transformed into his true form, an uproar broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. After all, most of them recognized Fan Qi's true form. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others,
The willow branches on the pine willow divine tree lashed out like whips and formed a cage around Duan Ling Tian, trapping him within. The pine willow divine tree stood there with its countless branches that looked like tentacles. It seemed to be able to turn the tables and control the situation. Chapter 3280. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're very strong. To be able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space at such a young age, I have to admit that you're a peerless genius among humans. A distorted face suddenly appeared on the side of the pine willow divine tree. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was Fan Qi's face. At this moment, Fan Qi was speaking in his true form as he said to Duan Lingtian, however, you're destined to die in my hands today. My true form is the pine willow divine tree. With my true form strength and the profundities from the law of wind that I've comprehended, there are only a handful of prodigies in the heavenly pool palace who are below the celestial emperor realm. As for those prodigious disciples below the celestial emperor realm, none of them will be able to stop me. Fan Qi spoke in his true form. His voice was loud like a bell, and his tone was filled with confidence. It was as though he had already defeated Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be the pine willow divine tree. Huang Lu Nan's eyes glowed brightly. He could already see Duan Ling Tian being killed by Fan Qi. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Fan Qi's true form. Earlier, when Fan Qi was at a disadvantage against Duan Ling Tian, Lei Jun's heart skipped a beat. However, now that Fan Qi had transformed into the pine willow divine tree, he was certain Fan Qi would win. After all, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for Fan Qi who had transformed into the pine willow divine tree. Duan Ling Tian will definitely die. Lei Jun thought to himself as he looked at the white figure in the distance. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. The pine willow divine tree? Not far from her, Hong Fei, Hu Mei, and Wen Wan-er's expressions changed drastically. Although they knew Fan Qi was a transformed celestial tree, they did not know what kind of celestial tree he was. However, when they saw Fan Qi's true form, the pine willow divine tree, they realized Fan Qi was a tree spirit that was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. After such an existence transformed into its true form, its strength was not inferior to a peak immortal beast that had transformed into its human form. Fan Qi is actually a transformed pine willow divine tree. No wonder he's so confident. Hong Fei's chubby face trembled as he said bitterly, "Send a message to teacher to see if he can end this battle." Although Hu Mei and Wen Wan's true form, Hu Mei and Wen Wan, they still could not help but send a message to Su Lang to inform him of the battle. They to inform Su Lang's to inform him of the current situation. Of the two celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian to Duan Ling Tian divine tree. Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Ling Tian has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage? Duan to Duan Tian to Aven. Was Duan. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Su Lang left the place where he had been cultivating. It didn't take long for him to appear in the vicinity of the Heaven's Proud Sun arena, beside Hu Mei and the others. Teacher, you came at the right time. Hurry and stop this battle. If this battle continues, Junior brother will most likely die.
Hong Fei said as soon as Su Lang appeared. With little junior brother's innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure he'll become a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace in the future.
It's not worth it for him to die here, Hong Fei said. A battle to the death?
However, when he found out that Duan Ling Tian and Fan Qi had agreed to a battle of life and death, Su Lang could not help but frown slightly. Even if he was a titled celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace, he was not allowed to interfere in the battle.
Su Lang is here?
As soon as Su Lang appeared, Han Yunjin noticed him and immediately sent a message to him. Naturally, he did not send the message to his teacher, the profound heaven celestial emperor. His teacher was not in the heavenly pool palace recently. Instead, he sent the message to Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor. Gu Changjiang was his teacher's junior brother, and he addressed Gu Changjiang as junior uncle.
Tell your teacher to come as well. Tell him I asked him to come.
Su Lang said to Xiao Chongyi after informing Gu Changjiang.
Xueqi did not hesitate to send a message to his teacher. Soon after, Gu Changjiang and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor arrived as well. The Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was a young man dressed in a black robe. He had an ordinary appearance and was one of those who would not stand out in a crowd. Xuelang, since it's a battle of life and death, it's only natural that no one is allowed to interfere. Don't tell me you're here to stop the battle? Gu Changjiang's eyes immediately fell on Xuelang as he said in a clear voice. His loud voice attracted the attention of many people. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Xuelang, is here to stop the life or death battle? I think he's here to save Duanling Tian. I agree. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Fan Qi, who was fighting Duanling Tian after glancing at Xuelang. In their opinion, since the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were here, it was impossible for the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor to stop the battle. Xuelang, this disciple of yours is not bad. Unfortunately, he's going to die here today. Gu Changjiang said meaningfully as he glanced at Duanling Tian, who was fighting with Fan Qi's true body. Then, he looked at Xuelang meaningfully. Xuelang, you're really lucky to be able to recruit such a disciple. Unfortunately, he won't live long. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor smiled faintly as he looked at Xuelang. He was not close to Xuelang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. On the contrary, he was close to the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he had come today because of Profound Heaven's former emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially rushed over. Humph! Xuelang's expression turned unsightly when he saw the two titled celestial emperors trying to stop him. With Gu Changjiang and Hong Fei here, it was impossible for him to stop the battle even if he wanted to. Why did these two fellows come here at this time? Hong Fei asked with an unsightly expression on his face. It's obvious that this is Han Yunjin's doing. He can't wait to see little junior brother killed by Fan Qi. Hu Mei said in a deep voice. Brother Ling Tian. Huan Er looked at Ling Tian. She looked at Duanling Tian, who was dodging Fan Qi's attacks. Duanling Tian cut a sorry figure. She discovered that up until now, Ling Tian had not used the power of the 5 divine elements. Nevertheless, she could understand why Duanling Tian was acting this way. After all, Huan Er knew Ling Tian could not reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements. Otherwise he would be killed. Duanling Tian, do you only know how to run? After a few dozen breaths, Fan Qi managed to trap Duanling Tian in a confined space. However, none of his attacks landed on Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's figure flickered as he continued to dodge Fan Qi's attacks using the teleportation profundity. Gradually, Fan Qi lost his patience and cried out. All right. Upon hearing Fan Qi's words, Duanling Tian came to a halt and said indifferently, Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fulfill my wish? I'd like to see how you're going to fulfill my wish. Fan Qi sneered. As soon as Fan Qi finished speaking, Duanling Tian's figure flashed as he teleported again and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing next to a thick tree branch next to Fan Qi. He placed his hand on the branch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the same time when Duanling Tian approached Fan Qi's main body, Fan Qi's attack, the willow branches, tore through the air like whips and swept toward Duanling Tian in a menacing manner. However, Duanling Tian did not have the slightest intention of dodging Fan Qi's fierce attack. A power that was filled with life swept out from the miniature world within his body. When the power came into contact with Fan Qi's body, it devoured the power within Fan Qi's body to its heart's content like a greedy beast that devoured everything in his body. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? It's comparable to a top-tier celestial beast? A sneer appeared on Duanling Tian's face as he thought to himself, Fan Qi probably didn't expect there's a divine tree of life in my little world, right? The divine tree of life is the king of all trees in this world. A mere pine willow divine tree doesn't deserve to be called a divine tree. At this moment, the energy from the divine tree of life in Duanling Tian's little world transformed into a terrifying devouring force that sucked all the nutrients out of Fan Qi's body. Boom, 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 boom. After the nutrients in the pine willow divine tree were sucked dry, its strength was greatly reduced. Fan Qi's attack on Duan Ling Tian fell from the sky and landed on the Prodigy Arena, causing cracks to appear on the Prodigy Arena. The cracks intertwined with each other. At first glance, it looked like a spider web. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Fan Qi had unknowingly returned to his human form. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the energy from Duan Lingtian's body seemed to be his nemesis. It had sucked all the nutrients out of his body in just a blink of an eye. The nutrients in his body were like his blood essence that had been sucked dry. Half of his life had been taken away as well. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to use his celestial origin energy. What's that thing? Fan Qi asked unwillingly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported behind Fan Qi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Qi. The divine tree of life. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Fan Qi's pupils constricted rapidly, and his face was filled with shock and horror. No wonder. No wonder. Chapter 3281. Almost at the same time when Fan Qinan's face was filled with shock and horror as he muttered in a low voice, Duan Lingtian who appeared behind him made his move. Bang! Without any fancy technique, Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Qi's body. It seemed simple, but Fan Qi was unable to dodge it. It was not that Fan Qi did not want to dodge, but it was impossible for him to do so in his current state. As soon as Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Qi's body, the tyrannical spatial energy tore Fan Qi apart. In just a blink of an eye, Fan Qi was reduced to a bloody mist that fell to the ground. Eldest senior brother, Duan Lingtian is alive. Before Fan Qi died, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's eldest disciple. However, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Everything happened in the blink of an eye on the Prodigy Arena. It happened so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. By the time they regained their senses, only a purple figure was left standing on the Prodigy's arena. He was as majestic as a celestial being. Fan Qi is dead? Heavens! Fan Qi is a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, his true form is a pine willow divine tree. How could he be killed by Duan Lingtian? Based on Fan Qi's strength, apart from the top 5 prodigious disciples, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the heavenly pool palace who's a match for him. Is Duan Lingtian really that strong? The scene earlier was slightly strange. I wonder what technique Duan Lingtian used on Fan Qi that actually caused him to revert back to his human form in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian must have used some mysterious technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to kill Fan Qi in such a strange manner. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were in an uproar. None of them had expected the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi to end in such a manner. In the beginning, the two of them had prepared for a death duel. When Fan Qi revealed his cultivation base as a 6-combo celestial lord, everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for him. Then, Duan Lingtian displayed his powerful law of space and suppressed Fan Qi, making everyone feel that Duan Lingtian had a high chance of winning. Of course, at that time, there were also some people who felt that Fan Qi was holding back. After that, Fan Qi transformed into his true form, and the pine willow divine tree appeared before everyone's eyes. This allowed everyone to understand the source of Fan Qi's confidence. Just when everyone thought that Fan Qi, who had transformed into the true form of the pine willow divine tree, could easily kill Duan Lingtian, an inconceivable scene appeared. Duan Lingtian had only casually touched the pine willow divine tree's body. Then, as if it had met its nemesis, the pine willow divine tree instantly transformed into Fan Qi's human form. Then, Duan Lingtian teleported to Fan Qi's side and killed Fan Qi with a palm strike. Little junior brother. Killed Fan Qi? After Hong Fei came back to his senses, his eyes, which had been squeezed very small by his fat face, suddenly narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. After all,
He had broken out in cold sweat for his little junior brother earlier. If his little junior brother had died, he would definitely blame himself. Previously, Hong Fei's little junior brother had a conflict with Lu Jian mainly because of him. Otherwise, Hong Fei would not have been able to kill Lu Jian and obtain the opportunity to challenge Fan Qi today. Little junior brother is so powerful? Hu Mei was shocked. Although she had thought Hong Fei's little junior brother was quite strong, she was even more shocked when she saw Hong Fei killing Fan Qi, who had transformed into his true form. After all, even she was not confident that she would be able to defeat Fan Qi in his true form. It was more likely that they would end up in a draw. Little junior brother. Even when Wan who had always been gentle and quiet, revealed a trace of surprise on her beautiful face at this moment. Only Su Lang looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was lost in thought. Just now, the method that Duan Ling Tian used to force Fan Qi to return to his human form was something that even he couldn't see through. However, he discovered that as Duan Ling Tian placed his hand on the trunk of the pine willow divine tree, Fan Qi's aura seemed to wither in an instant. Then, he returned to his human form. Furthermore, Fan Qi, who had returned to his human form, was in a very weak state. At that time, even the weakest sixth junior brother, Hong Fei, would be able to easily kill him, let alone this extremely powerful seventh disciple. On the other side, how is this possible? Han Yunjin was still in a daze when he heard Fan Qi's last message. Now that he saw Fan Qi being killed by Duan Ling Tian, his expression changed and his eyes turned cold. How could Duan Ling Tian be so strong? Killing intent flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Apart from Fan Qi, even Xiao Chongyi, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor were dumbfounded. They did not expect this outcome. In fact, they found it hard to believe. This was especially true for the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, who were both titled Celestial Emperors. They had come to stop Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, from interfering in the Duel of Death. The reason they came was because Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. That was why they were worried Su Lang would intervene, since Duan Ling Tian was Su Lang's disciple. However, the scene that had just transpired made them feel that their arrival was nothing more than a joke. Duan Ling Tian would survive without Su Lang's interference. Damn it! How could Duan Ling Tian be so strong? Huang Lu Nan's expression was unsightly. He finally realized that Duan Ling Tian was not just slightly stronger than him. Instead, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him in every aspect. Huang Lu Nan's expression was unsightly, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. After all, based on the current situation, Duan Ling Tian had shown mercy when he attacked Huang Lu Nan. Humph! Lei Jun scoffed before he turned around and left. He had wanted to see Duan Ling Tian being defeated by Fan Qi. After Fan Qi's life-or-death battle, he was even more certain that Duan Ling Tian would die. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to not only survive, but he even managed to kill Fan Qi. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Even Lei Jun would not be able to defeat Fan Qi in such a short time if he fought Duan Ling Tian head-on. But that Duan Ling Tian obviously used some special technique in the end, and it seemed like he was able to restrain Fan Qi. His technique might have worked on Fan Qi, but it might not work on me. If I were to fight him, I'd definitely kill him within 3 breaths. Although Duan Ling Tian had displayed extraordinary strength, Lei Jun did not think much of Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was merely a mere celestial lord. Before fourth junior brother died, he said Duan Ling Tian had some life or something. I wonder what that means. Han Yunjin thought to himself as he looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar. He recalled the voice transmission that his fourth junior brother, Fan Qi, had sent him before he died. Han Yunjin. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian walked towards Su Lang and the others. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, "Your fourth junior brother isn't that strong. Didn't you say I'd definitely die if I were to fight him? Looks like your eyes are really not just blind." Duan Ling Tian sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If there were no one around, he would have used all his strength and techniques to kill Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words,
The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples instinctively turned to look at Han Yunjin. Senior brother Han Yunjin said those words to Duan Lingtian? It's normal. Senior brother Han Yunjin probably didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to kill Fan Qi. Even so, Han Yunjin has been slapped in the face this time. Han Yunjin's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you killed my fourth junior brother, you're not qualified to act arrogantly in front of me. Is that so? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he smirked. In that case, why don't we have a life-or-death battle? Humph. Han Yunjin scoffed. Sure, we can have a life-or-death battle, but I can't wait for too long. Even he was wary of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. If he gave Duan Lingtian a few hundred years, he would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was like an ant to him. Let's have a life-or-death battle in the Heavenly Pool Despair 1 year from now. Do you dare to accept? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked. The Heavenly Pool Despairs were one of the training grounds in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Only 2 people could enter each Heavenly Pool Despairs, and they would compete against each other. Naturally, they could also fight in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Those outside the Heavenly Pool Despair would not be able to see what was happening in the Heavenly Pool Despair. They would only be able to see the results through the screen formed by the formation. Apart from that, one could not rely on external forces in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Even celestial weapons could not be used, let alone celestial talismans and celestial pills. One could not even bring a defensive celestial weapon into the Heavenly Pool Despair. The Heavenly Pool Despair? Han Yunjin's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would choose such a place to have a life-or-death battle with him. Although he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was not a reckless person. Earlier, it was obvious Duan Lingtian had used some mysterious technique to kill his fourth junior brother Fan Qi. Even he could not see through the technique. Moreover, he had asked the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor about it through voice transmission. In his opinion, this was not the case. There was definitely something fishy about Duan Lingtian inviting him to such a secluded place for a battle. Chapter 3282. As one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was far more meticulous than ordinary prodigious disciples. When Duan Lingtian mentioned fighting to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, Han Yunjin thought there was something fishy going on. Naturally, there was also the possibility that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying him so he would not dare to accept the challenge. However, to be safe, he did not agree to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. Duan Lingtian, if you want to fight to the death, why do you have to do it in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory? Everyone's attention was focused on Han Yunjin when he heard Duan Lingtian's challenge. At this moment, Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said emotionlessly, Duan Lingtian, let's fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. It's fine if we fight in the Prodigy Arena. Moreover, the junior brothers and sisters in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be able to watch us fight in the Prodigy Arena. This is beneficial to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Han Yunjin's words were flawless. Not only did he not refuse Duan Lingtian's request to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, but he even said he wanted to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory for the sake of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Upon hearing Han Yunjin's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. It seems like Han Yunjin has realized something. After all, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It would be strange if he's so easily fooled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, you don't have to wait for a year. I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, we'll fight to the death in the Prodigy Arena. What do you think? Han Yunjin said with a mocking smile on his face. Of course, if you don't have the guts, you're free to refuse. 3 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Han Yunjin's words. He was confident that he would be able to kill Han Yunjin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However,
Killing Han Yunjin would reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements in his body. If they were in the heavenly lake despairs, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, if he revealed his 5 divine elements on the Prodigy Arena, there was no doubt the other titled celestial emperors would notice his 5 divine elements. Even Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, might not be able to resist the temptation of the 5 divine elements. Killing him openly in 3 years. With my strength, I can't do it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's mood became slightly heavy. Just as Duan Ling Tian was thinking of an excuse to refuse, the voice of one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, rang out in his body. Little Tian, say yes. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the sudden voice of the world-cleansing divine water. However, he knew that the world-cleansing divine water would not harm him. All right. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian felt reassured. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, 3 years later, we'll have a life-or-death duel in the Prodigy Arena. I only hope you won't be afraid to show up at that time. Han Yunjin's eyes widened in shock. He had thought Duan Ling Tian would not dare to accept the duel. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would agree to the duel after a brief moment of hesitation. Instantly, his expression turned grave. What? You're the one who initiated the life-or-death duel, and now you're afraid to accept the duel? Duan Ling Tian laughed mockingly. The other disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Han Yunjin with a mocking expression on their faces. How can Han Yunjin be so easily fooled by Duan Ling Tian? He's the one who initiated the life-or-death duel. It'll be a joke if he doesn't dare to accept it. It seems like he's afraid of Duan Ling Tian. How laughable! Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he overheard the discussions among the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Senior brother Han, just accept the duel. At this moment, Xueqi, who was standing at the side, sent a voice transmission to Han Yunjin. That brat might be bluffing. He's waiting for you to reject the duel. If you reject the duel, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace will plummet. Xueqi said. How could Han Yunjin not understand Xueqi's words? However, if he accepted the duel, what if he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian and was killed by Duan Ling Tian in 3 years' time? It was a gamble whether he accepted the duel or not. On one hand it was his reputation. On the other hand it was his life. At this moment, Han Yunjin was in a dilemma. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he was more inclined towards the fact that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to possess the strength to openly defeat him after 3 years. After taking a deep breath, Han Yunjin communicated with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian's technique is only effective on plants and trees, right? Although the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian had drained the vitality of the Pine Willow Divine Tree with the help of the Divine Tree of Life's energy, they were certain that they were qualified to be duped. However, as titled Celestial Emperors, they could vaguely tell that Duan Ling Tian was using the Divine Tree of Life to kill plants and trees. Moreover, as long as we don't get close to him, Duan Ling Tian might not be able to use the technique. After learning this from the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, Han Yunjin turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. If you want to reject the duel, just reject it. There's no need to take so long to consider it, right? The sneer on Duan Ling Tian's face widened. Reject? Han Yunjin sneered. Why should I reject the duel? In 3 years' time, I, Han Yunjin, will have a life-or-death duel with you, Duan Ling Tian, in the Prodigy Arena. Today, everyone here can bear witness to this. If you don't dare to show up, don't embarrass yourself in the Heavenly Pool Palace anymore. Not only did Han Yunjin agree to a life-or-death duel with Duan Ling Tian in 3 years' time in the Prodigy Arena, but he had also pushed himself and Duan Ling Tian into the limelight. All right. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he turned around and walked towards Su Lang and the others. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. However, when Duan Ling Tian agreed to the duel, the expressions of Hu Mei and Hong Fei changed drastically. 3 years. 3 years is too short. Why did little junior brother agree to the duel?
Both of them thought Duan Ling Tian was only trying to embarrass Han Yunjin by challenging him to a 3-year life or death duel. If Han Yunjin did not agree to the duel, they could mock him. However, now that Han Yunjin had agreed to the duel, they thought Duan Ling Tian had failed to scare Han Yunjin. Although Duan Ling Tian had displayed extraordinary strength earlier, he was still far from being a match for Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin was the first disciple of Celestial Emperor Qing Xian. Apart from being a celestial emperor, he had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the greater mastery stage. His strength was only slightly inferior to their second senior brother. As one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was ranked in the top 5 among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although their little junior brother was strong, he was not even 300 years old. Moreover, he was a human through and through. In all 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of defeating Han Yunjin at this age. Teacher. After Duan Ling Tian returned, he nodded and smiled at Su Lang as a greeting. Are you confident? Su Lang asked. If I'm not confident, I wouldn't have challenged him. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Although they did not know where Duan Ling Tian's confidence came from, Hu Mei and Hong Fei felt relieved when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, they were not optimistic about their little junior brother's chances of defeating Fan Qi. However, their little junior brother had won. Huan let's go. Duan Ling Tian called out to Huan before leaving the prodigy arena with Su Lang and the others. After Duan Ling Tian and the others left, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin are going to have a life-or-death duel in the prodigy arena? This is going to be interesting. Since Duan Ling Tian dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death duel, it means he's confident in his strength. That's not necessarily true. After all, Duan Ling Tian is only a human. With his age, it's almost impossible for him to defeat senior brother Han Yunjin. After the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace left the prodigy arena, news of Duan Ling Tian and Han Yunjin's life-or-death duel in 3 years spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. On this day, many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the strongest among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. Big Sister Xueqi, are you confident that I'll be able to defeat and kill Han Yunjin in 3 years' time? After Duan Ling Tian returned to his cultivation place, he sat down cross-legged and asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. What's the world-cleansing divine water? If you're not confident, I wouldn't have asked you to accept the duel. The world-cleansing divine water smiled. I don't want you to throw your life away because of a moment of anger. Sister Xueqi, with my current strength, I can kill him with your help. However, I'll expose you if I do that. However, without your help, it'll be difficult for me to kill him in 3 years. Duan Ling Tian voiced his concerns. I know. The world-cleansing divine water said, however, that was in the past. Now that the divine tree of life has absorbed the vitality of the pine willow divine tree, it can grant you the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. 3 years is enough for you to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree and form the godly image avatar. Moreover, at that time, they will only think that you obtain something else to be able to form the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. There are many ways to form the godly image avatar in this world. However, none of them can be replicated. Therefore, you won't have to worry about powerhouses targeting you at that time. End of chapter. Chapter 3283. Godly Image Avatar? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Sister Water, what's that? I can't explain it in a short time. You'll know once you've refined the pine willow divine tree's vitality and formed your godly image avatar. The world-cleansing divine tree replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How do I refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality? Duan Ling Tian asked again. If you were to refine it normally, even if you were to neglect food and sleep, it would still take you at least 10 years. Of course, there is a place that can help you completely refine it within a year. Duan Ling Tian nodded. What's that? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He was only 3 years away from his battle with Han Yunjin. For this reason, he could not refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality through normal means.
The title temple.
The world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Duan Ling Tian's mind wandered back to the 6 southeastern regions at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the title temple and learned that celestial lords and celestial emperors had to go to the title temple to obtain a title. For example, in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, there were a few people whose strength was comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, none of them had gone to the title temple to obtain a title. A titled celestial lord is much more powerful than an ordinary celestial lord. To become a titled celestial lord, a celestial lord has to go to the title temple, one of the most sacred and mysterious forces in the Devata realms. Then, they'll have to join 9 other celestial lords who want to obtain a title. Among the 10 celestial lords who want to obtain a title, the title temple will bestow a title on the last surviving celestial lord. After that, the title temple will record the celestial lord's name in the celestial lord's record and announce it to the entire Devata realms. It's impossible for an ordinary celestial lord to stand out among the 10 celestial lords who want to be conferred a title. For this reason, the celestial lords who are conferred titles by the title temple are all outstanding celestial lords. Not only that, but they're also monstrous figures. He had heard these words when he was still at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. At that time, he learned that there was a force in the Devata realms that was more powerful than the heavenly emperor's force. Title Temple. The title temple is the most sacred and mysterious force in the Devata realms. It's a force that never participates in any disputes, but it's the most terrifying force in the Devata realms. In the history of the Devata realms, there were some forces that stood at the peak of the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the title temple. However, in the end, all of them were annihilated and disappeared from the history of the Devata realms. The title temple is located in all 81 Devata realms. Each Devata realm has a title temple branch. To become a titled celestial lord or a titled celestial emperor, one has to go to the title temple and pass the life and death test to obtain the title temple's approval. When Duan Ling Tian was still in the 6 southeastern regions, he had learned that there were at least 10 celestial lords who wanted to challenge the title temple. In the past, there were more than 10 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the title temple. However, all of them died in the end. Apart from that, the title temple had been around since the Devata realms were founded. It was said that as the oldest force in the Devata realms, the title temple had many powerhouses who were stronger than 10 direction celestial emperors. Sister Water, I heard the title temple has something to do with a supreme powerhouse? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He remembered that the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth had told him about the mysterious title temple. They had told him that there was a supreme expert in the title temple. Yes, it's related. The world-cleansing divine water said. Not only that, but the title temple is also a transcendental force that was established by that powerhouse. As expected, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he asked, Sister Water, how will the title temple help me refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate my godly image phenomenon within a year? You'll have to participate in the life and death test to become a titled celestial lord. The world-cleansing divine water said, to become a titled celestial lord in the title temple, you'll have to compete with 9 other celestial lords in a secret realm. There are many tests in the secret realm that are extremely stressful and contain the will of a supreme powerhouse. In that secret realm, you'll be able to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality much faster. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear she was familiar with the trials in the title temple. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the world-cleansing divine water's reaction. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had been in the realms of gods for a long time. It was only natural that the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about the realms of gods and the title temples. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a titled celestial lord. However, the most important thing is to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate your godly image phenomenon within a year, the world-cleansing divine tree said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After Huan woke up from her cultivation, Duan Ling Tian called out to Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Teacher, I'd like to go to the title temple. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush as he looked at Su Lang. You want to become a titled celestial lord? Su Lang asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he was not going to the title temple to become a titled celestial lord, it would be difficult for him to explain the matter of the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. If he said he wanted to become a titled celestial lord, it would not arouse suspicion. In fact, with your strength, it'll be easy for you to become a titled celestial lord. After all, it's just a title. It's enough to scare people off in a small place, but it's nothing in a heaven-grade force. Based on Su Lang's words, it was clear he did not support Duan Ling Tian's decision to become a titled celestial lord in the title temple. Moreover, the test to become a titled celestial lord in the title temple takes 6 months to 2 years. It's a waste of time for you to become a titled celestial lord. It's better for you to cultivate and prepare for your battle with Han Yunjin in 3 years, Su Lang said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Teacher, I'm not afraid of Han Yunjin. I'm confident I'll be able to defeat him now, let alone 3 years later. Duan Ling Tian knew it was time for him to brag about his strength to reassure Su Lang. Otherwise, Su Lang would think that he was just wasting his time by going to the title temple. Oh. As expected, Su Lang was slightly surprised to hear Duan Ling Tian's words. Teacher, please tell me where the title temple is. I want to see it for myself. Duan Ling Tian said. All right, since you want to see it, I'll take you there. When Su Lang saw Duan Ling Tian seem to have made up his mind, he no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, he said he would bring Duan Ling Tian to the title temple. I'll ask your senior brothers and sisters if they're interested in becoming a celestial lord. If they're interested, we can go together. As Su Lang spoke, he sent out a series of voice transmissions. Naturally, none of the voice transmissions were sent to Duan Ling Tian's second senior brother, Lu Ji. He only sent them to Hu Mei, Wen Ouyang Qi Fei, and Hong Fei. After all, they were the only celestial lords among Su Lang's 7 disciples. Just for fun. Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched when he heard Su Lang's words. How could Su Lang say that the trial to become a celestial lord was just for fun when he was a titled celestial emperor? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew Su Lang only dared to say this because his senior brothers and sisters were strong enough to become celestial lords. Your 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, didn't reply. I think he's cultivating in seclusion. It seems like you've given him quite a shock. Su Lang shook his head and said with a smile. Your 5th senior brother said he's not going as well. Su Lang said, however, your 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister said they'll go with us. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. One of them was a red-clad woman with a voluptuous figure, and the other was a gentle and beautiful woman. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian's 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and 4th senior sister, Wen. Little junior brother, I heard from teacher that you want to go to the title temple to have some fun. Coincidentally, your 4th senior sister and I haven't gone to obtain a celestial lord's title yet. Let's join the fun, Hu Mei said with a faint smile as she winked at Duan Ling Tian. Little junior brother, sister Wen greeted Duan Ling Tian and Wen at the same time. With 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister tagging along, the trip won't be boring. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Sister Wen, with your strength, it won't be difficult for you to obtain a title. Why don't you try and obtain a title as well? Hu Mei suggested as she looked at Wen with a smile on her face. All right, Wen replied. Wen nodded indifferently. It seemed like she still held a grudge against Hu Mei. The title temple is quite a distance away from the heavenly pool palace. However, with me leading the way, we should be able to arrive in 2 days. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, a sword ray appeared beneath his feet and lifted Duan Ling Tian and the others up. In just a blink of an eye, they left the place where Su Lang was cultivating. Swoosh! The sword ray tore through the air and left the heavenly pool palace in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian glanced to his left and right. He could see the scenery in his surroundings receding at an extremely fast speed.
It was so fast that he could not even see clearly. How fast? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Although Su Lang's speed was fast, Duan Ling Tian and the others who were standing on top of the sword ray were able to maintain their balance. Moreover, Su Lang's energy was able to keep the wind at bay. It did not affect Duan Ling Tian and the others at all. Chapter 3284. There was a tidal temple in every Devata realm, and all of them were located in the central territory of the Devata realm. For example, the Boundless Heavens tidal temple was located in the Boundless territory just like the Heavenly Pool Palace. The only difference was that it was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The tidal temple was located in the western part of the Boundless territory. It was located in a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. Due to the lack of spirit energy here, very few people would come here. The tidal temple is right in front of us. Su Lang's calm voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered the sword ray beneath his feet had slowed down. As soon as Su Lang's words left his mouth, a palace that stood in the middle of a boundless desert appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. It was visually stunning. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself that this was his first time seeing such a huge palace since he came to the mundane realm. Not only did it occupy a vast area, but it was also terrifyingly tall. Although he was still far away from the palace, he was still shocked by the sight of it. In fact, as soon as he saw the palace, he felt as though his heart and soul had resonated with it. It was as though he had just been baptized. The rumors are true. There's a terrifying spiritual energy in the tidal temple, Hu Mei exclaimed as she looked at the tidal temple. Hu Mei looked at the tidal temple from afar and exclaimed, "Just now when I first saw it, I felt as if my heart and soul had been baptized."
Me too.
Wen Wan chimed in. Upon hearing Hu Mei and Wen Wan's words, Duan Ling Tian knew he was not the only one who felt that way.
Of course, Su Lang said. At this moment, Su Lang spoke up.
There's no way to trace the history of the tidal temple. It has been around for too long. Most people know about it. It seems to have existed since the Devata realms existed. The tidal temple has been passed down for countless generations, and it has a supreme position in the Devata realms. Even the forces of heavenly emperors have to show it respect.
Su Lang said.
Duan Ling Tian already knew what Su Lang said, so he wasn't surprised. Duan Ling Tian looked around and saw a few figures flying in from all directions. It was obvious these people were also making their way to the tidal temple like them. Su Lang. All of a sudden, a loud and energetic voice rang out. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw a swift figure whizzing over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the figure was in the void not far from where they were. There was not only one person, there were two of them. One was a tall and sturdy old man in a loose blue robe, and the other was a thin young man in a brocade robe holding a folding fan. The one who had just spoken was the old man.
Zhang Yui.
Seeing the old man, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and greeted him. He then looked at the young man beside the old man and asked, "Is this the disciple you took in 100 years ago?"
Not bad.
The old man nodded with a bright smile on his face. This time, I brought this useless disciple of mine to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord. Although he's not even 400 years old, he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord. The old man's face was filled with pride when he spoke. Su Lang, as far as I know, your youngest disciple is more than 600 years old, but he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord, right? The old man took a deep look at Su Lang and asked with a deep meaning behind his words.
Are you talking about my sixth disciple, Hong Fei?
Yes, he's more than 600 years old, and he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord.
Su Lang nodded.
He didn't come? The old man glanced at Duan Ling Tian and the others before looking away. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Hong Fei. Yes, he didn't come.
Su Lang nodded.
Then, which disciple are you accompanying to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord? The old man asked again. My third disciple, my fourth disciple, my seventh disciple, and my seventh disciple's cultivation partner.
Su Lang replied. When Su Lang introduced Huan as Duan Ling Tian's Dao companion, Huan calm face flushed with a rare blush. However, due to her veil, nobody noticed it. Your seventh disciple? The old man frowned slightly. You have another disciple? The old man asked as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian and Huan before he asked, which one of them is your seventh disciple? Him. Su Lang glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he smiled and introduced his seventh disciple to Duan Ling Tian. Old seventh, this is Xueqi, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. He's an old friend of mine. A hint of mockery could be seen on Su Lang's face when he said the words old friend. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Xueqi, this is my youngest disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Then, Su Lang introduced Duan Ling Tian to the old man. How old is your youngest disciple? The old man asked. He knew that Su Lang's disciples were ranked according to the time they entered the sect. Therefore, in his opinion, even if the purple-clothed youth in front of him was just a small disciple of Su Lang's, he should be very old. At the very least, Su Lang's youngest disciple was older than him. He's more than 200 years old. Su Lang smiled. More than 200 years old? The old man was taken aback by Su Lang's words. Even the young man standing next to the old man, Su Lang's disciple, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze. Su Lang, I didn't expect you to exaggerate after not seeing you for more than 100 years. The old man shook his head and chuckled. Exaggerate? Su Lang glanced at the old man indifferently. You don't believe my youngest disciple is only 200 years old? He's only 200 years old, but he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord. Even in the boundless heaven, there are only a handful of people like him, right? How could such a genius take a liking to you and become your disciple? A mocking smile appeared on the old man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior Uncle Zheng. This time before Su Lang could say anything, Hu Mei spoke first with a bright smile on her face. Why don't you just ask your friends in the Heavenly Pool Palace if my little junior brother is only 200 years old? Oh right. Remember, his name is Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious Hu Mei knew the old man as well. Hu Mei, you must know that your teacher is my only friend in the Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why you said that, right? Zhang Yui glanced at Hu Mei and said with a low snort. Brat, do you dare to place your hand on this formation compass? Zhang Yui said as he tossed a formation compass to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the formation disk, and he saw that there was a total of 10 regions on the formation disk that revolved 360 degrees to form a large circle. Little junior brother, this is a formation compass used to test one's age. As long as you place your hand on it, it'll show your age. There are 10 regions, and each region represents 200 years old. Hu Mei's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Naturally, it's only a rough estimate. There's no way to determine the specifics. As soon as Hu Mei finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian placed his hand on the formation compass. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's hand touched the formation compass, a surge of energy surged out of the formation compass and enveloped his hand. HM? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered a chilling aura surging out of the formation compass and into every inch of his body. When this cold aura passed through his body and returned to the array disk, 2 areas on the array disk lit up. The third section lit up faintly as well. This meant Duan Ling Tian was more than 200 years old. He's really not even 300 years old? Upon seeing this, Zhang Yui frowned slightly as he put the formation compass away. He did not expect Su Lang's youngest disciple to be less than 300 years old. Su Lang, did you say your youngest disciple is here to participate in the test for titled celestial lords as well? Is he capable of passing the test at such a young age? Zhang Yui asked skeptically. How can my disciple fail to pass the test for titled celestial lords? Su Lang smiled faintly. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, the young man standing next to Zhang Yui suddenly stepped forward and looked at Duan Ling Tian with piercing eyes as he said in a deep voice, I, Nan Lu Feng, challenge you. Zhang Yui was taken aback when he saw this. Obviously, it was not his idea for his disciple to challenge Duan Ling Tian. However, he had no intention of stopping Nan Lu Feng. Instead, he He looked at Su Lang and said with a faint smile on his face, Su Lang, aren't you very confident in your youngest disciple? I'm sure you don't mind my incompetent disciple challenging him now, right? Zheng Yui, I advise you to persuade your disciple. Su Lang frowned slightly. Although he did not know how strong Zhang Yuyi's disciple was, he was certain Zhang Yui was not as strong as Duanling Tian. Senior Uncle Zhang, I don't think it's necessary. At this moment, Hu Mei shook her head and said to Zhang Yui, What? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Zhang Yui smiled brightly. If you don't dare to challenge him, just say so. It's not like we have to force you to do something you don't want to do. It's not that it's not difficult, but I'm afraid it'll be embarrassing for you. Hu Mei shook her head when she saw Zhang Yui was being stubborn. Embarrassing? Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Zhang Yuyi's expression changed drastically. Zhang Yuyi's disciple, Nan Lu Feng, had a grave expression on his face. Brat, make your move. Nan Lu Feng took a step forward. His robes fluttered in the wind as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into lightning bolts that surrounded him. At the same time, his hair began to dance wildly. At this moment, the gaze he shot at Duanling Tian was extremely cold. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.